What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is part 8 of a story where DxD universe reacts to betrayed Villain-Issei. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 8. The audience were soon seated down, as they wondered on what they were watching, even Hunter. Issei was unaware of the viewing they are going to watch. Mary then asked. So what are we watching, RageRevan? This viewing will be interesting, especially for the two foxes present in the audience. RageRevan spoke, glancing towards YASAKA and Kunu, who were surprised by this. YASAKA was the first to ask. What do you mean by us? Meaning before the things that are going intense and conceptual records. This one shot should really be nice and reliving. Trust me, YASAKA, you will love this. But the one who will love this the most is Kunu, since a truly surprising news will be displayed in this viewing. The audience grew concerned by this, especially after the whole fighting mess that was in Hunter's storyline. They were worried that this one shot would be the thing that would show what would happen if Issei decides to just kill everyone right now. See, I knew that Brad is a problem. The one who spoke was Zeus, and he had a tone full of anger, as he continued. He should be killed before he becomes a threat. He has already killed Artemis in one timeline. I don't want him killing anyone else of my pantheon or that of humanity. Some of the Greek gods seemingly agreed to this, but others didn't. Many frowned on Zeus's words, as they wanted to stop. Primarily Issei's parents and his older sister. Mary was the first to speak and respond angrily to the god. As long as I am around, you won't dare to harm my little brother. I will stand up to a god if needed. Mary exclaimed angrily, as Mickey and Goro along with the family members of the Hyoudou grew worried, with Mickey speaking. Mary-chan. I will be fine, even if he is a god. I will still create a dent on his body before going down. As long as I am around, I won't let him harm my family. Mary declared while activating both of the sacred gears. She was not going to go down without a fight. Zeus was getting angry at the defiance, with none of the gods daring to stop Zeus. Hades, Persephone and Nyx looked in disappointment at the Greek pantheon, as Zeus spoke with anger. You dare challenge me, mortal? You will pay for your insolence. Zeus was ready to fight, electricity booming across the room. However, before he could do anything, Office walked in front of Mary and raised her finger. She then formed a flick and aimed it at his head, sending him flying towards the theater wall. He had some damage on his head, as Office spoke emotionlessly, but there was anger in her expression. This is a theater, and RageRevan has asked me to prevent any fights from happening. If you don't comply, I, Lilith and Barakiel know how to make you do so. Office spoke coldly, as the Greek gods shivered in slight fear. Hera rushed to her husband and started to heal him. Zeus looked at Office in fear, who only spoke. You aren't the same person that defended Greece from the Titans. You really are becoming just like your father Cronus, Zeus. Harm Issei, and you will be dealing with us. Office spoke, mentioning all those that would defend him, causing him to become angry and fearful of them. RageRevan remembered granting them access to their powers as long as they don't become destructive, but he was starting to think of limiting access to them, especially of the Greek pantheon, if they do become a problem. Office's words causing Zeus to gulp. But RageRevan knew that he was going to try something in the future. Hades then spoke to Nyx. About time someone said that to him. Nyx and even Persephone agreed to this, as RageRevan spoke. I seriously made a mistake by allowing you to use your powers. If I see another offense, I will make sure that your powers are stripped completely till you are in my theater and any locations near them. Zeus was shivering in fear even more. RageRevan already made it clear that he shouldn't be someone that he should be messed with. RageRevan then gave a sigh and spoke. You should have listened before jumping to conclusions. Anyways, this is not a genocide, Issei. In fact, it is quite the opposite. So what kind is this version of him? Auden asked. He looked at Zeus with disappointment as RageRevan spoke in response. Oh, you will love this variant of him, except for the Gremory peerage, no one else will. Doesn't surprise me. Miss Kool-Aid Princess must have done something stupid to drive him away, am I right? Issei, Hunter, spoke with a mocking tone, as Rias flinched and gave a glare at him, but he didn't care less. He knew that Rias doesn't have the skills or even power to stop him. Oh, and before I begin. Issei snapped his fingers, as soon the inventories of Raynor, Tiamat, Ingvald and Valerie were filled with 3 things: Hunter's clothes, Maid's clothes, and their respective gears. The 3 were surprised by this, as Raynor asked. What is this? Your gifts I forgot to give you, and Raynor's is deactivated for the time being, since it was on request of your Hunter's counterpart. She doesn't trust you with it. RageRevan explained, as Raynor had a frown on her face. She didn't blame her counterpart for not trusting her. She wondered if she would have a different life this time. Azazel looked at her and knew she had hope, but knew that her hope in Issei's life, or having a place, is really low. He could only wish that she finds a way to live a normal life. Mary on the other hand was relieved that she wouldn't get any stronger for the time being. The others accepted their gifts, while the maid costume was too much, especially for Tiamat, who didn't understand why she wore a maid costume of all things. She was too embarrassed to say anything about it. The gear and other stuff was good, she did like them and could be useful in the future. And one more thing. RageRevan snapped his fingers as two figures came inside. The first was a yokai, whose was described to have the appearance of an old man with a gourd-shaped head wearing a kimono. This was the Nararian, the second yokai after YASAKA. The second was also a yokai, who was described a beautiful woman with long white hair, animal ears, and 7 cattails, giving her a mystical, otherworldly look. She wears a traditional Japanese maiko outfit, consisting of a white kimono top under a dark outer robe with red accents, paired with a red hakama tied at the waist with a black and purple sash, adorned with a small red and yellow ribbon. She has a calm expression and soft, light-colored eyes, enhancing her serene appearance. This was Megari, the leader of the East Yokai faction. The yokai recognized them, especially YASAKA, Kunu, Kuroka, Kaneko, Nai and Lee, all of whom recognized Megari, with the cat yokai speaking. "Where are we? I don't know, this seems to be a movie theater. Why were we summoned to a movie theater of all places?" Nararian asked with confusion, to which Megari responded. "This could be the work of the Cows Brigade. I can assure you, this isn't the work of the Cows Brigade." RageRevan spoke with an assuring tone, walking forward as Nararian asked. "Were you to bring us here, warrior?" "I was, and I wish to show you the multiverse." Megari was bewildered by this, and so was Nararian, as the duo were surprised to hear that exists and was not a work of just theories. Megari asked. "Are you sure?" "I am, my name is RageRevan and I am a watcher that sees the multiverse." "YASAKA, please explain it to them. I will probably get the viewing disc." RageRevan spoke as he left the place. The two were even more surprised as YASAKA stepped forward with Nararian speaking with respect. "Lady YASAKA, what this man is saying, is it true?" "Indeed he is, the multiverse is real, and there are people amongst us, friends and foes." YASAKA muttered the last part to them. The two looked to see them being present as Megari spoke. "Seems like they are there." "Yes, and I would like to tell you on why we were being brought here." YASAKA explained everything to the two, causing them to be shocked and horrified. Megari took it the worse since she knew the mother of Kuroka and Shirin are Kaneko, Fujimai. Megari then spoke. "I can't believe it, that you would do something like this, Shirin." "But," Kaneko retorted as Megari responded. "No, Shirin, just remember that you did something that is unforgivable to that boy. I hope you remember that this is something he is not going to forgive you for." But Elder Megari, Kaneko wanted to not deal with. Megari gave a glare to Kuroka, who tried defending her sister, as she responded. "I know the boy is perverted, but he is the reason the two of you have a home. Don't come to me if he does something that will end up killing you. Your mother would be cursing herself at what you two did. He would never forgive you and might even hunt you down. Dragons aren't beings that let betrayal slide easily." The dragons, primarily Office, Tiamat and Crom Cruich, seemed to agree, as they knew this to be true. The Nekomata was right on the mark. Dragons don't forget those that betray them that easily. "He won't harm us. Issei will forgive us." Kuroka responded, as many glared at her or shook their heads in disappointment. Megari then responded. "If you push him, he won't." Megari left the two girls as she speaks before leaving. "I hope you can live with yourself. I am glad you didn't throw your body at Ryu, but betrayal is still betrayal. You couldn't even muster up the courage to speak this to Issei. I hope you realize that your actions have consequences." The two girls could only look away in sadness and slight shame. They knew that they royally screwed up this time. Their mother would be really ashamed of them. Megari then spoke to the two yokai. "I think I should go and apologize to the boy for what these two did. They may be teenagers, but their actions have consequences. I hope they can still learn and develop from this. One can only hope, and I think you should do that. When he is open to talk with us." Nararian spoke sadly, as YASAKA agreed. She was longing to have a talk with Issei, however before their conversation could continue. RageRevan showed up with a disc. "Everyone, please take your seats. The viewing will begin shortly." They all nodded and headed to their respective seats, with Megari and Nararian sitting near YASAKA and those that supported Issei. "The viewing will be a one-shot, so no continuations, until mentioned, alright?" The audience nodded, the countdown soon began. Soon enough, the title screen showed up, that being the Yokai King. The scene changes to a cult research club room, where they just had a talk with Ravel's mother, as Issei promised to take care of her. Rias, upon hearing this, got up from the chair and was about to leave. Issei, who had a look of confusion, as Rias looked at him sadly and was about to leave, as Issei asks. "President, where are you going?" "Issei, tell me something, would you protect me like you protect Ravel?" Rias asked, to which Issei responded without hesitation. "Of course I would." "What about Akeno?" Rias asked, to which Issei responded. "Yes, I would. And Asia." Rias continued, as Issei spoke. Is it not obvious, I would. The orc flinched upon this, both former and current members seeing the viewing, however only those that were present back then flinched with the exception of Azazel, who only heard snippets of the scene. The others remembered this scene all too well, and remembered what had happened after this. Oh no. Rias muttered, as Serziches noticed her and asked. What happened? And nothing. Rias lied knowing the things that is going to come next. She hated this scene as it brought back even more bad memories. She hoped that her family doesn't trash her for this. Even the others that were present that day flinched upon this. Rias soon took a deep breath and asked the infamous question. Issei, what are you to me? Issei looked at her and responded. To me president is president. The orc were afraid, the looks of the people were too concerning, as they were too interested in seeing what is going to happen next. Especially some like YASAKA and Kunu. Akeno spoke looking at her. Rias, I don't like what is going to happen next. Akeno muttered with a low tone, as Rias responded. Me too Akeno, let's prepare for what is to come next. Rias knew what was going to happen next, and was afraid that everyone will hate them even more after what she and the others are going to say to her. You moron. Rias exclaimed with anger, as tears fell from her eyes. She soon left the orc clubroom, as Asia soon followed her exclaiming. Rias wait. I can't believe you would say that to her. Asia followed her also out of the room. They all were in disbelief with many exclaiming. What the hell? All he called you was president, and why did you actually say that? If not, what was he supposed to call you, Rias? Sona asked, to which Rias stayed silent and didn't say anything, with Venelana speaking. Answer Sona, she is asking you something. Rias then responded after a while. I just wanted him to call him by the name. Then why didn't you say that? Venelana asked with slight anger in her tone. Rias then spoke fearfully. I don't know. I am sorry. Many grew annoyed by the response, as Mary spoke in response. Just do him a favor and stay away from him. You will probably damage him even more thanks to your stupidity. Rias flinched by Mary's words and looked down, while crying. She knew that she was not going to get Issei back again. Revan then spoke. Wait till what happens next, everyone. I don't understand, what did I do wrong? Issei asked with complete confusion. He didn't say anything wrong in his eyes. What wrong did do, Rias? Claire asked in response to Rias, who remained silent upon this. Even the Gremory family didn't support her in this regard. Relational problems happen, but not calling you by first name is something that even they were not expecting. It is too stupid. You seriously don't know Issei? Geez. Kiba responded with a disbelief tone, as he shook his head in disappointment. Issei looked at him and spoke. I have no clue, please tell me what I did wrong. Kiba again shook his head and spoke. Leave it be, the damage is done. Then why can't anyone tell him what is done? Azazel asked, to which he continued. I am glad that you were able to solve this before things could get worse. Your fight against Saerg Bale would have been impacted in a negative manner. And that is not even mentioning the relationships afterwards. This one mistake could have cost all of you dearly, very dearly. Serziches spoke seriously. He was also appalled by how they were starting to attack him for not calling Rias by her name. If that was the case, Serziches should attack Grafia every time she called him Lord Lucifer or Lucifer Sama. Saerg also agreed. He had sensed that they were getting distant in the match, and the public confession that had happened made things slightly better. But even then, Saerg noticed Issei having the fear of rejection in his eyes. He frowned on his cousin's immaturity in relationships and on how to handle conflict in a proper manner. But I got to help, I need to do something. Issei spoke, hopefully trying to make things right. However, another person spoke. There is nothing you can do about it. Issei turned around to see Akeno, giving a cold glare to him as he spoke. What do you mean? I need to do something about it. Geez, how can you not know, Ice-kun? Are you that foolish? Irina retorted with anger and annoyance, and Zenobia soon added. I agree with Irina, and here I thought I was dense. Issei, you are just an enemy of all women. Kaneko spoke with her usual tone, however there seemed to be hatred in that tone. Issei flinched upon hearing this tone of hers. They didn't understand what they were doing to Issei. They failed to realize the fear in his heart. Many glared at Akeno, Zenobia, Kaneko and Irina, who all flinched from their gazes. Kuroka then looked at her and spoke. Did you really say that, Shirin? Kaneko couldn't respond, turning away from the disbelieving gaze of her older sister. Revan then responded. Yes, she did. In fact, they did this in the same timeline. And you are defending someone that literally cheated on Issei. Magari was right about you. Your mother would be ashamed at what the two of you have become. There was silence from Kuroka and Kaneko, who were all looking down with sadness upon hearing this. Even Ryu was wondering whether these girls are good for him or not. Can't believe you would say that to your childhood friend Irina. Taoji was the next to speak up as he continued. Mina only looked at her with disappointment as Irina looked down in shame. Griselda also did the same with Zenobia speaking. "Don't try to play with me, Zenobia. I hope you realize what you have done." Zenobia looked down in sadness as Barakiel said nothing to his daughter. Even he realized that she has done this to this Issei. He can only hope Issei doesn't claim her life in response. "Guys, why?" Akeno only grew annoyed by Issei's questioning, but before she spoke, Issei asked, "Do you think the same too, Gasper?" I do." Gasper spoke with nervousness in his tone. Issei could only look in disbelief and sadness as Ravel spoke with an apologetic tone. "I feel like this is all my fault. My mother made the call at the wrong time. You need not blame yourself, Ravel. It was Issei's fault for acting like a brainless dildo." Issei decided to head out to get Ria's Gremory, but Akeno spoke. "Stop right there. The Issei now wouldn't know what he is doing." Akeno exclaimed with anger. Issei didn't understand why he was getting annoyed by their behavior, but he was. He was being reminded of his past with a certain person and he didn't like that. Grafia and YASAKA covered their children's ears and gave a glare to Akeno for her language, knowing that she did the same to Issei in the current timeline. They managed to do so before the dildo word was heard. RageRevan took note of this and decided to create a spell that would censor some things for the children. Akeno was shivering upon this. She was terrified of what is going to come to her. However, secretly she was being aroused by the pain Issei would inflict on her. Her team was trying to calm her as Akeno gave a fake smile, trying to control the emotions growing inside her. "Akeno, are you sure you okay?" Kiba asked, to which Akeno gave a nod speaking. "Why yes, I am fine. I am worried on what Issei would do to me." Akeno spoke with slight fear as the Gremory peerage were also afraid on what Issei would be doing to her counterpart. Akeno remembered her concept counterpart and remembered what Issei did to her. While a sadomasochist, she had her limits and Issei playing with her past memories was too much even for someone like her. Gasper, on the other hand, was looking in sadness remembering this. He wondered if he should support Rias or not. "You know what, Himejima? I am leaving, whether you like it or not." Issei spoke as he headed out of the room. She then shouted upon hearing this. "Issei, wait. Issei." Akeno called out. She flinched when Issei called her by her last name and how angry he was as Issei headed outside of the Orc clubroom. He gave a sigh as he looked in sadness. He wondered why he was bashed so badly. He then spoke to Drake. "Drake, was I at fault in this? I only did what President asked to do." Drake shook his head and spoke. "No, if anything you only spoke the truth. Anyways, just leave it be and head back home." Issei gave a nod as Drake muttered to himself. "I can't reveal the fact you already have a wife and daughter." "Not yet." The audience was surprised by this as they all exclaimed. "What the hell? Issei has a wife and daughter, when? How?" Ingvild shouted with disbelief and jealousy as she didn't believe that he is already a father at this point. This is the first time Issei from another timeline became a father. "Yeah, even we want to know about it," Valerie exclaimed with jealousy as RageRevan spoke. "The viewing should show who they are. I mean, that is the spoiler part of the story." RageRevan spoke with a shrug as he could sense the jealousy in the audience increasing as they were starting to become jealous. YASAKA was the only one who quiet wondering what this meant and she wondered what they meant with a wife and kid. "Does this mean I am an aunt in this timeline?" Mary asked with a surprised tone as RageRevan spoke. "Not only an aunt but also a mother as well. You are living a happy, normal life with someone that cares for you." Mary, instead of blushing or feeling happy, became nervous. She had her reasons for not loving anyone. Claire kept her hand on her to calm her best friend down, being full aware of what those reasons might be. "Goru, this means we are." Nikki muttered to Goru as he spoke with a sad smile. "Yes, we are grandparents in this timeline, although I don't think we deserve it." Goru muttered to her as they both looked down sadly. They sort of supported the act of dating Ryu behind Issei's back by not saying anything about it, under the presumption of them not wanting to spend time with a pervert and mostly breaking up with him. RageRevan shook his head at this. He hoped that they don't give up from this, knowing that there are timelines where worst versions of them existed. And they aren't even the worst parents when it comes to the Isseiverse to begin with. The girls that dated him were pale upon them dating him. They couldn't believe a pervert like him managed to get someone that would be his wife, since at that time, he still used to peek on girls. Rainer was the most surprised if this was Issei similar to hers. Then this meant that he was already way older than before. She needed to know more. The scene shifts to Issei's home. He wondered where his parents went since they have been in vacation for a long time. Drake then asks. "Partner, do you wonder where your parents are?" "No, not really. I wonder where they went. It's been years since they have been on a vacation." Issei spoke as Drake spoke with frustration. Screw this, I might as well reveal the truth." Drake spoke as Issei asked. "What truth?" Drake was about to speak when his doors suddenly opened, catching the two off guard. The people were revealed to be Gremory peerage of that time, excluding Gasper, Irina, Roswis and Kiba. They were primarily the residents of the Hyoudou mansion. What the hell? This is my room, you know. Issei exclaimed in frustration. He didn't like the fact that they suddenly barged in the room. Many were surprised by this, especially those of the Hyoudou family. They wondered where they went for years. While several were annoyed by the fact Rias just barged in, along with her peerage. Rias and her peerage were fearing for what may happen next. Akeno did this in concept and she suffered the consequences big time. She was even more afraid on what Issei will do this time. You cannot be here. You are no longer welcome here. Rias demanded with anger as Issei retorted. This is my room and my house, I can be wherever I want. Not anymore, you can leave or there will be problems. Rias snapped her fingers as every member of her peerage present were ready to attack. Akeno with her holy lightning, Kaneko cracking her knuckles and Zenobia with her axe Durandal. Issei was ready to fight but he soon gave a sigh and spoke. Fine, do what you want. But remember this, once I leave. I am not coming back. Yeah, get out of here. None of us want you to ever be in this room. Issei flinched upon this as he couldn't believe that this was the response they would immediately say. His hair covered his face and spoke. Then don't regret this Gremory. Cause when I leave, I am not coming back. Even if you cry, weep or beg, don't expect me to come back. Issei spoke seriously as his eyes flashed green that made Rias really scared but only momentarily as he continued. Same goes for the rest of you as well. Issei walked away from this room as Rias spoke her final lines. I should have never reincarnated you. Issei flinched as he clenched his fists in anger and left the room. He wanted to teach her a lesson by smacking her for saying that, but Drake spoke in his mind. Don't worry, once I tell you the truth, you wouldn't even want to come back. Issei nodded and left the room. Rias and the others were shivering in fear as the audience were glaring at them with anger, some with borderline hatred for what she has done. Mary then spoke. Another spoiled Rias, guess you really an immature brat, huh? Rias was slightly glaring at Mary for saying this, but she knew that Mary was right on this. She didn't say anything as Venelana next spoke. Once we head back, you are staying in the mansion. I don't want you to cause any more problems or trouble to Issei now. Honestly, I should have done this earlier. Rias looked at her mother in disbelief. She was hoping that the rest of her family would support her, but instead agree with her mother. You should. Venelana turned around to see Issei. Hunter spoke as he continued. Her spoiled nature is the reason why she and those that blindly follow her are dead in several timelines. And I won't spoil much, but her spoiled nature is the reason she ends up killed or having a fate worse than death. Rias was terrified and was hyperventilating upon hearing this. She was truly afraid of what is going to happen. The others were also afraid or shivering as their loved ones were terrified of what is going to happen to them. They didn't want to know their deaths and were not looking forward to it. And the same goes for you all as well. Then Alana motioned to Ria's peerage members as they all nodded in understanding. They didn't want to deal with an Issei that would end up killing them in any manner. You as well, Ravel. Claire spoke seriously, earning a nod from her. And Irina as well, you will be heading to Vatican once this is all over. Tauji spoke as he gave a glance to Michael who agreed to it. He turned to Irina who could only nod. Griselda, Barakiel and Gondel turned to Venelana and wanted to ask her, but she spoke. You all can also come and speak to them. The trio nodded as Griselda glared at Zenobia, willing to discipline her, who was afraid of her guardian. She was afraid that she would have to deal with her. The scene soon changes to Issei. He was in a train that was heading to Kyoto. He had earlier removed his evil pieces and placed them in the gear so that Rias can't track them in any manner. Issei then spoke. Wait, is this true? I have a wife in Kyoto along with a daughter. Yep, the Kyubi you met in Kyoto, that's your wife, and the little one is your daughter. Issei widened his eyes at the implication. This meant YASAKA was his wife and Kunu was his actual daughter. The audience, all of them were appalled as they exclaimed. What the hell? This means. Mary spoke, glancing at Kunu, who was also shocked by this. Mary knew that Kunu is her niece in that timeline. She was not expecting that such an older woman to be his wife. She needed to know more about this. YASAKA was blushing upon hearing this. She was not expecting a timeline where they would be together. Kunu, after being shocked, was happy that Issei was her father instead of being the one that originally abandoned her and her mother. She looked at her mother and spoke. Mother. Yes, Kunu, I also believe this is one of the timelines where we are together. YASAKA held her daughter. She would love her daughter, regardless of which father was the reason she came to this world. She hated her former husband that left her when she was pregnant and refused to come back and has been away ever since. She will never forgive him no matter what happens. Wait, how does this make sense? Kunu is 12 and I am 17, this means she would have to be born when I was 5, how does this make sense? Drake shook his head. He was never 17 to begin with, but was much, much older. Drake then spoke. No, you were never 17. Your real age, if I do calculations, I'd say you are in your mid-30s. Your body was de-aged to save yourself. Turning yourself into a complete dragon instead of being a human that you were. Additionally, everything that you experienced when you headed back to Kyoto was sort of a lie. Drake explained to Issei. He was far away from the rest of the passengers, making the brunette widen upon this. This meant that his life as a 17-year-old teenager was a lie. He shook his head and spoke. Then that means, Drake, is there a way I can know my real self? Issei asked with slight horror. He wondered what his real life was like before his transformation. Drake then spoke. You really want that? There is no turning back. Drake asked, to which Issei spoke. Yes, I do. I am already out of Gremory peerage, now I want my old life back. Drake gave a nod and spoke. Very well, sleep and the next time you wake up, you will remember everything. Issei gave a nod and did so. Drake decided to activate his memories and spoke. Welcome back Issei Hyoudou, my best friend. Many were wondering on what his relationship was with YASAKA, with the Yokai queen herself, wondering what is going to be up for her. She looked at Kunu wondering on how this older Issei would be like. Kunu was also wondering the same, as Megari asked. Nararian, what do you think of this version of the Sekiryuite? That is something even we need to see. He could perhaps be the new Yokai king, if he does manage to become Yasaka-sama truly cares for, and he does for her. Unlike that bastard. Nararian whispered to Megari, remembering Yasaka's former mate with anger. He was someone that only wanted to be with her because of her body and appearance, and abandoned her when she was pregnant. Nobody knows where he is, and nobody cares. He has lost the right to be with her and see his daughter after what he has done. Indeed, I believe so too. Megari whispered to him, which he agreed to do so. Although both agreed on letting them figure something out and not intervene. The scene shifts to Issei, in Kyoto. He decided to head to the location where Yasaka's mansion was. He remembered his past life all too well. He remembered that Yasaka was his wife, and Kunu was his daughter. He also remembered on why he was separated from them. The reason was that the Cow's brigade led the attack, alongside its newest member named Kaio. A kitsune that was the cause of the collapse of their loving family life. Yasaka was shocked by this, before seething in fury upon hearing this. She started to release her aura in fury upon hearing this. She shouted with anger. That bastard. How dare he shows himself to my family. Many of the Yokai were also angry upon hearing his name, especially Megari and Nararian. They both also wanted to tear them apart, as they also started releasing aura as well. Many were on the edge, and were terrified of the combined aura, especially those that weren't prepared of it. RageRevan acted quickly, as he released a calming aura to calm the group down. He paused the viewing and Yasaka asked. RageRevan, don't tell me he is responsible for this. Yes, and the viewing will show this. Kaio is the reason why Issei had to be away from your girl's life for 10 years. He was forced to leave her when she was 3. They were attacked by the Cow's brigade, alongside Kaio, and he was the one that stabbed Issei in the back. He barely escaped, but he vowed to make a comeback and take the Yokai throne. Yasaka was seething upon hearing this. RageRevan snapped his fingers to seal their powers so that this doesn't happen again. Many were surprised by what had happened, as Asserts asked. Yasaka-sama, would you tell us who this Kaio is? I understand that you may hate us due to what Rias and her peerage members with Arena and Ravel did, but we also want to know if he is a threat to our faction. Rias flinched when her older brother said this, as she looked down in shame, along with the rest of the ones mentioned by him. Yasaka took a deep breath to calm herself and respond after sighing. As a leader, it is my duty to tell you. Since I got no reason to not hide this. Kaio is a 6-tailed kitsune who was responsible for a lot of terror attacks in both East and West Yokai factions. His actions have led to death of many innocent human and Yokai, due to his actions. Gregori soon continued. He is the leader of the Supremist Yokais, which is comprised of Yokai that are similar-minded and have the same ideals as he does. The best comparison I can make is them with the old Satan faction. The audience understood this, as Ijuka spoke. I see. So he desires to conquer the world along with his faction. Nararian responded. Not exactly, well yes he does wish to conquer. Conquering the world is somewhere of a possibility. His true intentions are to usurp the throne of Lady Yasaka and rule the West and eventually the East Yokai faction, with an iron fist. Nararian spoke with anger in his expression, as Serafal then spoke in response. So how many attempts has he done? Yasaka shook her head and spoke sadly. One too many Serafal. I even remember some attempts were made when Kunu was very young, around 2 years old. Kunu flinched, she remembered on how she was asked to stay in her room, with guards watching her 24/7. She had vivid flashbacks on this happening. She now knew why this happened. YASAKA could be seen holding her daughter's hand, assuring her that she will be fine. She then explained seriously. His real intention, he wishes to bring the yokai back to how our kind were in the past, depicted in stories as malevolent forces that wish to only cause despair, death and destruction to humanity along with other races as well. He will achieve this goal by any means necessary. When I took the throne, he became my biggest competitor and eventually a threat to my position and the safety of my loved ones. I did eventually exile him, but that hasn't changed anything, and he has been hiding in the lands, planning his next move against us. The last attack happened when Kunu was 3, after that, nothing. The leaders took note of this, they were surprised by the fact that they haven't seen him act yet or appear alongside the Cow's brigade. Seeing this, RageRevan explained. If you are wondering why he didn't join the Cow's brigade, at least in this universe that is, then it is because he has a superiority complex, believing the yokai to be the top of everything, even above gods as well. The reason being is that original Zhu Bahei, Sha Wujing and Sun Wukong have reached the level of gods, and in his eyes, only yokai should be allowed to do so, all other species should be under them. RageRevan explained, causing them to nod. Everyone felt anger and hatred towards the kitsune. They wanted to deal with him before he could be a problem. The Hyoudous were the most worried, knowing that he might come after him to hurt Issei. Su nodded and asked. "Yasaka-sama, would you tell us what he is like?" Along with the rest of his faction. Most of the yokai supremacists are harsh and ruthless, however Kaio is by far the most fearsome of them all. Possessed with a strong lust for power and relentless sadism, Kaio is a tremendously cruel individual who takes great satisfaction in the pain of others and thrives on the fear and submission his actions receive. In addition to this, he is arrogant and also doesn't care about anyone but himself, megalomaniac who believes that he is the law and that he is free to interpret and execute it in any way that he wishes. This is the essence of an evil tyrant. This results in an individual who is a bloodthirsty dictator who does not allow any dissent, and he will proceed to strike down anyone who attempts to so much as question him. He is also prone to acts of tremendous violence, beating up and incinerating his victims and imprisoning those who do not pay their debts to him. This makes his student police force more like thugs in a protection racket. He also possesses a fearsome temper and will quickly fly into a rage with little provocation. YASAKA explained his personality to the group as they all took note of it if he does become a problem to them as well. They knew the Kaio would cause problems to everyone if he would need to fulfill his dreams. Even Zeus could see Kaio to be a problem to his throne, just like Issei is. "One day, I will make you regret ever being born, Kaio. I killed RageRevan when he harmed my family, and I won't hesitate to kill you if you show yourself ever again," Issei exclaimed with anger. He shook his head and headed to the location where 2 guards were. "Security Dono. What business you have now?" The guard spoke respectfully. He was grateful for the man's help in rescuing their queen. Issei then spoke with a normal tone. "I wish to speak to Lady YASAKA in private. Is she available now?" The guard nodded and spoke. "Yes, Lady YASAKA is, but why do you wish to speak with her, Security Dono?" Issei gave a nod and spoke. "I have my reasons and don't wish to publicly speak them. You will find out soon enough. I can assure you." The guard gives a nod and lets him pass. They knew that they can trust the Red Dragon Emperor as they decide to leave him be. The audience was surprised by this as Hades spoke incredulously. "That brat killed RageRevan." "Yes, Hades, he did kill him in this timeline. RageRevan is long dead in this timeline, having his soul destroyed by Issei long before he could do anything. The reason will be explained in the viewing. Let's say he does something to YASAKA that causes Issei to kill him." Hades gave a nod, being well aware that his actions caused Trihexa to be revived. He wondered on what would happen in this timeline without him. "That's great, I wonder what's next." Hades spoke with a normal tone as he took a sip of his juice. Some of the gods did scowl at him, remembering he had helped the man release the beast of apocalypse. Especially Zeus and Poseidon. They wanted to seal him away for his actions, but knew that they stood no chance against him. Valerie felt jealous that Issei got to kill this RageRevan. She never got to kill hers due to Fafnir literally stealing her kill. She can only hope that in one timeline she gets to kill that bastard that caused her childhood to be miserable. "I am glad that the bastard is dead in this timeline." Valerie spoke with happiness, despite Issei killing her biggest enemy and feeling jealous, she was happy about it. Issei soon heads inside the mansion and sees Kunu sitting on the floor. She turned around and saw him as she asked. "Issei, what brings you here?" Issei felt weird being called by his first name by his own daughter, but here he is. He needed to explain to her why he is here. He was controlling his tears to not embrace his own girl right away, but he was aware that there is a chance Kunu might not remember him since she was too small when the attack happened. Kunu, on the other hand, was not thinking the same as Issei did. She knew who exactly he is. This man was her father and he has returned to her. But her mother told her to keep it a secret till his father remembers who he truly is. She wanted to run to him and tell him that she is her daughter, but feared that she may not be remembered or worse rejected by him. Is your mother around? I need to have a talk with her. Kunu gave a nod and spoke. She is inside her bedroom. Kunu spoke, to which Issei responded. Thank you, Kunu-chan. Kunu nodded and had a smile as Issei walked into the room. Kunu watched Issei head inside and hoped that her father has returned. The audience were also looking forward to the reunion, especially YASAKA and Kunu. She wanted to know how their reunion was going to happen. She was the most ecstatic but didn't show it. Issei soon knocked onto the doors of YASAKA's room, or chambers as one may call it. He soon entered the room, upon hearing YASAKA's voice not being present. He soon entered the room and saw YASAKA gazing towards the outside. She was unable to hear the knocks as Issei spoke. Yasaka-sama. YASAKA was startled upon hearing Issei's voice as she turned around to see him present as she asked. Sekuruyute. What brings you here? YASAKA was surprised, but internally she was happy to see her husband return. Despite not remembering her, she still wishes to be with him. Their last meeting was barely there due to Cao, but now there is a chance to talk with him. YASAKA was ecstatic as the other girls were jealous of this. She was cheering for her counterpart to succeed and muttered slowly. Good luck, other me. YASAKA spoke as she looked at her counterpart state, hoping she would get the love of her dreams. She knew that this variant of her does deserve to be with her Issei, given she never had to marry that fox that betrayed her. And Issei did have a reason of leaving her, and that was due to the attack that had happened and Kaio stabbing Issei in the back, forcing him to live a life of a lie. I was hoping this would be a time to talk. Is it okay with you? YASAKA gave a nod and spoke with a smile. Why wouldn't I be against for this? I mean, I do owe you and your friends for rescuing me. Why yeah, friends. Issei muttered, remembering his so-called friends kicking him out of his house. He shook his head at the thought of that. They are his past and not going to be his future. No matter what happens. The ones mentioned were looking down, sadly remembering the incident that he was kicked out. Mary glaring at them wasn't making things any better, along with the others that supported and cared for Issei. You know, I wonder what exactly happened during the grace period that these two fought. Azazel muttered to Valerie, who responded. I got no clue, you do Ingvild, given you are the closest to Issei. Valerie spoke to Ingvild, to which she responded. No. Ingvild muttered to Valerie, and Azazel were surprised as she continued. This was never brought up by him or the rest of the peerage members. Hell, this is the first time I even knew of this. Conflicts happen in a relationship, fights happen. But this is just dumb. I couldn't have agreed anymore. Elmenhold added as she continued. Not calling someone by name when it was explicitly stated to only call her President, Uchu, is just foolish. I mean, everyone calls her that, so it makes sense to do so. I can understand if this happens in private, but this is public. And it is not like she did state to call her by her name. Tell me about it. Kiam spoke as she agreed with the rest. She knew she had a chance with Issei as well, due to Rias blowing it on her face. Is something wrong, Issei? YASAKA asked, to which Issei shook his head and spoke. No, nothing, YASAKA, I need you to listen to me. Why yes. YASAKA spoke with a confused tone. Issei then gave a smile and spoke. I remember everything, Yasa-chan. YASAKA widened her eyes. This was the nickname Issei used to call her as when they were together. Her eyes started to well up and tears pooled in her eyes. She looked at Issei and spoke with hope. Is this a dream? Have you really come back to me? Am I ice? Issei gave a nod and a smile and spoke. It's no dream, I have Yasa-chan, I remember everything. Tears were falling from her eyes, implying that she was reunited one day. She was not expecting it to be today. She then leaped in his arms as she cried onto him. She tightly held onto him like her life depended on it. She kept crying while exclaiming, you have come back, finally. I have waited for so long for you to come back. Welcome back, Anada. Issei returned the hug and spoke in response. Indeed, I am back. He also had tears in his eyes, finally reuniting with his true love. They soon split up as Issei moves her hair and kisses her on her forehead. He could see tears were falling from her eyes and she was blushing upon the kiss. Many were smiling seeing the heartwarming scene that had happened, with the couples holding each other's hands being reminded of what had happened. They were happy to have truly found each other and are still together. YASAKA was very ecstatic seeing this. She was a blushing mess but was happy upon seeing this. She could feel her cheeks heat up and redden upon hearing this. Her heart was beating faster than usual and fluttering upon seeing this. There was a timeline where they are together and she is the only one that Issei has feelings for. Kunu was also equally happy, seeing that Issei was this timeline's version of her real dad. Instead of being a father figure in their one. She wished that Issei is able to recover from the trauma those cheaters had triggered on him. The other girls, primarily Ingvild, Valerie, Lefay and Ilmenhold, were seething in jealousy upon seeing this. They were releasing their jealous aura towards everyone, making several flinch or nervous. They wished that they took Yasaka's place. Even girls like Kiam and Claire were slightly jealous seeing this. Mary and Azazel were happy seeing this. A version of their brother had finally found some happiness. Azazel was even more happy that Issei found such a wife like Yasaka who will love him and take care of him. Mary, on the other hand, was ecstatic. She was also an aunt as well. She was also excited to see what happens next with her time with Issei and her. She wanted to know more about her relationships. However, not everyone was happy about it. Rias and those that betrayed Issei were devastated seeing this, especially Irina and Ravel, who had some longing feelings for him and chose to try to date Ryu only on the suggestion of their friends. They hated this viewing and didn't wish to see any more. They were starting to regret their choices. The Hyoudou family minus Mary were on the same boat as well. Then some like Rainer frowned on this. She believed that no one can love a pervert like him. She looked at Kunu and wondered if she can use this against Issei. She smirked evilly upon thinking of her revenge against Issei. But soon she stopped doing so when she looked at the bracelet. For an unknown reason she started to lose the will to actually do anything to harm those that Issei cared for. Why? Why is this happening to me? Rainer spoke in a very low tone. She was hoping this would leave, however little does she know that the viewing in the supernatural bounty hunter was changing her views on others. RageRevan looked at her and shook his head, knowing that she has some small feelings for him. But wondered on how things would go. After a while, they split up and sit on the bed together as Issei spoke in sadness. I am sorry for not remembering about our past together for so long. I always thought I was a 17-year-old that used to live with my parents, being an only child. But I knew nothing about what really happened to my parents dying in an accident and having an older sister, and worse of all you guys. Yasaka shook her head and kept her hand on Issei and spoke. No Ice, it is not your fault. Kaio was the reason why you had to separate from me. I am just glad you have come back to us and you are with us, as my love. Yeah. Still kind of pisses me off, despite my strength I couldn't protect the two of you and made you suffer for so long. Issei pulled his wife near him and Yasaka looked at him with a smile. She knew that Issei is the type to keep apologizing for something wrong he must have done. Yasaka shook her head and spoke. It is not your fault. Yep, if Kaio hadn't attacked the family, he would have been together with you. Megari spoke to Yasaka, who agreed with it. Kunu also agreed with this and wanted to be with her father and wouldn't want to blame her for being forced to separate because of Kaio after what she had heard about him. Miki and Goru paled on their deaths in this timeline due to the accident, with Ryu and Aika started to sniffle on their demises. Even Mary was looking down in sadness. She is not on good terms with her parents, but she still cared for them. So in this timeline, your mom and dad ended up dying. Claire muttered to Mary as she responded. Yes Claire, they must have. Claire gave a nod as she calmed her down. She cared for her best friend a lot and wanted to see her remain happy. She knew meeting her brother was the first thing that made her happy. She could only hope that the parents can see their mistakes and try to find solutions to fix their relationship with Issei. It is not your fault. Don't beat yourself for something not under your control. I am just happy you remembered the two of us. I feared that you would never come back. Issei looked at her and kissed her on the forehead speaking. No Yasa-chan, I am not going anywhere this time. I promise to never leave your side again. Thank you Anata. Issei gave a nod and spoke. I love you, my Yasa-chan. Yasaka kissed his cheek and spoke. Love you too, but first let's meet Kunu. She must be ecstatic to meet her father again. Issei gave a nod as he and Yasaka headed outside to see Kunu back to her drawings. She then looked at the couple and exclaimed. Mother, Issei. You came. Kunu rushed to them as Issei spoke. Kunu-chan, do you remember me? This means. Issei gave a smile and spoke. Yes Kunu-chan, your father has returned to you. Kunu beamed at this and leaped on Issei's shoulder. Being the fox spirit she is, she was capable of running fast and leaping around like a fox. Aside from the kitsune abilities that she has. Kunu was now at Issei's eye level as she holding onto him and gripping her tightly. Papa, you have returned. Issei returned the hug and responded. I have returned my little girl. Issei held his daughter tightly assuring her that she is not going anywhere. Yasaka watched this a smile. She was happy that their family was reunited again. She was not going to let anyone ruin this. Kunu was cheering in her head. Sure Issei was a childhood crush at first, but now she was seeing him as a dad more than a lover. She was looking at Issei with happiness, knowing he would be her father and someone that will love her and guide her to become a better person. Many others were also happy seeing this, seeing on how a family has come back. Especially those that loved and cared for Issei. They were all happy seeing this. Kunu looked at Yasaka and asked softly. Mother, do you think Issei would love us? He would, but first someone needs to heal his heart. It is too fractured because of what those heathens did to him. I can only hope that Lady Ingvild can get it healed. YASAKA muttered to her as Kunu asked. Yes, but would Issei? He doesn't trust us, given he still partially or completely believes that we may have supported or ignored infidelity intentionally. So for now, we can only wait till he is ready to talk. YASAKA responded sadly as Kunu could only nod in understanding. She wished to help him, but there is not many things they could do aside from watch the viewings. Kunu remembered on how she was carried on her back when she was young. Hence why she decided to stick with Issei and leaped even on his back, wrapping her arms around it. She decided to head to his back and do the same, wrapping her arms around him. Issei then speaks. Kunu, you aren't a baby, you know. Issei spoke with a normal tone as Kunu nuzzled and responded. No, I want to stay here. I like the spot. I always did. Kunu once again nuzzled on Issei's face. Issei only gave a wry smile, speaking. Guess my baby girl hasn't changed all that much. Issei spoke to himself as YASAKA soon joined him responding. She does take a lot after you. Often enjoying her time with her loved ones and family. Issei soon responded. To each of his own. Kunu didn't bother and kept nuzzling to him. Issei didn't mind since he knew Kunu properly missed this for a very long time. Kunu was slightly embarrassed seeing herself act like this. YASAKA only spoke cheering her up. It's alright Kunu to act like this in front of Issei. You needn't get worried for being a child to your parents. But mother, I need to. YASAKA cuts her off speaking. No Kunu, your childhood is something you can never have once you grow up. Have fun while you can, you needn't be strict or mature always, just be yourself when you are young. Kunu gave a nod and a smile as she spoke. Yes mother. YASAKA responded with a smile of her own. She was happy that this version of her was reunited with Issei. She was wondering if Issei would be giving her another child sometime in the future to her counterpart. Grafia looked at Milikas and spoke silently. You too as well, Milikas. Yes mother. Grafia returned a smile as Serziches rubbed his son's head in response, making him smile too. Now everyone, may I have your attention? They all looked at the host as he continued. First things first, now we will be seeing a small time skip with the couple spending time. The time skip will involve the faction meeting to decide what comes next. And yes, do expect some drama courtesy of Rias Gremory and the girls. The audience nodded as several glared at the Gremory girls, making them all flinch in fear. YASAKA and Kunu were the angriest. They are not going to let her ruin their counterparts' lives. They could only hope that they find a way to deal with the Gremory team. The scene shifts to a few days later. The leaders had arrived at Kyoto alongside the Gremory peerage, or mostly the orc. YASAKA looked at them with a serious look. However, she was internally furious at the orc for what they did to Issei. The only reason she didn't say or do anything is because she is a leader and knew that Issei has a plan for dealing with them once and for all. So leaders, what brings you here? YASAKA asked with a normal tone as Serziches asked. We first wanted to know, how is your faction doing? YASAKA gave a nod and spoke. It's doing well. With Kaio repelled thanks to the efforts of Azazel, Lady Serafal and first-year Kuo students. That's good to hear. Serziches spoke with a normal tone and a smile. YASAKA then looked towards the Gremory peerage and spoke. Well, I don't see the Hyoudou around, so would you tell us where he is? Rias and her peerage flinched as Azazel and Serziches glared at them with anger and disappointment in their eyes. They knew what has happened and weren't happy with what Rias and her peerage did to him in any manner. Not to mention, Issei just vanished from thin air, and now, the Devil Council had declared him as a stray devil. Neither of this was accepted by the Satans and the faction leaders. So it was a bit of a messed up situation. We don't know where he is, Lady YASAKA. He just vanished because of an altercation that happened between him and girls that ignored everything that he has done and decided to throw him out of his own house. Azazel spoke while controlling his anger. Serziches then responded. Azazel. No Lord Serziches, those girls need to know their screw up and do something about it instead of weeping in their rooms. They looked for Issei only for the first 2 days, then what? They gave up. Sorry Serziches, but I am not hiding anything. Serziches only nodded. His sister's bad actions made them lose Issei, and he didn't blame Issei for this in any manner. The girls were only looking down, controlling their tears, while the boys were looking down in shame. The only one that wasn't was Roswis, who was also annoyed by what they did. Serziches and Azazel agreed with their counterparts. Even the ones they have in this universe is no better than them. Azazel then spoke. You know, you should be happy that Issei let bygones be bygones and still have a relationship with you. Honestly, if you loved him, then why cheat on him with his good-looking, powerless brother? Azazel spoke, glancing to Ryu, who responded. I can hear you, you know. I hope you can. Azazel retorted as he looked towards Rias, who spoke after a while. It was because of his perversion. We were sick of dealing with his perversion. All he does is peek on girls and does nothing after that. He doesn't even care for us and we don't even know if he truly loves us." The audience was silent upon hearing this. RageRevan paused the video knowing the shitstorm that is about to happen. Mary then spoke. "Then why you didn't speak to him about it? If you believe the bullshit you just said, then why did you not speak about it or be strict about it? He was in your peerage, right?" Rias gave a nod and Mary responded with anger. "Then are you brain dead? Enforce the rules. You are not only the king of the peerage that he is a part of, then why don't you make the rules stricter? Not only that, you are also his girlfriend or were his girlfriend. Then why couldn't you do something about his behavior?" Mary's shouts made Rias cover in fear as she was truly afraid of Issei's older sister. She was also guilt-ridden by what she had done, realizing her mistake. Ingvild then added. "Exactly, and she only does fuel his perversion by flirting with public. I'd rather not speak what she does in private to Issei while in public. So that's that. I seriously question if she has a brain or not at this point." Ingvild spoke with spite, causing Rias to cover down even further, as Ingvild adds. "And because of her, the other girls also act like her and are influenced to become like her. This term also causes the others who cheated on Issei to also start weeping in sadness," as Kiryu looked at Rias, being aware that she was sort of lying. She wanted to speak up but decided to not to. Knowing that this would cause some issues and there is a chance that they may not believe her. Plus, she is waiting for a better time to expose her even further, but now, she was more curious on the viewing. "Ika, you know something?" Kia muttered to Kiryu, to which she responded. "I am not sure if Gremory knows of this, but Issei has been barely peeking on the girls, if not never doing so. The reason for the reports is that the kendo duo and club primarily blame all three of them in peeking, and not the two. I have no proof of this, but I know this to be true, given that I see Issei only now hanging out with Mitsuda and Motohama. Even they confirm that they are the ones peeking, but all three get punished because of the kendo club naming all three." Ika spoke to Kian, causing her to nod. They could only hope that RageRevan is able to bring those two so that their confessions could help Issei. That way, Issei will be completely out of suspicion. Back at the rest, before the situation could escalate, RageRevan unleashed a calming aura, speaking. "You all can't focus on this during the intermission. I will give you all time to talk it out, alright?" The audience nodded, albeit reluctantly, as RageRevan continued the playing. He knew that things would get intense before they calmed down. "I see." YASAKA speaks while calming down. She was glad that the leaders don't support the orc, even Serzich's was against what Rias did. She then spoke. "Although, I do know where Issei is." Where is my pawn? Please tell us, Lady YASAKA. I need my ice back." YASAKA could be seen taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself down. She has some nerve of calling her husband as her ice. Serzich's and Azazel were getting her to stop before she jeopardizes her chance of strengthening the alliance. "I am afraid not. I have no reason to tell you, and if you don't like it, my husband would like to have a word with the two of you." The alliance was surprised by this, but before they could even ask who it is, YASAKA soon sent a message to him using a communication magic circle. "Can you come here?" After a few moments, Issei showed up in a red dragon magic circle, as many were surprised by this. They all were stunned by who was their husband. It was Issei Hyoudou, and he was YASAKA's husband, as she introduced him to them. "Meet my husband and Kunu's real father, Issei Hyoudou." YASAKA's introduction of Issei being her husband and Kunu's father stunned everyone, especially Rias and her Gremory peerage. Azazel and the others that supported Issei approved of this YASAKA's way of handling the introduction sequence. Now they wondered on what is going to happen next. "I am excited to see the couple lay a beatdown on the Gremory whore." Mary spoke to Claire, as Claire spoke. "I agree on this one." "What?" they all exclaimed, as Rias shouted with fury. "What is the meaning of this ice? I will stop you right there, Gremory. You will either address me by Hyoudou or Sekiruite Dono." Issei declared with anger, to which Rias glared at him. She was ready to use her power of destruction to attack him, only for Issei to dash forward and reach her level. His speed was surprising to everyone present. "I wasn't asking, this is an order. Address me as what I asked, or things will get messy. Make your choice, Gremory." Rias started to back away with slight fear, but there was anger in her eyes. Serzich's then spoke to stop the fight from escalating. "Issei-kun, may I first call you that?" "Just Issei would do." Serzich's spoke with a serious tone. "That's enough, Issei." Issei could see Rias smirking at him. He was tempted to incinerate that face completely. Serzich's could only glare at Rias, making her shiver in slight fear, as he spoke seriously. "If you think that I am going to defend you, then you're dead wrong, Rias. I will make this clear and drill this into your head if you can. If the fight escalates to the point of choosing between my faction and you, I would choose my faction. But big brother." Serzich's cuts her off, speaking. "Not a word. Let these viewings teach you a lesson. If you can learn a lesson now, it would for the best, else I will see to it that you are locked up in the Gremory mansion till you learn to behave better, even if it takes you the rest of your life. Rias shivered upon this and was looking down in shame. Her parents didn't say anything or opposed Serzich's decision. Venelana soon added. And I will see to it that she is trained, son. Serzich's normally would oppose this due to how sadistic Venelana is in some cases, so much so that even Serzich's wouldn't want her to do so, but now, things have become bad, really bad. So he nodded in agreement to this. I will handle my sister. Serzich's spoke, to which Issei gave a nod as he spoke. Rias Gremory, you will address what Issei asked him to do so. Rias was shocked by the fact that her older brother is not supporting her in any manner, as she wanted to retort, but Serzich's commanded. Now. Rias gulped and shivered with fear as she spoke. Hyoudou-sama. Excellent, now we can continue. I have several questions on how this happened. Like a lot of things don't add up. Issei gave a nod, he did have to answer a lot to them. Even the other leaders and the others wanted to know about it. So where can we start with? Issei asked, to which Azazel spoke. Right, if Kunu is your actual kid and if you are 17, then this means that YASAKA is into. Issei and YASAKA grew wide-eyed at what Azazel was trying to imply. They knew that this was one of the questions that should have been asked. It's a good thing that my counterpart isn't into children. YASAKA muttered while shivering. Everyone knew that YASAKA wasn't a groomer into children, especially those that knew her for a long time. Why yeah, that is something we can all agree upon. Mary responded with a shivering tone. They all agreed to this, even someone like Zeus who went after older or married women or nymphs that underage children. I think that's what they call a sugar mommy. Azazel spoke with a smirk, not realizing what had happened, as almost everyone was glaring at the former governor general with bloodlust, especially YASAKA, who may have the faintest idea of what that really meant. Azazel raised his hands in surrender, hoping that he doesn't get ganged up on and beaten up. The fallen angels and Team Slashdog along with Valerie could only groan in frustration, remembering how Azazel can get in some situations. If he gets killed by someone, I am not taking responsibility. Shemhazai spoke, as the rest all agree to this. Penemu then spoke. Neither am I. Me neither. Barakiel immediately responded, as they knew that Azazel would start digging his own grave if he continued to speak these terms. No Azazel, I didn't go with Issei when he was 5, you can be assured on this. YASAKA spoke with a worried tone, paling on the fact that things could have gone if she didn't clarify that, as Issei spoke. Yes, Azazel-sensei, I am actually in my mid-30s, and before you say a thing, the Issei that lived with you was just a lie. In reality, I never saw any of you as attractive. The leaders sighed in relief, clearing that situation, as Kiba asked. Okay, then what about the fact that we couldn't sense any dragon side in her? Like we do with you? That is simple, it was because it was sealed. YASAKA explained to Kiba, who nodded in agreement. Serzich's was the next to speak. So what about the fact that you love any of the girls, or what you said in the engagement? Serzich's asked with confusion. While he hated that Issei won't be his brother-in-law, he was happy that he had someone that really cared or loved him unconditionally. Serzich's agreed with his counterpart, while he frowned on Issei not being part of his family due to what Rias had done. He was happy that Issei has some people that care for him. Take care of him, Ingvald. Serzich's muttered, looking at Ingvald, who was watching the series with jealousy and with some level of happiness. Grafia kept her hand on his and gave an assuring smile. Serzich's gave a nod as they continued to watch the show. No, I don't mean any of that. The thing is, I never remembered my past in any manner. My real life or anything. My real love or anything. But I should be thanking Rias and those girls for kicking me out, otherwise I would have been stuck in that toxic relationship with Rias and the girls. Serzich's gave a nod, he needed to know more of Issei since the person he saw Issei to be was a lie, he was never the real Issei to begin with. YASAKA looked at Issei and held his hand, and spoke. I understand most of you wouldn't believe anything, given what really happened. But I will explain everything. For starters, Issei is in his mid-30s, and was never a 17-year-old boy. That was a lie to save his life, he had to lose his memories and this very life if he had to survive. Everyone was confused, as Auden asked. Survive? From whom? Kaio, a rogue yokai that tried to usurp my throne. He had worked with the Cows Brigade and had worked with RageRevan Live and Lucifer. Azazel, upon hearing the name, was seething in fury as he destroyed the table in anger. The table was completely destroyed in cracks, shattering it completely. The mere act shocked and surprised everyone. The others, primarily Serzich's, knew of the name and was aware on what kind of a person he was. Azazel looked at what he had done and spoke with an apologetic tone. I am sorry, I lost control when you said that name. Issei and YASAKA were stunned, never seen Azazel act like this, with Issei speaking. It's fine, but what caused you to get angry? Issei asked, to which Azazel responded. It was because the man that you spoke was the reason why Volley was abused in his childhood by his father. His abuse was so bad that even his own mother became a victim of the abuse when she tried to help him. Azazel exclaimed, causing everyone to get furious at the abuse that Volley had to go through. Even Issei, who respected his rival, hated RageRevan even more and was glad that he killed him for good. Guess this thing is a canon event. Valerie muttered to herself as Revan shook his head at the reference that Volley had made. Azazel then spoke. At least that fucker is dead in both universes. Valerie gave a nod and spoke. On that, we can agree on. Good riddance. Valerie spoke to him, as many agreed to what Valerie had stated. RageRevan being dead was something that should have happened a long time ago. And this one being dead meant that Trahiksa would never be released. I see. I am glad I killed him then. Issei responded coldly, to which YASAKA held his hand to calm him down, sending Senjutsu to him such that he would calm her down. Azazel then asked. What do you mean by kill him? He is long dead. I made sure to destroy his soul before he ended up dying. It took me everything to kill that bastard before it was too late. The others nodded upon this, as YASAKA soon explained. Issei had to enter the Juggernaut drive to get an edge over him. The power of the drive was strong enough to even overpower his Sacred Gear Canceller. The unique ability that made him more effective against Sacred Gear users. The power succeeded in beating him, but at a heavy cost. Azazel asked in response. Let me guess, Issei had to trade off his life to defeat him, correct? The couple nodded in response, as Serziches asked. Would you do it? I mean, I remember you doing this again later on, but why before that? The memory made the couple nervous. It was a very dark day when this had happened. Serziches then spoke, seeing their expression. It's alright if you don't want to speak. No, you deserve to know, the reason I did this was because. Issei spoke after a pause. He tried to rape my YASAKA. YASAKA was shivering remembering the incident. She was almost going to get raped when this had happened. Issei pulled her in for a side hug, assuring that the man responsible was long dead. Everyone was disgusted and appalled at what RageRevan had done to this variant of YASAKA. They wanted the man tormented for what he had done. He had crossed the line when he tried to rape YASAKA. YASAKA was shivering at this. She knew she stood no chance against RageRevan if he were to rape her in this manner. The other Yokai of the West and East Yokai faction were beyond furious, as Nararian and Megari were glad that he was dead in that universe and were eternally grateful for Issei saving her in that universe. Kunu was also horrified that her mother had to go through that. She hated that she was powerless to do anything to protect her mother. However, she remembered a certain someone that had reached God level and vowed to train herself such that she would be able to protect those she loves no matter what happens. That was something she learned from Issei and she was going to do so. He what? Azazel exclaimed with shock as he continued with sadness. I am sorry you had to go through this. It's alright, at least I am glad that I am together with my Yasa-chan. YASAKA gave a nod, compassing herself as she spoke to the Gremory peerage. And there is no way I am separating from my Ice. Let me make this very clear. Why you hussy? Rias exclaimed with anger. YASAKA grew a tick mark upon being called that word as Akeno responded. You will not take our Issei away from us. The girls that loved Issei were ready to fight against the Yokai leader. Serziches was about to step in, but Issei spoke in response and spoke. I got this. Although, please next time make sure your sister is kept in check. Serziches nodded as Issei walked forward and got between YASAKA and his former friends as Issei exclaimed with anger. Rias Gremory, you will not insult my wife like this. Let me make it very clear, watch your tongue, otherwise I will see to it that you will behave good whenever you are around us. Issei declared with anger, causing her to back away as Rias retorted. But this hussy. Issei didn't let her complete as he brutally socked her in the stomach, making her vomit the tea she had drank. She soon fell to the ground coughing up as Issei spoke. Talk to my wife with respect or I will make you talk. Rias was shivering in fear upon this. Seeing on how Issei was making an example of her if she doesn't respect his family. She was almost on the verge of passing out. Even the other girls are afraid of Issei's newfound anger at this point. YASAKA smiled with happiness at how Issei was defending his wife's honor. She was glad to have a man like Issei in her life. I guess karma is catching up to her. Ryder muttered to his queen Ubeluna, who responded. Indeed, Lord Ryder, and I am glad we get to spend time together. Ryder gave a nod as the other girls in his peerage looked at him with jealousy as he responded. Worry not, Ryder plans to love all of you. At least Ryder doesn't have to deal with Rias Gremory. Ryder muttered to his girls as they all smiled happily. Upon seeing this, Sikvera rolled her eyes and responded. Playboy. Sayerg responded with a normal smile. Cut him some slack, Sikvera. Sikvera shook her head and looked at the screen. Rias held her stomach in pain as Zenobia angrily exclaimed. What the hell, Issei? What was the reason to smack her like this? Asia retorted with anger as Issei spoke. She insulted my wife even when being warned twice. If you want to join her, I don't mind making an example out of all of you. They all got ready to fight as Issei looked at them and spoke. So be it. YASAKA shook her head and spoke. It's bully time, I guess. What do you mean by this? Serziches asked as YASAKA looked at her and spoke with a smile. Just watch. The audience were curious by what they are going to see. Azazel then spoke. Is that? Revan teleported to him and spoke. No spoilers. Azazel nodded. He knew what was going to happen to the girls, and he knew that the girls would be bawling their eyes after this. Well, let's start with the power prostitute of the room, Zenobia Quarta, who decided she wanted babies without actually thinking on how this would impact her life or her loved ones. Maybe if you actually had some brain cells, maybe you would get some studies and work before actually deciding to getting your cheeks clapped. Zenobia was stunned by this as she was about to retort and spoke. No, I don't want to hear some sex talk claiming. Issei, please, I need the seed of the Red Dragon Emperor to produce a child. Like seriously, get a proper life and then come for some cheeks clapping, but I am pretty sure nobody wants to deal with a runaway slut like you, who couldn't even stay loyal to one faction. Issei spoke in response, as Michael spoke. While looking at it that way, she is a power prostitute. I pity Griselda for having to deal with a ward like her. Michael spoke in response, as Zenobia started to fall down to her knees and start crying tears. She had lost the entire will to fight. Zenobia and her audience was pale upon hearing this, as she couldn't believe Issei would say that to her. She was looking down, her legs and hands were shaking as she spoke. I can't believe this. Griselda looked at her and rubbed her forehead with annoyance, speaking. I don't understand where I went wrong with her. She looked at the Seraph and spoke. On her behalf, I apologize for the trouble she has caused you with her rash decisions. You needn't blame yourself, Griselda. Let's hope she can learn her lesson after this. Gabriel responded with an assuring smile, hoping that time will heal the damage. Issei. That was mean, apologize to her, now. Irina exclaimed, to which Issei responded. Didn't I tell you to call me Hyoudou or Sekirute Dono? But I guess you didn't ask Big Brother God. You don't have the brain cells to understand that, don't you? Irina was silent upon this, as Issei soon continued. No offense, Lord Michael. None taken, but try not to bring father into this. Issei looked at Irina and spoke. No promises. Michael nodded as he decided to punish Irina after this. Issei then continued. Oh, and Irina, you are no better than Zenobia, deciding to get pregnant with my child because I am the Sekirute instead of being someone you loved. I thought God always forbid lust and greed, given they are part of the 7 deadly sins. Guess you threw his teachings down the drain yet again. Should have expected from an airhead like you, who fails money management. Miss, I bought a painting from a scammer. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as Auden exclaimed. Holy shit. Irina was also taken aback, looking away in shame for what she had done in the past. She remembered on how she was begging on the streets alongside Zenobia after this. Damn, that was some roast. Taji muttered as he looked at Irina, who was just stuck there gazing at the scene at what Issei said, as Mina soon responded with annoyance. That is what you are concerned about. Irina literally solicited Issei for sex, just cause of being the Red Dragon Emperor. Mina reminded him, as Taji gave a nod and spoke. Yeah, we should keep an eye on her. I can only hope Lord Michael punishes Irina after this. Michael looked at Taji and gave a nod. He had to make sure Irina is properly disciplined before she returns to Kuo. She has more hope than the rest of the Gremory girls that cheated on Issei with his brother, since she only wanted to have conversations with him, and it was Zenobia pushing her to do so. Issei, this is not you. Asia responded, as she continued. You would never speak to us like this. I told that I am not the same 17-year-old Issei. Guess we got member number 3 of the Airhead trio, Asia Argento. Asia was silent upon this, as he continued. You are so useless that not even the church desires you in any manner. Even Airhead 1, known as Zenobia, and Airhead 2, known as Irina, wanted you dead because of how useless you are. You don't even have the brain cell to actually get something to defend yourself. Even poor Issei has to burst his butt out to defend your sorry ass. Every fucking time, I mostly have to bust my ass out to save you, let it be from Rainer or Dildora Astomouth. Like seriously, find a cave and seal off the entrance, that way you will be safe from those that want your body, cause that is the only thing you are good for at this point, aside from your C-tier healing. Goddamn. Azazel shouted, hearing what Issei had to say, never hearing Issei say that to her, causing Asia to tear up and start to head out of the room crying. She exclaimed in tears. You are so mean, Issei. Issei didn't give 2 shits about her and left her be. I never thought Issei would actually say that to Asia of all people. Ajuka spoke to Serziches as he looked at Asia, who was weeping upon hearing this. Her peerage was calming her and consoling her upon hearing the brutal roast that Issei had thrown at her. Tell me about it, I am seriously starting to see a very different side to Issei. Serzicha spoke in response, as Serafil added. Yep, someone let Issei in the kitchen and he is cooking good. Keep the roasts coming, little brother. Mary exclaimed, cheering for her brother. Azazel then exclaimed in response. Seriously, who let bully Issei cook like this? Or even enter the kitchen? Azazel exclaimed, he was certainly enjoying Issei deal with them like this in such a manner. Even those that supported Issei were also enjoying the show. You know, I'd be mad about the jab directed at me. Rainer spoke, as she continued. But even I am starting to enjoy seeing Asia suffer even more. Seriously, I should have gone for Issei over you, at least I'd have a long-eyedness over your C-tier healing. Asia was weeping even more, as the girls that cared for her were glaring at Rainer, who didn't even give two shits about what had happened. Ingvild then spoke. Yeah, good luck, Rainer. If you'd rather have more brains than usually have, you would have made him yours than let others get to him. Now you are just a lonely sad existence with nothing left. Ingvild spoke, as Azazel responded with surprise. Goddamn. Rainer was silent and was glaring at Ingvild for saying this, but she turned away in anger, knowing Ingvild was right. She truly has nothing left and was all alone. Akeno was about to respond, as Issei spoke. Let's go to the next victim, Akeno Himejima. Akeno was pale by this, as she spoke, making a fake smile. Ara, what are you going to say to me? You can't roast me like this, you can't roast me at all. I got big breasts, something you have always loved. No thanks, I ain't into underage women, and I already have a wife who is 100 times better than your underage ass. Akeno was silent upon this, she wanted to respond, as Issei continued. Besides, your whole existence screams. The legend of Shuri Himejima and Miss Daddy issues. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as Akeno was starting to tear up. Azazel spoke in response. You know, I am glad Barakiel wasn't here for this. The poor guy wouldn't take it. Azazel spoke to Serzichas, who agreed in response. Issei then continued. And then your big breasts, the only thing your current look screams is complete prostitution, meaning that any man would love to claim your body before dipping to get some milk when he decides to dump his seed into your body, ruining it completely, cause pleasing a man is the only thing you can do, both literally and figuratively. Akeno fell to her knees and weeping with sadness as she spoke. How dare you? Issei rolled his eyes, they brought the bully out and now have to deal with him. Irina was just collateral and now only 2 more victims remain. Akeno was weeping upon hearing this, she was crying remembering her past trauma that she had to endure thanks to the Himejima clan. Barakiel and Suzaku felt pity remembering the incident. Barakiel then spoke. You know, I want to get angry, but I just can't. Seriously, I don't know why she betrayed the boy in this manner. Enemu kept his hand on his back and assured him that everything will be alright, maybe in the future, if she does learn her mistakes. She hoped that Akeno can change herself before it is too late. Barakiel wondered what would Shuri have done if she does find out on Akeno's actions. She would be ashamed of them both for causing their daughter to have become like this. The last 2 victims, Kaneko and Rias, were afraid of what is to come to them next. Now let's get to Kaneko Taoju, I will make this quick. They say those that hate perverted are the most perverted themselves. Maybe you are even more perverted than I am. Kaneko was silent as she responded. At least I don't peek on girls. Issei only shook his head and spoke. Nah, the only reason I peeked was because I had no girls, but you, I wouldn't even want to look at your flat-chested loli-type body. I don't want to go to jail thanks to pedophilia. Kaneko was silent as Issei continued. Who would even want you? You are basically a walking jailbit emotionless doll that screams to ruin your life if you would date her. And your backstory is even better, your emotionless nature because of what old sis going rogue due to getting drunk on power. Please, that's cap. Last I checked, Senjutsu does the opposite of making someone drunk on power. YASAKA calms me down with it most of the time when I get stressed. If anything, you are just a terrible sister to Kuroka who only wants to bring you back. It was Kaneko's turn to start weeping as Issei put the final nail in the coffin. At least stop eating too many sweets, they stunt your growth. Yes, even I make sure Kunu doesn't overeat. No wonder she is a loli for her age. YASAKA added as the others were looking with complete shock. They couldn't help but pity the girls for the brutal roasts that Issei put them through. Kaneko, like in the audience, was also devastated as Kuroka was angrily glaring at Issei's counterpart but also looked down in shame soon afterwards. Issei was right again and once again he made a brutal roast about how she is. For now, she can only console her sister, assuring her that there is still someone in her life. Issei soon turned to Rias and spoke. Now one left, Rias Gremory, since you called my wife a hussy, well you are a bigger one, since you literally sleep naked next to me on a daily basis, even my wife doesn't sleep like that. Rias was silent as he continued. Then we have the fact that you prance around, parading like you are some great person having the Red Dragon Emperor as your servant. For someone that didn't want to be seen as the heiress of Gremory, you are quite hypocritical, you know. Rias was starting to tear up and spoke with anger. Is that how you treat me? After I revived you from being killed and heal you up? You belong to us. Funny cause shards of light energy were still in my body, and that was how Rainer messed with me even in the afterlife. Yasa-chan removed them from my body using senjutsu, otherwise my mind would still be haunted by those light spears. Some healing you performed. Rias was quiet by this. Issei then continued. You are nothing compared to your brother, you are just a weak discount copy that nobody desires, unless you consider that body of yours, and like a Keno, your only good thing is that body of yours, that's it. Aside from that, you can barely fight your own battles and need me to handle most of your shit, you barely train much aside from drinking your tea, and all you do is expect your servants to do your dirty work. You are not even worthy of being my mate, let alone my master. Issei declared with anger, as tears started to fall from her eyes even more. Issei then continued. I know Yasa-chan for years, I love her more than anything else, but I had my life taken, and you again kicked me out. You didn't value me when you shamelessly kicked me out of my own home. I will never love you, no matter what, cause 1 you are literally a kid, and 2 you had the nerve to insult my family. I belong to Yasa-chan and not you. Issei declared, causing her to start running out of the room crying. She was devastated that the only man that had loved her hates her more than anything else. YASAKA gave a blushing smile upon hearing Issei's declaration. Serziches looked at his sister and spoke. I should probably go and calm her down, then we can continue with the meeting. Thank you for dropping your point across to them, they still thought they had a chance with you. Issei gave a nod and spoke. As for you 3, leave this room if you want to, provoke me, and I got roasts ready for all of you. Kiba, Gasper and Roswas nodded in response and gulped upon hearing this. Serziches also left the room to pacify his sister, hoping that she can at least learn from her mistakes and change herself before she does something truly irredeemable. Kiba, Gasper and Roswas sighed in relief knowing their counterparts wouldn't be brutally roasted like what happened to the rest of the peerage. They were wondering if they can even calm their king down. She was weeping endlessly and was devastated. Serziches and his family looked at Rias as they spoke amongst themselves. You know, maybe this is the first timeline that will teach Rias a lesson. Serziches spoke, as Grafia added. You are right on that one, Serziches-sama, she has lost Issei, and she needs to know he is never going to be hers. In the concept universe, he did state that he hates his Rias as well, so this may be another wake-up call for her, to change her ways or she is done for. Then Alana spoke with slight fear, as the Asada soon responded. Yes, I hope she can see her mistakes, if she changes for the better, else. I know Zio, I will handle her, and see to it that Issei doesn't harm her because of her annoying or provoking him. The other family members nod in agreement to this, they knew that things for Rias will get really bad if they don't change her ways and if she doesn't learn her lesson. Now everyone, the final scene will be the fight scene against those of the Yaokai supremacist group. They decided to attack the residence the couple is living in. The audience were surprised and worried as YASAKA held Kunu instinctively. She remembered on how Kaio won't hesitate to even use his daughter as a hostage if he needed to get what he wants. She was afraid of losing the only relative she had, and she was not going to lose her too. Kunu also held her hand in understanding, she could sense her mother's fear, as Nararian and Magari were livid by this, as they wanted to make him suffer. Revan looked at this and spoke. Let this be a lesson to all those that want to deal with him. It will show Issei dealing with him once and for all. Everyone gave a nod and took notes on dealing with him, even Hades did so knowing he would attack his realm as well. Well, Hades is strong enough, he doesn't want to lose any of his Grim Reapers in the fight for no reason, thanks to a megalomaniac who only wants power. The scene shifts to Issei heading to the base. Issei took it upon himself to handle Kaio once and for all. He made a big mistake of attacking his wife and daughter and using them as hostages. He was going to make him regret ever being born. He had slaughtered any Yaokai that stood in his way unwilling to surrender, while those were detained and taken for questioning. Kaio, just wait and watch. I am coming for you. Issei soon dashed forward and encountered a purple-haired woman. Issei had a scowl seeing her here. She was a purple-haired woman with black eyes. The Yaokai scowled on seeing her again, never thought they would see her once again. She had gone into hiding like Kaio, and her appearing again brought back bad memories. Of course, I never thought I'd see this one here again. Nararian spoke with disappointment, as he remembered her to be a Joragumo that actively consumed humans to retain her youth. Magari then spoke. I agree, she then chose Kaio since their goals align a lot. Magari spoke with anger knowing how many Nekamadas were slain by her for not abiding to her goals. Valerie then asked. Who is she? She is Kyoto, Kaio's top dogs and a Joragumo. YASAKA explained as she continued. While she may seem beautiful on the surface, she is as bad as Kaio. she is known to still keep up with old Joragumo traditions and often relishes deceiving and slaughtering humans for her own amusement. Joragumos have given up killing humans and prefer to live in solitude. Some even have human partners, but she doesn't like that. Kyoto despises what her species have become, deeming them as complete disgraces, and hates them. She even consumes humans in front of them just to make them see their mistakes, but this only got her banished from her own home by her kind. Eventually she joined Kaio and decided to become a threat to all yokai present. The audience took note of this, as Nararian then spoke in response. And if you are wondering what abilities they have spider-like limbs, appendages and abilities. They also have the ability to spit out web from their body, which can be as strong as tensile strengths. They are 6 times more stronger and faster than humans, similar to most spiders, and yes, they also have a giant arachnid-like form. I believe this viewing will show it to you. The audience took note of this, minus the yokai who were aware of who she is and what she is like. So Kaio sends his spider to do his bidding. What gonna web me up like Peter Parker? Issei asks mockingly as Kyoto responds arrogantly. Nah, that human doesn't stand a chance against me, he will get destroyed by my hands. Keep telling yourself that, bitch. Kyoto got angry by this, as she decided to scowl arrogantly and respond. It matters not, you got luck last time. This time, I will kill you and make Kaio-sama proud. Kyoto decided to leap in the air, and her clothes reveal 6 spider-like legs from her body. She soon developed webbing around the location and create a spiderweb as she started to move on them with her hands and spider legs on her spiderweb that had basically spanned the whole corridor she was in. Take note everyone, Joragumos can behave like both humans and spiders, their bodies have been adapted to be capable of moving across the web without any problem. Despite this, a web made from the webbing of a Joragumo can easily hold even a human body with ease, that is how strong they can get. Nararian explained to the rest of the audience, who all understood this, and several took notes of this. Milikas then asked. Nararian-sama, how many people or men can a webbing hold? Nararian responded to his question. That depends on how strong the web fluid is, young one. The highest record known is 50 people on a single web. This was done by a powerful Joragumo who defended and protected a human village when a flood had arrived. The webbing was strong enough to hold the people till the flood subsided. It could be even more if needed. Gregori explained, making many surprised by the power of web fluid. The fact that web fluid could be as strong as steel if needed. It is surprising, isn't it? It's good that most yokai either keep to themselves or desire peace with other species, right? The audience gave a nod to Yasaka's words, the yokai remembering on how far they have come in nature. Revan stifled a laugh, remembering a reality where the yokai are just as bad as the yokai supremacists. Wait till you see your Mercer counterparts. Revan thought with amusement, he can't wait to see their reactions of what is going to happen then. Keiko was ready to strike him as she fired her webs. But Issei was not having any of it. He leaped in the air to dodge the attacks. He soon brought out Ascalon and sliced some of the webbings with ease. Due to the holy element of the blade, it sliced through the webs like butter. Kyoto was getting frustrated upon this as she kept firing her webs to defeat Issei, but Issei was quicker, gracefully slicing them apart with ease. He soon knew how he can end the battle. Kyoto had enough and shouted, "Take this." Kyoto started to charge for a few moments and unleash a powerful web that started to bind him. Issei was webbed up in minutes, with Kyoto following it up with another spider web and lit up like a decoration on the second spider web. Issei struggled to get up from the web. Kyoto leaped from her web to the bee Issei was lit upon as she licked her lips. She was definitely going to devour a dragon. She then spoke. "My prey." Once Kyoto was close, Issei then spoke. "Oh, I don't think so." Issei's body started to heat up extremely hot as it started to melt the webs. Kyoto looked in horror as the webbings that were binding Issei were also loosening up, allowing him to move freely. He then spoke with a dark smirk. "Now let's dance, spider bitch." YASAKA and Grafia once again covered their children's ears and were slightly annoyed by the language used. However, knowing the situation, they didn't mind. They were happy and relieved that Issei was able to escape with ease. Everyone, despite how strong webbings are, they are vulnerable to heat or heating up. Too much heat can easily dissolve the web fluid and destroy the webbing's strength to the point of it being nothing but a mere liquid. The elastic, strong web just dissolved into thin liquid in just mere moments, gooey liquid if you may. Nararian spoke in response, making them understand the situation. YASAKA then spoke in response. There is a reason why Joragumos often used to lure out unsuspecting human travelers or samurais in the past in order to kill and consume them alive. Because in their human form, they are frail, but in their spider form, they are much stronger. They can be easily killed in their human form, but it is the opposite in their spider form, due to the reasons Nararian-sama mentioned. The audience again took note, aware of what they are capable of and their weaknesses. Kyoto tried to get some distance, but Issei was not having it. He soon grabbed her by the neck, making her struggle. She used her webbings, but Issei only decided to exclaim mockingly. "Flame on." Issei's body again heated up, dissolving the web fluid into a pile of white goo. She was unable to keep up with Issei with his strength. Nice reference to an okay movie. Azazel muttered to himself as he chuckled, seeing him lay the beatdown on the arrogant Yorgumo. The others that were aware of pop culture references were also giving a small smile. He looked at Kyoto, was struggling to do anything to Issei. She was being heated up and burned. Her spider strength and agility doing nothing to him. Issei then spoke mockingly. Guess Pokemon was right in this case, Bug is weaker to fire typing. Kyoto felt fear as Issei looked at her apathetically and spoke. Just like RageRevan, the man felt true fear when I kicked his ass and drove him straight out of this world. All arrogant beings have one thing in common, they show off and look down on the weak, but when someone stronger comes along and shows up, all they have is a look of fear. Kyoto kept on struggling as she became even more desperate. She even used her spider legs to attack Issei, but Issei only spoke with a cold tone. "This one is for using my daughter as a hostage and trapping her in a web to weaken me, goodbye." Kyoto soon started to combust in flames as Issei dropped her. She screamed in pain and agony, wanting to beg for mercy, but couldn't due to the immense pain. Issei looked at her without any emotion and saw her regress to a Joro spider, the same being she once was before she was born. "Huh, guess you became the very thing you once started as, Keiko, a pathetic lowly spider." Issei walked further inside. He decided to end the Yokai supremacy faction once and for all. There was nothing but silence as many saw on how Issei didn't show any mercy to Keiko, who had harmed his family. Those of the cheaters were starting to get afraid of Issei, while the others like Hades and Nyx were getting nervous. Nararian then spoke up, breaking the silence. "As you can see, some Yokai revert to their original forms once they end up dying. Jorogumos are one of them. Just a small Joro spider which they were at their beginning of their lives, even some kitsunes can be categorized as such." "Indeed." YASAKA spoke up as she continued. "Joro spiders that have lived above 400 years can transform into Jorogumos, and same for foxes that have lived at least 100 years can become kitsunes. However, those kitsunes that are born from two kitsunes reunion already can become a kitsune and don't have to live like foxes for 100 years. The audience took note of this as they continued to watch this. YASAKA was happy that Issei would do anything to defend her. She held her chest with happiness. She was grateful for finding Issei over the former lover she had in this universe. He soon reached the place where Kaio was standing. He was a tall and muscular man with long blonde hair, golden eyes, and wearing the uniform which comprises of a black inner coat with white linings. The black long coat with white on the inside and a chain connecting the core instead of buttons. He was desperately trying to escape from what had happened. All the Yokai that were under him were either killed or arrested by them. YASAKA and the other Yokai were angrily glaring at him. There was hatred in their eyes for this kitsune that took so many lives. Auden then asked. "YASAKA don't know, is that him?" "Indeed, as the screening states, this is Kaio alright. He is someone that has killed many innocent Yokai and humans alike for not listening to his ideals or following them. He has killed so many people for his own ideals. Right now, he is in hiding and we don't know where he is. But once we find him, we will see to it that he pays for what he has done." YASAKA spoke with anger in her tone as Megari added. "Both Yokai factions have marked him an S-rank criminal due to his actions and are hunting him down for a very long time. He has been living in multiple places, making it really hard to track. All of us want him to be punished for his actions and what he has done." Megari added with anger in her tone as Mary asked. "Megari-san, what would you do once you capture him?" Mary asked, to which she continued. "Are you going to arrest or seal him away?" "Depends on her crimes, Lady Mary, but most likely he is going to be executed for his crimes. We will make sure of it." YASAKA gave a nod and spoke. "Indeed, he is going to pay for what he did to so many people." RageRevan looked at them and shook his head. He was wondering on how they would react to their Mercer counterparts that actually see Kaio as an important figure for their faction. They would probably completely want to kill their counterparts for associating with that person. And before we continue, let's say this part is going to get dark. Since Issei will show what happens when you mess with those that he sees as a family. RageRevan decided to speak up, causing the audience to nod in understanding. Rainer was fearful, reminded on how Issei, back when he was just a lowly devil, made an example out of her. "Hello Kaio, I believe we have some unfinished business we need to complete." Issei spoke while controlling his temper as Kaio tried to escape from Issei. He threw foxfire as Issei only took the heat without hesitation. He soon walked towards him and Kaio demanded. "You have some nerve of showing up here, you damned lowly dragon. I will make sure you pay for harming my Yokai." Kaio kept throwing flames and unleashed claws on Issei, who only spoke. "Balance break," Issei exclaimed as Kaio fell back due to this. His expression having a look of fear in his eyes. Domination Dragon Balance Breaker. His armor was a mixture of a dragon and yokai elements, having a combination of black and red armor. It features a dark, metallic base with sharp jagged edges and glowing red accents that suggest a fiery or infernal origin. The chest plate and limb coverings are heavily reinforced with angular, blade-like protrusions, giving the appearance of both protection and weaponization. The helmet is crowned with twisted horns, amplifying its intimidating presence, while large bat-like wings extend from the back, further emphasizing a sinister and otherworldly aura. The audience marveled at the armor they were witnessing, especially the intelligent ones like Ajuka and Azazel. They were excited by Issei's armor. YASAKA and Kunu were happy, with the former's heart fluttering even more upon seeing on how protective Issei can get. Kunu was cheering at her father's armor, or in her case father figure's power. She was looking even more excited for this. She was looking forward for Issei kicking Kaio's ass. Kick Kaio's butt. Kunu exclaimed cheerfully, as YASAKA spoke with slight annoyance. Kunu. What, don't tell me that you don't want to see his butt get kicked? YASAKA looked at her for a moment and sighed. She was right. She was a bit against the vulgarity of the words, but she agreed to it. Even the others were looking forward to what the armor is capable of. Oh, I am not done yet, Kaio. Issei soon brought out a familiar-looking spear in his hands. It was none other than the true Longinus. How did you get the true Longinus? Kaio exclaimed with fear and disbelief, as Issei responded. Well, I borrowed it from the man that was responsible for capturing and enslaving my wife. I make sure that those that harm my family regret ever doing so. Kaio felt even more fear upon hearing this, as he wanted to run and escape as far as he could, but felt like there was no escape. The audience had nothing to say to this, as Azazel spoke. If Kaio wasn't screwed before, he is certainly screwed now. Indeed, yokai are also weaker to holy light magic and weapons made from holy magic. Issei really wants him to suffer, can't blame him due to what he did to my counterpart and Kunu's counterpart. YASAKA spoke apathetically, she had no pity for the man that had harmed Kunu and destroyed her counterpart's family and happiness. She was looking forward to his defeat and demise. Though, I pity Cao for actually ending up biting the dust. He was good company. Hades spoke with a normal tone. Zeus then spoke mocking him. Good company, or great company, brother. Some of the adults understood the joke and glared at the Thunder God for saying that, as Hades responded, and people wonder why many prefer me over the Thunder God. Hades spoke mockingly, to which Zeus, as they all were trying their best to stifle their laughs, however some managed to laugh outright, which made the Thunder God beat red in response. Hera and the rest of the Greek gods excluding Hades, Persephone and Nyx, turned their gazes away in embarrassment. Especially his daughters Athena and Artemis. Issei grabbed him by the coat and sent him flying to the ground. Issei soon walked towards him, however he was stopped by a barrier that prevented him from reaching him. Kaio then laughed and declared madly. You can't get to me now. This is my ability, Sunshower Barrier. An ability that sends me to a different dimension. I am fucking invincible. Kaio declared with happiness, knowing Issei can't get to him. He will find another way to defeat him. He remembered creating a Sunshower prior. The parents once again covered their children's ears annoyed by the blatant cursing. RageRevan spoke in response. Want me to put a special voice filter for these two? Both Grafia and YASAKA nodded without hesitation, as RageRevan snapped his fingers and a glow surrounded the two children, who looked around them feeling nothing has changed. The duo thanked him for putting the barrier. YASAKA then looked at the others and spoke. If you are wondering what Sunshower Barrier is, for those that have no clue about it, this is the ability kitsunes can use once they gain at least 4 tails. However, they don't gain access to it unless they are properly trained in their ability. Hence why Kunu doesn't have it yet. I will train her in the future though. YASAKA spoke with a smile, as Kunu gives a nod. Kiam then asks. What does it do? YASAKA looked at her and spoke. It takes the people to a different dimension, completely protecting and defending them. It can also take the user to another dimension as well, protecting them from any attack. This can be caused only after triggering a Sunshower, and the best barrier is the one that is pre-made from a very long time, since a non-pre-made or rushed one won't last for long. YASAKA explained as the audience nodded to this. She was curious on how Issei would deal with Kaio at this point. Issei only took a deep breath and placed the spear, breaking the barrier without any effort, much to Kaio's terror. He then spoke with anger. No. Impossible. Buddy, true Longinus, the strongest Longinus. Plus your barrier was rushed. Doesn't Sunshower Barrier not work as well when it is rushed? Kaio felt even more fear as he entered into his 5-tails fox form and started to run away, while throwing fox flames to keep Issei away. Only for him to leap forward and thrust the spear aimed straight at his lower spine, preventing him from escaping. Kaio screamed in pain as he was unable to move. Issei then continued. That's not all, even if I were not present. You can never beat YASAKA, she would easily crush you, since she is far more stronger and capable than you, Kaio. Her sunshower barrier being a prime example of it, you will never reach her level. My wife will easily destroy your pathetic existence a long time back if she wanted to. That is why she deserves to be the queen of the Yokai and their leader, not someone like you. Issei soon stomps him in the head as he crushes his head. Kaio angrily glares at Issei, but was unable to do anything. YASAKA was smiling happily upon seeing Issei defend her. She was lucky that this universe found someone like Issei in her life. She was trying her best to not lose it in front of everyone. The other girls that loved Issei were jealous seeing how Issei was defending her, they wished to be that girl that would be defended by Issei. They wanted to be in YASAKA's place so that they can also enjoy this. The others were happy seeing Kaio being shown his place. He was going to meet the same fate as his counterpart if he tries to attack their territory. The Yokai were ecstatic seeing the situation of someone that had tormented them for so long. The only way you can win is by using the weaker ones as hostages. That is why you are such a threat, but now, you are merely an inconvenience. Kaio was glaring even more, as Issei fired a light beam that started to incinerate him. The light beam was a holy light beam from the true longinus that made him scream in pain. That is why you used my daughter as a hostage. Because of you, I lost my humanity and was forced to become a dragon. I had to live a life of a lie because of you. Kaio fell to the ground, as Issei followed it up by slicing off one of his tail, making him scream in pain. I wouldn't go this far, but you used my daughter as a hostage twice. You let my wife get raped, and you ruined our happiness. I will make sure you regret ever being born. Issei soon stabbed him in the stomach, making him scream in pain even more. The audience were looking a bit concerned, primarily those that were weary or afraid of Issei. Some were afraid of experiencing Issei's wrath, knowing not many survived this. Mary nodded in understanding, being aware of what happened in the situation. She was aware that Issei was less prone to anger, but when he does, it's best to avoid him. YASAKA and the other Yokai had a look of approval, knowing that Kaio had got what was coming to him. They all knew that they had to act in dealing with them once and for all. Since they will continue to keep causing problems. Time to end this. Issei soon decided to use the curse that YASAKA granted to him. This curse was a special curse that can only be used once. It was something they had developed due to research for the past 10 years after Issei had gone. This curse was special, since once it is injected into the body of a Yokai, they not only lose their powers and turn back into human, but they would also age like one. This includes they will even age rapidly, eventually becoming old and withering in just a matter of seconds. Issei had a small frown. YASAKA developed this curse for vengeance against Kaio, for not only raping her and threatening her daughter, but also for causing Issei to not even remember his own life. Destroying her happiness as well. This was something that YASAKA wouldn't have done if he was around. YASAKA was pale and horrified, she had never thought her counterpart would go this far. Even the others were stunned by what YASAKA's counterpart had done. They understood her reasons, but she felt like she had crossed a line. Did my counterpart really do this? YASAKA asked with sadness, as RageRevan responded sadly while pausing the viewing. When the incident happened, not only did your daughter's counterpart be used as a hostage, and you lost that alternate version of Issei that very day, but your counterpart were also almost raped. That can really mess someone's mind, and she barely had anyone to comfort her or be there for her, and naturally Kaio's actions also developed a deep fury and hatred against him. That is why you developed the curse. YASAKA gave a nod upon hearing this, as the others felt pity on her. YASAKA believed her counterpart's actions while not morally good but were understandable. Kaio had every reason to suffer for being the architect of this very suffering, and she vowed to never let him get away ever again. However, when she realized what she had done, she actually regretted this decision and tried to stop or slow down the research, but it was too late, the project had started, and anything done could potentially jeopardize the ley lines, harming everyone, hence she continued with it. In the end, she only developed one of such a curse and refused to make another one. Even the others agreed to it. It was sealed in a high secure vault, and its existence was only kept between the researchers that worked on this, your counterpart, Gregori and Nararian, and later Issei knew of this, when you had to confess later on. YASAKA grew worried, she was afraid that their relationship would be strained due to what she has done. She didn't want to lose her second chance at true love in the form of Issei. Kunu then asked. Did Issei hate mother after this? Kunu asked with sadness, as YASAKA held her from daughter to calm her down, as RageRevan spoke. Let the viewing show you. RageRevan played the viewing as the mother-daughter duo saw what was next. Even the others wanted to know how this variant of Issei would behave. However, he was not angry at her, he was angry at himself for not being there for his wife when she was at her lowest and at her most vulnerable. Kaio be damned, Issei begged for forgiveness from his wife, shocking her. She did forgive him, and it did turn into an awkward moment, but she did know why Issei wanted forgiveness. He blamed himself for not being there for her, especially when she was alone for so long. He did cherish being alongside her, believing it was the best thing to happen to her. He glared at Kaio, deciding to end this so that he no longer hurts her or his daughter ever again. He started to curse. YASAKA was beaming upon hearing this. She was glad that Issei didn't hate her counterpart for what she had done in her blind anger. She was happy that Issei loved her unconditionally regardless of her accidents and mistakes. Hyoudou was also equally happy seeing that this variant of her father didn't hate her mother's counterpart. She was happy that Issei cared for her mother and her counterpart a lot. The girls that loved Issei and others that really cared for him were also happy knowing that was what Issei was truly like. Mary was the happiest knowing that Issei really cherished those and had a habit of constantly apologizing when he does something wrong, something she had heard from with her conversations with Ingvild and the others that had talked about her brother. She was glad her brother didn't turn out like Rai or Ika. RageRevan paused the viewing and addressed to the group. Now you see, girls. This is the man you threw away. Hope you are proud of what you idiots have done, cause you will never have him in your life, the one that may have a very sliver of a chance, and that is at best theoretical is Ravel and Irina, since they only talked to Ryu and didn't flirt with him like the others. But even I think that none of you all deserve Issei, cause I see no value of care for him if you throw him away and date his brother behind his back. The girls that were motioned to were crying upon this, as they had completely now lost Issei and couldn't get them back. RageRevan soon looked at Ryu and spoke. And Ryu, be ashamed of yourself. The fact that you agreed to date them behind your brother's back and agreeing because of his perversion is something really messed up. Hope you are proud to be a second-hand used car, cause that is what the girls see you as before maybe returning to Issei. I mean, you have noticed it, haven't you? Ryu didn't say anything and only looked down in shame for what he had done. He knew the girls still had feelings for Issei, some like Rias even hugging him completely to herself. Even the Hyoudou family minus Mary and Ryu were ashamed of themselves. They remembered on what kind of a person Issei was and they regretted ignoring his plight. Some parents they are. For the Hyoudou couple, some of your counterparts would be disgusted at the two of you. You aren't the worst amongst your counterparts, but you certainly aren't the best cause I have seen better variants of you too. Some really amazing variants. RageRevan spoke remembering the Hyoudou couple from universes like Gamer, Fate and Emperor that really cared for their son and cherished him a lot. The words of the Watcher didn't make things better as they looked down in shame. Mickey was even tearing up from hearing this. You know, be grateful Issei doesn't hate you, yet. But if you continue this, you would lose him forever, and trust me you don't want to deal with an Issei that hates you. RageRevan spoke with his words causing fear in the Hyoudou family, afraid of what these Isseis are, as he unpaused the viewing. The curse soon activated as Kaio lose his human form, he then asked with fear. What did you do to me? Issei then spoke with a smile. You despise humanity, right? I do, they are the lowest of the lowest in the food chains, they should be enslaved by us. Many were angry by what Kaio said to them, as Nararian spoke. I told you, he sees humanity as lower life species. I hope Issei puts him in his place. Mary spoke angrily, as the others agreed to this. They all wanted to see Kaio suffer for what he had done to Issei. I see, well newsflash, your punishment is to become the very thing you swore to hate. Kaio widened his eyes, as he soon saw his tails fall one by one. He started to grab them while desperately exclaiming. No. This can't be happening to me. You can't do this to me. Issei spoke with an even sinister smile and responded. I just did. Kaio returned to his human form as he tried to shift but couldn't. He was starting to become truly human as he kept screaming the word no. Over and over again in desperation as he exclaimed for forgiveness. Please forgive me. I won't harm your family ever again. Issei only scoffed and responded. You got what was long overdue, now die like a human, the very same thing you despise. Kuo widened his eyes, he was starting to age rapidly, his 600 years catching up to him very quickly. He soon became an old man, unable to even speak anything. He then tried to speak, but only sound came from his mouth. Ooh. Kaio soon fell to the ground dead. Issei soon walked to him and spoke. As you finally are gone, say hi to Izanami for me in the afterlife, cause she would enjoy seeing you suffer in the afterlife. Issei walked away and decided to head back home, knowing Kaio is gone for good. He can return back to his home, where YASAKA and Kunu are waiting for them. The Yaokai were cheering for his death, as YASAKA exclaimed with happiness. That bastard is gone for good. Indeed, I couldn't agree anymore, Yasaka-sama, our people won't be haunted by that bastard in that universe. His death is probably going to be the best thing to happen in that world. No one will be hurt by his madness. Mugari spoke with happiness too. And their faction is gone for good as well. They won't cause a problem to them at all. Nararian spoke with a smile, as the others were happy that their biggest threat was gone for good. They all relished seeing him gone in that universe. Now the final scene shows the aftermath of everything, and then we will be taking a break for this. Revan spoke as they all nodded and saw the scene. The scene changes to nighttime as Issei was watching the scenery outside. YASAKA soon came inside wearing a nightgown and her hair was in the open as she wrapped her arms around her husband and asked, "What's on your mind, Ice?" "I was wondering, what now?" "I mean, we already have dealt with Kaio and the Yokai supremacists, then we have what remains of the Chaos Brigade." Issei spoke turning around bringing him in her arms as she spoke. "But we will find a way. At least we are together. Yep, I even gave the pieces to Rias and told her to leave while she still can. Good thing is she understood, else things would have gotten nasty." YASAKA nodded, she didn't blame her husband for getting angry at Rias, given that she is still pinning for him. She was glad that it didn't become violent. "Anyways, let's not think about period hair. What I wanted to say is that I wanted to give something to you." YASAKA looked at her and spoke. "What?" Issei gave a smile as he and YASAKA split up and walked towards their cupboard and took out a small heart locket that had a small pattern on it. He then spoke. "So Yasa-chan, what do you think of this?" YASAKA looked at the heart locket with a blush on her face and spoke. "It looks amazing. I am glad you liked it." Issei responded with a gentle smile as he continued. "Want me to make you wear it?" "I'd love that." Issei gave a nod as she turned around. Issei then opened the heart locket and soon wrapped it around her neck and asked, "Comfortable?" "Yes. I am." Issei soon started to tie it around her neck and soon nibbled behind her neck, causing YASAKA to feel a shiver and feel a blush on her face as she responded. Ice. "Oh sorry, was just fastening it, it's done." YASAKA gave a nod and had a blush on her face. She then spoke. How do I look?" "You look like the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Even after all these years, you haven't changed all that much." YASAKA's blush deepened even she heard of all that. She soon came close to Issei and hugged him as Issei held her tightly and in a protective manner. YASAKA was a blushing mess seeing her counterpart act like this. She tried her best to retain her composure, seeing her counterpart act like this. Azazel looked at this and had a cheeky grin, with him deciding to tease her. "Guess the kitsune is pinning for her mate, huh?" YASAKA covered her expression completely with her hands, with her redness being shown where her hands were not being covered. She was completely a mess due to what she was witnessing. Herself act like this when Issei nibbled her neck. However, she had a smile on her face. She was happy that Issei loved her a lot and cared for her a lot. Way better than her former mate who had abandoned her when she was pregnant. Issei was forced to leave her due to him not remembering what had happened after what the Chaos Brigade did. "Shall we sit on the bed?" Issei asked. YASAKA gave a nod and the couple headed to the bed and she spoke. "Ice, can I ask you something?" "Sure." YASAKA gave a smile to him and asked. "Ever since you have returned, Kunu has been asking for a sibling, just like between you and Mary, she wants a little sibling of her own as well. So what do you think?" Issei thought for a moment and spoke. "Not yet, but one day I promise. I need to deal with Euclid before that, the new leader of Klipeth of the Chaos Brigade. Then, we can live in peace." Issei spoke with a smile as YASAKA spoke in response. "Oh thank you Issei. I do want a little boy who I will spoil, just like you do to Kunu." Issei chuckled in response and speaks. "I guess that is true. She turned out quite fine, I am pretty sure our future child will be just fine." "That is true. We won't give up, no matter what, that is something I learned from you." YASAKA rested her head on Issei as he gave a nod and spoke. "Yep, we will. Now, let's go to sleep, okay?" YASAKA gave a cheerful smile and responded. "Yes." The couple soon headed to bed as they slept. They took one last look at each other as they slept with each other cuddling as they held onto each other. Sleep soon took over as they both fell off to sleep in each other's arms. And the viewing ends as the audience felt a variety of emotions seeing this. Grafia felt sad seeing this as she remembered her brother was still a terrorist. Serziches held her hand, assuring that everything will be alright. YASAKA had a genuine smile seeing this. She was happy that this variant of her was able to find happiness and a true love. She was wondering if she would see this world again. Kunu was also very happy seeing a version of Issei that is actually her birth father. The mother-daughter pair hope that they can see this timeline again. The other girls that loved her had a crush on Issei, were jealous of seeing him with YASAKA, especially Ingvild who was the most jealous. They wanted a special viewing of them being with Issei and wondered if there is such a viewing. The ones that cheated on Issei were devastated on seeing how Issei was like. The roasts were just adding salt to the wounds, making things worse for everyone involved. They had completely lost Issei and they were in complete depression for what had happened. They just didn't want to accept that they had lost him completely. Others were more relaxed seeing such a good viewing. Even the ones like Hades and Nyx were relaxed. Despite them not being fans of Issei, they still enjoyed what they were seeing. Nyx did remember of her concept counterpart having feelings for him. She shook her head at the thoughts like this. She knew Issei wouldn't love her after what she had tried to do with Ingvild. The Hyoudou family were silent, contemplating on what they have lost. They had to think on something to bring Issei back before he tries to hunt them down. Soon RageRevan snaps his fingers and 4 people gain something. These were Nerarian, Megari and YASAKA, all of whom were surprised as he spoke. Check your inventories, I gave you something. The trio did so, as RageRevan explained. These are the plans Issei had used to take down the Yokai Supremacy group, use it well to do so. It has everything, locations, plans for their future attack everything, so plan accordingly. Use it well, you Nerarian, Megari and YASAKA. Nerarian, Megari and YASAKA gave a nod, as continued. As for you YASAKA, you have been given an album. All of the events and actions that your counterpart and that Issei's counterpart had enjoyed, trips everything in the form of images, you have them with you. YASAKA beamed at this, as she was excited to look at the album when she is alone. The others felt jealous of this, as RageRevan continued. You too as well Kunu, you have them as well. Kunu gave a nod, as he then turned to YASAKA and spoke. If you reach the end, there is something special for you, alright. YASAKA gave a nod excited to see what is granted to her. The jealousy of the other girls increased even more, which made some of the people back away nervously. RageRevan then spoke. And the heart locket your counterpart received. YASAKA gave a nod and decided to look into it at a later time, as RageRevan spoke finally. All of you can take a break. I will prepare the next viewing. They all nodded and left the theater, leaving RageRevan to clean up what remains excluding someone. He then sat down tired and soon someone came into the place. So RageRevan, what now? RageRevan turned around and saw Issei, Concept, standing across, to which Issei, Hunter, spoke. So Concept, finally done training the new kid? Yep, I am, gamers handling him. Issei, Concept, spoke remembering the Sentai warrior handling him, as he continued. What are you doing here Hunter? Thought you wanted to live your life peacefully in your universe. Well RageRevan called me on special request, these guys viewed mine before yours, Concept. Issei, Concept, was surprised by what Issei, Hunter, had said, as he looked to RageRevan for answers who responded. If you are wondering why. Their viewing got corrupted, that is why yours had to be delayed, and even a one-shot was done. Fret not, it is going to continue. Alright if you say so, when am I going to make my debut? Issei, Concept, asked with slight excitement, as RageRevan spoke. Oh that would be soon Concept, when shit gets really bad, that is when you show up. It will knock the socks out of the ones present. Issei, Concept, gave a nod as he and Issei, Hunter, soon left the room. Leaving RageRevan alone to work on the viewing. The audience had been eating their food and were completed by it, some were discussing prior events that had taken place. RageRevan was watching over them like a hawk was watching over its prey. I wonder what discussions are there anything else interesting going on? RageRevan looked into his watch and spoke. Well it's about time. RageRevan headed inside to bring in one specific guest. He knew that this was going to make things interesting, especially for the Fallen Angel faction. The discussions were going on smoothly, with one of them being Hades and Nyx. So Hades, what now? Hades looked at Nyx who had asked. She was well aware of the viewings of certain parts, and one particular which was Supernatural Bounty Hunter. That viewing showed that Issei was powerful even without his sacred gear. Well. Hades turned a glance towards Persephone, who was silently eating her food away from everyone at an isolated table. She didn't want to speak with anyone and was minding her business. We need to change some aspects of our plan. I am not even sure that killing all Longinus members is an option at this point. Hades looked at her with a solemn look as she continued. So do anomalies like those bats like Surziches and Ajuka. But didn't you sought them to be eliminated due to their powers? Nyx asked with skepticism, the primordial entity refusing to believe that Hades was changing his thoughts about eliminating them and being the sole savior of this world. Hades looked at her and shook her head and spoke. We need to make an exception to this, Nyx. Nyx widened her eyes as she spoke. Don't tell me you plan on. Yes, bringing Issei Hyoudou to this fold is key if our plan needs to succeed. Nyx was dumbfounded at this, she swallowed a lump of bile for a moment. From the viewings it showed that Issei clearly showed that he is not to be messed around when it comes to those that threaten and attempted to kill his family. The viewing from Yokai King was a prime example of that. I am not sure, this may be a terrible idea. Nyx spoke her words with complete skepticism. Hades shook his head and spoke. Not yet, that boy, he is no longer a devil, meaning he is no longer part of the factions. And that is not all, some even want to kill him out of fear of position, example being my brother. Hades motioned to Zeus, who was eating his food angrily. He was furious at how the viewings had shown Issei's actions in both Securute, Book of Conceptual Records and DxD. Supernatural Bounty Hunter, where his actions with John ended up killing his daughter. Well, he didn't necessarily look down on humanity due to his known actions of infidelity against Hera. The viewings did start developing a fear against Issei Hyoudou. And given him not trusting them made the Thunder God even more afraid. But even then, I doubt he would work with us. Nyx responded to Hades' words, trying to convince him to not go with the plan, as Hades shook his head and spoke. Doesn't mean that he won't work with us, Nyx. Think about it, Nyx, if the factions start crossing certain lines, including going after his loved ones. There is no telling what he would do. He may even work with us, given that we can assure him his safety of his loved ones. Would he choose to work with us? Hades responded with a small grin, as Nyx could see the possibility of him working with them. She turned to Hades with a confused look and spoke. I guess you are right. See, even you are believing it. Now all we need to do is find ways of bringing him to our side and convince others like Tartarus and Erebus on his capable skills. Hades added, to which Nyx nodded. She was still unsure about her working with Issei, let alone falling for him due to what she did to Ingvald. The others were conversing on different viewings and on what next are they going to watch. Well, some were planning on how they are going to plan next with the situation at hand. In the meantime, RageRevan was walking towards the bar where he saw a man sitting next to him. He then asked, "So RageRevan, is it time for me to shine?" RageRevan turned to see a dark brown-haired man with silver eyes and a muscular figure. He had worn a brown shirt with leather straps on it, along with fingerless gloves on his hands. He was seen wearing jeans and having a glass of whiskey. Indeed, Sentinel. It is time for you to shine. You have met Issei, haven't you? Sentinel chuckled in response, as he spoke with a smirk. Of course, I did meet him. That boy has shown quite the progress. In just more than a year's time, he has shown me remarkable progress in advancing his sacred gear. Despite it being natural means, he has power that can contend against the gods. That is something I cannot ignore. Long-Ine slaying gods, just like Old Man God intended to do so. It's a shame that Azazel is missing out on this due to his innate nature for pacifism. Sentinel spoke while shaking his head. He can fulfill his goal of creating the ultimate Long-Iness and its wielder and is considering working alongside Issei's team. RageRevan then spoke with a serious tone. I hope you aren't. Sentinel shakes his head and speaks. Not at all, RageRevan, destroying the world goes against my goals. I may consider joining the boys' team. What is it called? Apocalypse team? RageRevan narrowed his gaze and sighed. He then spoke. Very well, you can join the theater if you want to. To see the viewing of conceptual records, I presume? Sentinel asked, to which he continued. I'll pass, plus it is my break time. He took another sip from his whiskey. He plans on continuing with his research on Issei's gear in progress. What if I told you that sacred gears are involved? Sentinel looked at him, placing his glass on the bar table. He then continued. To sweeten the deal, even those from Team Slashdog and your former comrades are present. I see. Sentinel started to laugh before speaking. Well, I am in, you got my interest in sacred gears. I'll join the viewing. Excellent, then I shall prepare the viewing. RageRevan soon vanished, leaving Sentinel alone to consume his whiskey. He was certainly looking forward to seeing the faces of Azazel and his Gregori when he does come back. Scene change. Theater screening, 7:30 p.m. The guests had settled down in their respective seats as RageRevan spoke. We'll begin with the viewing. Since the last viewing of conceptual records was abruptly cut off, we will be skipping that part since the following viewing will cover it. The audience nodded as RageRevan soon spoke. There will be a guest that'll be joining us as well. Their attention was turned to the dark corridors of the theater as footsteps were being heard. As soon as he entered, those from Gregori and Slashdog recognized him and widened their eyes in shock. Even Office, Valerie and Hades recognized him and were surprised to see him here. It was none other than Sentinel. Hello everyone, shall we get this show started? Many from Gregori and Slashdog were furious on his arrival, as Azazel declared with anger. You have some nerve of showing up here. Oh Azazel, still as angry as always with me, aren't you? Didn't you forget we had the same goal? The cadres and the Team Slashdog were angry at how calm and collected Sentinel was. His eyes glanced towards Barakiel, who was the angriest seeing him here. He turned to him and spoke. Barakiel, it's been years since we have interacted. Our last interaction was, safe to say, hostile. May our this one be amicable as before. Bastard. Barakiel exclaimed in response, as Sentinel shook his head and spoke, turning to Tobio, who was seething in anger. He spoke, recognizing the boy all those years ago that stood up against him. And you must be Tobio, been a while. Sentinel continued, addressing him directly. The wielder of Canis Lycaon. Such potential, such promise. And yet, so much anger. Tell me, do you plan to unleash that rage on me? Tobio's hands tightened into fists, his voice low and seething with fury. Don't push your luck, Sentinel. Sentinel chuckled, a low and unsettling sound that sent shivers through the room. Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't dream of it. After all, I'm here with nothing but the best of intentions. My research is my best of intentions. His words dripped with sarcasm, and his presence, though outwardly calm, was a deliberate provocation. The room bristled with hostility, the air thick with unspoken threats. Azazel's glare remained locked on Sentinel, his voice cutting through the tension. You made your choice long ago, Sentinel. Don't think for a second that you're welcome here. Threatening the very balance of nature, instigating chaos and disorder. Their research of wielders has no care for innocent lives. Sentinel's smirk remained unchanged, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Ah, but Azazel, research are what make life interesting, doesn't it? Azazel was gritting his teeth in anger, but before he could do anything, Revan spoke. Everyone, please take your seats. The viewing will start soon. The ones primarily from Gregori wanted to respond, with Penemu speaking. Why did you bring him here? Given that this viewing will show something related to Gregori. I thought it'd be interesting for a former cadre to have a look at the current viewing. Something terrible is going to happen to one of the factions. The audience were getting worried on how the viewing is going to go. Revan starts the viewing, as Sentinel takes his seat a bit away from his fellow cadres. Raynor looks at him and wonders why is someone like him back. His status was basically unknown after him being the reason why one of the teams became a major problem for Gregori. Mary looked at him and asked. So who exactly is he? And why do you all hate him? Claire added, to which Valerie explained. That fallen angel is Sentinel, he is the one that had created the infamous Abyss team. The team of disgruntled sacred gear users composed of Sentinel's former students in the Gregori, assembled for the purpose of assisting him in his goals. It is said to be composed of individuals who suffered from isolation and neglection in their childhood, causing them to become murderous and develop warped personalities. Azazel then added. Many are hated or isolated due to owning a sacred gear from their clans, and are actively hunted and recruited by the supernatural. Those lucky were born from magical families. Mary flinched, being reminded of a dark memory she wished to forget. She shook her head, not wanting to remember the past. Ingvold looked at her and asked. Something wrong? Nothing much. Azazel then continued. Given what was happening in the past, many of his students turned insane because of the research that was granted to them. Given their bodies were unable to handle the pain, then again they were already murderous, and some have even developed psychopathic personalities due to the discrimination in hunting, families, and less powerful magic users wiped out by the supernatural beings. The ones that were near to Azazel were horrified by this, with Mary and Ingvold not denying this, along with those from Team Slashdog, given that this was something common amongst the supernatural, with even rogue fallen angels like Raynor doing this. Sentinel only cares about his research, while I want to research while making sure the wielder is still stable and sane. He even tried recruiting me when I was younger. Fortunately, I refused due to what had happened. Tobio added solemnly, as Suzaku held his hand, assuring that everything is going to be alright. She knew the whole issue that had happened with Abyss team and how much of an issue they had. I see. Mary mused in response, as Revan soon started the viewing, announcing, everyone, please, the viewing will begin shortly. The audience nodded, and they all sat down. They all looked at the screen wondering what might happen. The viewing soon began. The scene shows that Azazel was reviewing the videos of the fight between Malak and Lavinia. The power of telekinesis widened his eyes, as he viewed it as some sort of legendary power. He remembered that Malak seemed like one of those bad guys from video games that belonged to the sci-fi section, especially the space part. He wondered whether there was a robed masked man with a white cloak over his head, but either way that was not the time to think about it. He needed to find anything that could expose Malak's weakness. Ah yes, Revan. Azazel mused, remembering who he was referencing to. He soon turned to him and responded with confusion. Wait a minute. He soon remembered that Star Wars was a thing in their world as well. Now it made sense on why Star Wars characters are arriving in this timeline. He looked at him along with some others and responded. That means. Oh, I wasn't involved, I am just using his armor as my collection. My full name is RageRevan, not exactly Revan or GD Knight Revan as you all are thinking about. Revan spoke with an amused tone, as those that were interested in Star Wars were dejected. Azazel was hoping that he was the actual Revan who had saved the galaxy from a tyrant known as Darth Malak. He soon understood that Issei is bringing Star Wars characters to this timeline. It was now starting to make sense on the telekinesis. He wondered who is going to arrive next. Aside from the reference. The videos, do you think your counterpart would find something? Valerie asked, to which Azazel responded. I doubt, but then again. Issei is backing him in some manner, so it would be hard. Damn it. Things are getting too complicated, Azazel shouts as he slams his desk. He can't notice anything that would expose Malak. The only time Malak was shown at the edge was when Lavinia used her balance breaker. However, even then, he was able to break out of it and eliminate Lavinia before she could regenerate the ice. There is only one thing we can do and there is no turning back. Azazel thought with utter seriousness. Azazel then brought out a magic circle. He remembered on how Issei brought him to his knees without even trying. Not a lot of people can do that, and especially not Issei, until he showed it to him. His eyes were merciless, and he showed that he wouldn't hesitate to get his hands dirty if he had to. "Hey, I need you to help me with something." Azazel spoke with a serious tone, as the voice on the other side agreed to it. Azazel was worried. Malak had not attacked for the last 2 days, and with his attacks being aggressive, he was afraid of the peace. It was too quiet, something he did not like. He had a really bad feeling about what will happen next. Azazel wondered who his counterpart contacted, as YASAKA asked. "Who do you think you called?" "I have no idea, probably someone from a different pantheon entirely. An ally of the biblical god." Azazel thought for a moment before widening his eyes in surprise as he asked. "Wait a minute, for real?" Revan only nodded as Valerie asked. "Azazel, who is it?" Azazel was about to speak, but Revan interjected. "No spoilers, Valerie, you'll find out very soon." Valerie responded with a nod, curious to see who it is going to be. Shemhazai was the only other person that knew about them and was aware who Azazel's counterpart had contacted. Now we get to the other side of Gregori. Let's just say many of you will find the viewing to be hypocritical, given what Issei had to go through. The audience nodded in response, curious to see what is going to happen. The scene shifts to another side of Gregori. The remaining members of Team Slashdog were having a look of incompetence and resentment. They hated Malak more than ever. And none showed this hatred more than Tobio Iq's himself. He was described to be a young handsome man with short black hair and pale grey eyes. "We can't sit here and do nothing." Natsume Minagawa spoke in a sad tone. She was described to be a beautiful young woman with brown hair tied to her back. Natsume appears to wear agent uniform. However, Tobio only thought of when Malak would come out from the shadows and strike them. "There is only one thing we can do, and that is to ask Zeus to release Nyx. It is the only way." Shigyun Nenaderu spoke. She was described to be a beautiful young woman with European facial features with dark blonde hair with double ponytails. She has heterochromatic eyes, with her right eye being light blue, while her left eye was pure black. And that is never going to happen. Zeus gloated in response, as many of the audience members looked surprised, with Auden responding. "But Zeus, that is the most logical option, given what is happening. Releasing her is to gain his alliance." "Not an option." Zeus angrily responded, to which Nyx started to laugh in response. Everyone looked at her and responded. "Oh, Zeus admitted. You are terrified of me, that is why you'll never release me." "You shut up. Nyx." Zeus angrily shouted, only for her to look coldly and speak. "You dare speak to me in that manner?" Nyx looked at him with a glare that terrified the god of Olympus. She then continued. "I still remember you running away like a coward at the mere mention of me when Hypnos was in hiding. That is why you want me sealed, so that you don't have to fear me." Admitted Zeus. "You are starting to change, and that too for the worse. And why? Cause someone like Hyoudou defied you? You don't see me being mad about it. Then why do you have to be so mad? Change yourself, Zeus, before that attitude gets you killed, either by Issei or someone far worse, like me." That shut Zeus up completely, as he huffed in annoyance. Hades could only shake his head in disappointment at his younger brother's actions, knowing that he'll end up destroying Olympus. Even the other gods were starting to see that Zeus is ruled by fear, and they need to get rid of that if they have a chance of surviving. However, their pride refused to be afraid of a mere human. Shigyun remembered as Issei asked for Nyx's release, only for him to be denied coldly by the Greek god. "Then, all we have to do is lure Issei out and attract the two to fight." Kaki Samajima spoke in a haughty tone, to which Tobio only shook his head. Kaki was described to be a handsome young man with spiked-up dyed brown hair and grey eyes. "Hold up." Kaki exclaimed in annoyance, as he continued. "Does he not know that he'll get killed? I am actually surprised that a musclehead like you thought of that." Natsume spoke with a confused and a hint of mocking tone, as he responded mockingly. "Well, at least I had the brain cells to think, unlike you, bird brain." "What did you call me?" Natsume spoke angrily, as she demanded. "Take that back. Make me, Tweety." They both were glaring at each other, with sparks flying between them. The others sweat dropped at this, with Shigyun and Sei looking worriedly. Tobio and Valerie were sighing at this, and Lavinia was giggling slightly, seeing the banter between her two teammates. "Alright, enough both of you." Tobio pushed the two, as they crossed their arms and huffed in the opposite directions. Revan then spoke normally. "To answer your question, no, he didn't consider that." "Ha. See, I told you, musclehead." Natsume spoke mockingly, as Kaki responded. "Why you? Both of you, enough." Tobio exclaimed in a much louder tone, as he had to stop them from fighting before it gets a bit physical. "You're crazy, Kaki. Issei has shown that he won't hesitate to use brutal force if needed to make sure to get his point across. He did not hesitate to mentally torture Kiba and torment Vali twice, along with nearly killing both her and Azazel." Tobio spoke seriously, but there was slight fear in his voice. Kaki opened his eyes in terror. He remembered how Valerie was being treated. "So how is Suzaku?" Sei Taoju asked Shigyun with concern in her voice. Sei was described to be a young girl with brown hair and light brown eyes, with wearing a school uniform. Suzaku remembered on how her counterpart would be feeling given her best friend's state due to Issei. She shuddered and shivered, knowing that the Issei of that timeline would do anything to get back Nyx, as well as at those that have taunted and looked down on them. Lavinia herself was shivering and hyperventilating, with Valerie holding her hand assuring her that she is going to be fine. "Virginia-chan." Valerie gave a nod and a solemn smile, assuring her that Issei doesn't hate her to the point of hunting her down. Lavinia could only nod, wishing that Issei of her timeline doesn't hate her. Tobio could only clench his fist in powerlessness due to what happened. Suzaku is frustrated, she blames herself. Shigyun answered Sei's question, as Tobio gets even more angrier, remembering the state his second cousin was in. The talk continued on how they could convince Issei to help them, however none of them bothered to give their past relationship with him much important. But now that many needed his help, and they knew that in order for him to get his help, he needed to do something in return. Team Slashdog and Suzaku were angered at the hypocrisy their counterparts were showing. Those that supported Issei were equally furious at this, some like Ingvild and Mary were the angriest as Tobio responded. What kind of idiots are they? He had already given them the demand of what he wants. True, and the fact that they are completely callous on their actions against him. It is no wonder he hates them. Shigyun added, as Suzaku responded with her own annoyed tone. Agreed, and this will end in their deaths. Guess Dai's influence has corrupted them to such an extent that they will do anything to force his help for their problems. Leaving him alone was not an option apparently. Lavinia responded sarcastically, as she dreaded on what is going to happen next due to their actions in this universe. Tobio then spoke in response. "Guys, we need to make sure, convince Issei that he isn't supposed to see us as enemies." The team nodded in agreement. This was a step in the right direction. Even Suzaku agreed to it and was planning to apologize to him for what Akeno did to him. The scene shifts to a location near Gregori, where Malak was waiting for Issei. He wondered what he was going to do, as he teleported using the ring he had. Malak then spoke, seeing him. "Took you long enough, I thought you were gonna ask me to not attack. Sorry. Persephone and Hades wanted to spend some more time." Issei apologized with a sly smile, while rubbing his head, to which Malak gave a hearty laugh. "Wait, we are next?" Shemhazai asked with horror and some fear. The other fallen angels were also pale upon what they are witnessing. Malak is going after them next. Penemu then asked. "And what will he do to us?" Spoilers, Penemu, and yes, you are next. Revan explained, to which there was horror in the eyes of the fallen angels. They were terrified of what is going to happen next. Zeus was even more angrier, seeing as Issei is nothing more than a threat at this point. Mary and those that supported Issei were hoping that this genocide is prevented, but knew that Issei wants to teach the factions a lesson. A lesson that they won't forget. "Well, Hunter, what do you?" Mary trailed off when she saw Issei Hunter missing, as she asked. "Where did he go?" "Oh, he went back to his room in the theater. He will join again soon. If he wants to." Revan explained, as the audience nodded. Some were relieved that he was gone thanks to what he has done to their family and loved ones' counterparts. "Oh dear. Oh dear. This is great. Gregori doesn't stand a chance now." Malak spoke with excitement as Issei spoke. "And I am not even done." Issei spoke. Once the army was generated, Issei gave Malak the control of 2 generals, which Malak accepted gracefully and spoke in a cheerful tone. "Oh, this is going to be much more easier." "So what will you do now?" Malak asked as Issei responded. "I will go after my first target to corrupt." "I hope you don't mind," Issei spoke, as Malak responded. "No, I wouldn't mind. So who is your target this time?" Malak asked with a curious tone. The Gregori was getting even more terrified by this. They were seeing the army, and they were afraid on the capability of what this army is capable of. "Wait, is that what we missed due to the viewing being messed up?" Ajuka asked, to which Revan responded with a small smile. "Yes, and the viewing also revealed on which faction he is going to attack." The audience and those that had taken Issei's nature for granted are now starting to fear this iteration of Issei. Zeus was vowing to destroy Issei at this point, out of paranoia and fear. "I will destroy you, brat, count on it." Zeus muttered in a low tone. He knew that he'd get harassed by everyone if he doesn't keep his mouth shut. But he can still plan in secret on how to beat Issei. Sentinel was curious on how Issei would use his gears to beat Gregori's cadres. He was starting to see Issei's capability with the other sacred gears. Elizabeth Lioness, it is time we start changing our tactics a little bit and instead, we gather a bit of information before planning our next attack. After this one that is Issei spoke, turning his head to Malak with a sinister smile. As Malak nodded, he then responded. Very well, have fun. Malak spoke as Issei teleported himself to Vatican. That was where he could enter heaven to begin his plan. Wait, my heart 3. Why her? Gabriel asked with terror and fear, knowing that she is one of Issei's targets, to which RageRevan spoke. He wants a spy in heaven, someone that can tell him everything that they do. The reason is obvious. Issei is aware of the sacred gear system and on how this could be used against him due to the biblical god Yahweh or Elohim designing it to detect and if possible in future keep the sacred gear users in check had they go out of control as a contingency plan. To prevent this, the system in the future can be used to keep the users in check. The angels were surprised by this, they weren't told of this by their father and creator. It doesn't surprise me, the old man was known to be controlling and paranoid in nature. As is used in secret. He knew that the biblical god or his creator was known to be as such. His fear was the reason why the sacred gears had so many restrictions, one of which is the juggernaut drive's life-draining capability, as well as the true Longinus's truth idea, having a mind of its own. This was to limit their capabilities. The sacred gear users weren't fans of this and were worried on how the angels view them. Most are considering straying far away from the factions if they are being used as pawns for their goals. This was true for Team Slashdog and Mary, who were starting to get weary of them. The angels were contemplating on what should be done. Their father performed many actions that weren't necessarily good to maintain his beliefs and laws. Michael turned to the audience and spoke. I truly wasn't aware of this. He began, his tone sincere and measured. But let me make one thing clear, if you wish, you don't need to join the church. There is no obligation, no expectation, and certainly no intention from us to control you or dictate how you live your lives. He paused, letting his words sink in, his gaze steady and unwavering. My only desire is for everyone to have the freedom to live their lives as they see fit. To choose their own paths, to find their own purpose, and to pursue it without fear or coercion. As long as your actions do not harm innocence or bring suffering to others, you will always have that freedom. Michael took a seat as the other seraphs nodded in agreement and were happy with Michael's action. Some of the wielders were still skeptical, while some others were willing to see if Michael would keep his word and planned on giving him a chance. Everyone, the scene will shift to heaven, where Issei takes control of his first victim. RageRevan explained to them as the audience were getting even more concerned on how the viewing was going to go. Zeus was getting angry at this, he was losing his patience and would soon explode eventually. RageRevan took a glance at him and shook his head. He knew his daughter is one of the first victim of spies that will be working for him. So he's attacking heaven, huh? Sentinel muttered with a low tone, wondering what he is going to do if he needs to bring Elizabeth to his side. He wondered if he is going to use magic or something completely different. Well, Gabriel, it was easy to deal with you, along with the rest of your brave saints, Issei spoke with a mocking smile. As he touched the seraph's frozen body, it felt like her whole soul is completely gone. Gabriel was unable to move, her face had become the same as Akeno's, except unlike her movements being robotic, hers was frozen. As she slumped on the ground, she only had her eyes opened. Her desire to fight was completely gone. She wasn't able to recognize Issei at all. Issei walked ahead, trying to take some things from heaven, however this was nothing but an act to lure his target, his real target. Gabriel was pale seeing her fate, she was shuddering knowing what Malak did to her. Michael and the other seraphs were worried with the archangel holding Gabriel, making sure nothing would happen to her if they are in the theater. Akeno was herself shuddering, being reminded of what happens to those that confronted or annoyed Issei too much. Barakiel was himself frowning, remembering the incident. You bastard. You are going to pay for what you have done. A voice shouted. Issei turned his attention to the being. It was his target, Elizabeth Lioness, just as he had planned. Elizabeth is a beautiful young woman with a slender yet curvaceous physique, a big bust and regular height. She has very pale skin, large light blue eyes which can turn orange while gaining a treskel, and long silver hair reaching her waist. She wears a white dress with a purple cloth wound on her neck, a golden waist ornament. She wore white heels and golden leg ornaments as well. So that is her, correct? Ryu muttered to Arena, who didn't seem to respond to his question. He remained silent, to which RageRevan teleported beside him and gave a nod, giving the answer he needs. Why does she have more than one wing? Issei Hyoudou asked with a surprise, only being recently introduced to the supernatural world quite recently from the viewings that is. Michael looked at her and answered. When an angel does enough training and does altruism, that is when they gain an additional wings. Although, such an event is very rare, given that it needs complete dedication to do so. Any distraction or misdeed done can completely ruin the training. Michael explained to the youngest Hyoudou sibling, who nodded in response. He knew that Aika was someone that was caught in the crossfire of the whole dating controversy, whose only crime was supporting what had happened. Aika's main hope was to change or reduce the openness of Issei's perversion or simply perversion in general. From the viewings, she was starting to doubt if the girls that formerly belonged to Issei's harem really liked Ryu or not. Yes, that is why she is considered a prodigy, and Ryu, may I know why did you ask about her? Gabriel asked politely. She was disappointed in Arena's actions. Ryu then spoke in response. Cause I have never seen an angel before, this was the first time I have seen a two-winged angel. Ryu spoke with a normal tone. Many didn't believe him, with Gabriel being one of them. She knew that Ryu may have been temporarily infatuated with her due to her beauty, which is why she believed that he accepted the Gremory girls' proposition of dating him. RageRevan shook his head at this. He knew that one by one the girls will start to leave Ryu, due to them never really loving him, and will try their luck with Issei. And fail miserably. Elizabeth had a murderous look on her face. She recognized him. He was Issei Hyoudou, Dai's older brother, as Issei spoke with a cold smile. Oh please, don't act like that, all I am doing is judging your boss for her crimes. Issei spoke sweetly, as he continued. Besides, wrath is a sin, and you may fall. Elizabeth gritted her teeth in fury. He was able to take down Gabriel when she was at her most weakest. You are a vile monster for doing this. Don't you have a heart? Elizabeth shouted in fury, as Issei looked at her with a smile and spoke. You are right. I have no heart, think I left it in my other shirt. Issei spoke jokingly, as Elizabeth became even more angry. Even in this situation, he is joking. Raphael muttered to his brethren, who all agreed in response. They could see that there is a vast difference and what would happen if they take Issei for granted. After which he lost his smile and turned serious. In that case, shall we begin? Issei spoke while summoning his boosted gear. Elizabeth was worried on whether she will make it out of the fight alive or not to mention, she needed to secure Gabriel and get out of here. Let's spice things up. Shall we? Issei spoke with a smile, as two wings came from his behind. This was the divine dividing came from behind. Elizabeth was really frightened, as Issei spoke with a smile. Fusion balance break. Vanishing Welsh dragon balance breaker. Braig's voice boomed across the heaven, with Issei being careful to apply a barrier so as to prevent his aura from leaking outside, as well as preventing Elizabeth's escape. The balance breaker was described to be that of having both of the gears incorporated in it. His arms were similar to his Welsh dragon counterpart, while several parts of his armor had the vanishing dragon aspects. His armor had both green and blue gems belonging to each of the gears. Is that the balance breaker, which is a combination of both divine dividing and boosted gear at once? Azazel exclaimed with excitement, despite what he was doing. He was surprised to see this happen. Valerie was also surprised, along with Albion, the fact that he can do two combined balance breakers at once and combine them into a singular entity. Yes, I believe so. Valerie mused in response, as Albion added. This variant of Issei managed to master the divine dividing and found a way to use them together. He is on a different level. And I doubt Elizabeth stands a chance. Ingvild responded, as those that were seated near her like Team/Dog, Mary and Claire agreed to her words. They were curious on what else he is capable of. Sentinel was stretching forward from his seat, even more excited to see what this new armor was capable of. He then spoke his words. I am also excited to see what this form is capable of. Those from Gregori and Team/Dog except Raynor angrily glared at him. While Raynor was terrified of Issei, she was glad that he didn't use balance breaker against her. Let alone using a combination of two at once. Some of the angels were getting afraid of Issei, not looking forward to what he is going to do next. This armor will not stop me from saving Lady Gabriel. Elizabeth declared, while bringing out two light spears, with Issei only raising his hand. Drake then chants. Divide. 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 Drake commanded as her spears reduced to nothingness, but Elizabeth refused to give in. Let there be light. Elizabeth chanted one of her strongest spells to subdue Issei Hyoudou. Elizabeth fired off drill-shaped projectiles as Issei spoke. It's useless. Drake then spoke. Divide. 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 The drill-shaped projectiles were reduced to nothingness. Elizabeth gritted her teeth in fury. Her strongest spell was nullified into nothingness. Issei was bored. He dashed towards Elizabeth before she could react. He grabbed her by the head and slammed her on the ground. Valerie wasn't surprised by this. The worst part is that Issei can not only divide the power, but can also boost the power taken from his opponents. In theory, he can send the enemy's own powerful attack against them and completely destroy them if it is a sort of a last resort. This is something I can see happening. I am pretty sure he'll boost next. Valerie mused, looking at Issei. She knew that he is not only a capable partner, but also would be a good mate for her. But even if he was weak, she'll not abandon him. Yes, and then again they'll die trying to stop him. Honorable, yet foolish. Sentinel muttered to himself, knowing that fighting against the power of two dragons at the same time is a death sentence at this point. Had enough. Issei spoke in a mocking tone, as Elizabeth responded. I am not done yet. Light explosion. Elizabeth shouted, as several beams of light surrounded Issei. Understanding what he had to do, Issei's wings glowed as Drake announced. Half dimension. Drake declared, as the light beams that were about to attack Issei reduced the size of the objects, which included her light beams as well. Elizabeth was horrified at what happened, as Issei started to fire a dragon shot at Elizabeth as he jumped away from the explosion. And he can even use Virginia-chan's move, which can compress the size of powerful attacks by half at any given time. Lavinia spoke with a pale tone, she knew that Elizabeth stands no chance against him now. Even the other members of Team Slashdog knew she was done for if she continues this fight. Once the dust settled, he saw Elizabeth groaning in pain, some of her feathers were on the ground, and she was bruised. As Issei approached her, some of her clothes were also torn. My. You put up quite a fight. You have potential. Issei spoke in amazement, the fact that a mid-rank angel was able to put up a fight truly amazed him. Kill me then. You have won. Elizabeth spoke weakly, as Issei chuckled, surprising the angel. Now why would I do that, when I have some use for you? Issei spoke with a smile, as Elizabeth was horrified, she was thinking that Issei would torture her. I would like you to join me in my goals, you will be useful to me, after all. The audience were curious and afraid of what was going to happen next, while some like Hades and Nyx were wondering on how Issei would bring her to his side, without the involvement of torture or other methods. She is done for. Hades muttered to Nyx, as she responded. Yes, but I wonder why no torture, since that way it is the most effective. Hades shook his head and spoke. Not exactly, their faith in the dead biblical god is like a source of willpower that allows them to stand against adversary no mortal being normally can. That is exactly why they are still alive. I see, so faith in us is what empowers them. Nyx asked, remembering her worshippers when the Greek Empire was still around. Despite only having a handful compared to other gods, she still had her loyal worshippers, but as time passed by, it slowly reduced to nothingness. Indeed, that is what empowers or pushes humans without our blessing. Hades spoke with a small smile, as Nyx nodded and continued to watch. Persephone took a small glance at him and had a small smile, him not looking down on humans was still present in him. Elizabeth internally was happy that there was no torture, but she would never join someone like him, as she spoke with pure defiance, despite being in this condition. I won't cooperate with people like you, nothing in this world will make me join you. In that case, I guess you need some motivation. Issei deactivated his balance breaker and brought out Alpheka Tyrant. It was the Iron Crown of Lombardy, which consists of a circlet of gold and jewels hidden around a central silver band. Wait, that is. Tauji spoke with a tone of surprise, recognizing the Iron Crown of Lombardy, as Revan explained while pausing the viewing. Yes, correct. The Alpheka Tyrant is a new Longinus, it hasn't been manifested yet in the individual yet. But it is one of the newer Longinus akin to Ingvald's Nereid Kiri and Gaspar's Eon Baylor. Ingvald and Gaspar were surprised seeing this, the latter remembered that it was his gear's evolution into a powerful Longinus with time-controlling abilities. He looked down, remembering that it was Issei's initial motivation and the desire to become like him that caused him to have his gear to be evolved, thanks to his emotions. What does it do? Michael asked with concern, to which Revan spoke. I'll let the viewing show you. This gear is what causes the downfall of the factions to begin. The audience were surprised and terrified of this, and knew on how terrifying Issei can be if he is on the wrong side. The only one interested was Sentinel, wondering what the holy nails of Christ can do. Before that, I'll describe in short on what this Longinus is made of. It is made from the iron, the very same iron that was used to nail Jesus Christ to the cross. The crown was created from these nails, thus why it is called the Iron Crown of Lombardy. The reason it became a powerful holy artifact was because of the blood of Jesus Christ falling on the nails. In this timeline, this eventually became the Alpheka Tyrant, the fourth holy relic. Could someone name the three holy relics that Elohim used to seal the beast of apocalypse? Revan asked, to which the Michael responded. The Holy Spear, the Holy Grail, and the Holy Cross. Which are the true Longinus, Sephiroth Graal and the Incinerate Anthem. The audience nodded in agreement, remembering this to be true. Revan then responded. Ding, correct. However, there are more artifacts than the three. The one you see on the screen is the fourth one. Any item related to Christ can potentially evolve to a Longinus. The reason these evolutions and formations are taking place is to protect the world from Trahexa, should it ever be released again. The audience again took note of this for their own purposes and goals. Hades thought for a moment, remembering a certain girl before speaking. No way. Hades. Hades nodded and spoke. The duo stayed silent, knowing who exactly has the crown now. That person must not fall into the hands of the factions, since Hades and Nyx hardly trusts them. Revan played the viewing again. What is that? Elizabeth asked with fear and confusion. Issei then responded. This is Alpheka Tyrant, one of the holy relics, also known as the Holy Nail. Elizabeth widened her eyes. Him getting one of the holy relics was a huge issue, as Issei continued. And yes, it is a longinus that has been undiscovered by the factions, and this can allow me to control anyone by rewriting their memories and personality. Issei continued, while Elizabeth feared the situation she was in. Elizabeth then spoke with a fearful tone. And no, please keep that away from me. I beg you. Don't worry, it will only hurt you a little. Issei spoke with a smile, as two nails generated of light were lodged into her arm, the last thing were pleased before she passed out. The audience were horrified by what the holy nail is capable of. He can mind control his enemies into serving them and puppeting them for his own purposes and goals. This is bad. Surziches muttered in horror, seeing a version of Issei that can use these nails to rewrite a person completely before using them against their loved ones. He can't imagine using them on his wife and son, completely controlling them to his whims. That means, he can use anyone for his goals, regardless of what they think. Gabriel asked with terror, as Revan nodded and spoke. Correct. Does he have no care for what others think? Gabriel asked with sadness and slight anger. She was aware that the Issei she knew wasn't like this. Revan only walked up to her and spoke. You made him like this. In this timeline, you are the reason why Issei became like this. He is not the same person that would forgive and forget what your actions have led him to. Keep in mind, this timeline is one of the bad case scenarios of the factions. Don't try to provoke a dragon, else the consequences are fatal. The dragons in the audience agreed to this, as Gabriel remained silent and sniffled in response, remembering what had happened to her counterpart and now her brave Saint Elizabeth's counterpart. She was not looking forward to this Issei. Elizabeth had curled into a ball, as her memories and personality were being rewritten completely by Issei's desires. There was nothing she can do but watch in helplessness. However, she was surprised when Issei approached her. What do you want? Elizabeth asked in sadness. You have already beaten me, and now, you will use me to destroy my loved ones. Elizabeth spoke as tears fell from her eyes. She was helpless, as Issei shook his head sideways. You are not wrong, I will use you to destroy your loved ones, Issei spoke, deciding to not lie to her. But, do you want to know why I am doing this? I mean, you hate someone for a reason, well most of the time. Elizabeth looked at Issei, teary-eyed, as she asked. Why? How about I let you see my memories and you be the judge, okay? Issei spoke. Elizabeth, seeing no choice in the matter, agreed. Issei then used his gear to project all his memories onto Elizabeth. This brought her to knees, after witnessing everything, as she spoke in a weak tone. So Issei Hyoudou is a liar. While tears fall from her eyes, realizing that Gabriel loved someone who was a bad person on the inside. Not only is he a liar, he always hated me from day one, always managed to get his parents' attention with his good grades, good personality and good nature. As a result he became spoiled child and started to take credit for everything I did, always desired more and more, and that is what made him into the man that is today. Issei's tone had a mixture of sadness and anger in it, remembering more of his past. Elizabeth looked away, ashamed that many including Gabriel looked up to her, with her master even loving. Many of the audience looked down, remembering what this Issei had to go through to make him the way he is. They were now starting to see an Issei that has no restraint or guilt of what was going to happen. Some like Artemis were having second thoughts on Issei, given what he had to go through making this Issei the way he is. Others that hate him weren't affected by this. Primarily Zeus was one of them. But wait, then why don't we talk to Lady Gabriel and the other faction leaders? You don't need to even do this. Elizabeth spoke, realizing that she can still bring back the hero, to which Issei sighed in the girl's naivety, as he responded. Do you honestly think that I wouldn't have tried this before, Elizabeth? Issei spoke with slight anger in his voice, which made Elizabeth flinch. Why do you think I asked Malak to put the hallucinations on her? It was so that she could see the error of her ways, but did that work? No. She is in disbelief, believing that angels, or more accurately seraphs like her, are incapable of doing evil deeds. Gabriel looked down in shame, remembering what her past actions had done. She soon glared at Ryu with anger, knowing that he was responsible for this. He could only turn his gaze away in shame and disgust. Even the others were furious at what Dai had done, they despised his actions even more. Even Zeus hated him, seeing him as no better than Issei, with some of the Olympians agreeing with his thoughts. Issei spoke while Elizabeth looked down in sadness, thinking that Issei is not wrong. You know, I used to think like you, that people will one day change. Issei spoke while shrugging. But that day never came, they still remained the same. Hell, they even view me as a tool that they can use and discard whenever the hell they feel like it. Isn't there anything we can do? Elizabeth spoke with sadness, as Issei continued. That is why I need your help, Elizabeth. The factions are on a downward spiral. With the fact that they failed to see the error of their ways, they still see Dai as their hero. I mean, he has shown signs of fear right in front of me whenever I showed even a little of my power. Issei spoke, his tone was full of disappointment. The factions are a lost cause, time and time again they failed to see their mistake, so will you help me, Elizabeth? Issei spoke with a neutral tone, as Elizabeth looked at Issei in surprise. The memory and personality alteration were being altered at a steady rate. Issei's words were genuine, his words so far held no deceit, he told her the truth, even going so far as to showing her his memories. She saw him as the true savior of the world. Dai was never the savior to begin with. She couldn't help but hold affection for it, however she remembered that her personalities and memories are being altered. The audience were horrified by this, knowing that one of their own is willingly siding with Issei, knowing his goals. Issei had lost faith in the factions, and soon even they are going to do so. And remember everyone, Issei's main strength is not his power that makes him the deadliest Red Dragon Emperor. It is the unique ability of bringing people to his side and creating allies from enemies. His nature causes them to join their side, and that is what makes him really deadly. This viewing will show this in full swing. RageRevan spoke, explaining to the audience who were terrified of what Issei is capable of. Valerie remembered Cao saying something similar, which is why he is supposed to be one of the most feared people in the entire supernatural world. Rias and her peerage were the most terrified, imagining Issei turning many of their own against them. They were afraid on how their fates can be. Zeus was gritting his teeth in anger even more. He hated that Issei can turn his allies against him. He'll make sure that Brad is dead one way or another. I accept to serve the real savior of this world, but then, I would be gone. Our conversation, everything we talked about, will be for nothing. Elizabeth spoke, as Issei responded. You see, the holy nails control the personality and merge I chose, so I can merge both of the personalities, the old and the new one, that I am creating, so that you can willingly serve me, while not hesitating to do anything. I will convert you into a dark angel, so you can still stay in heaven and help me in my quest, so do you accept? Issei asked. I accept. Elizabeth responded with zero hesitation, as Issei nodded, before teleporting outside, as he spoke with a smile. See you on the other side, knew Elizabeth. Issei spoke with Elizabeth doing the smiling. The audience were having grim expressions on their faces. They knew that Elizabeth is now on Issei's side. RageRevan shook his head, aware that it is not yet that Elizabeth has joined them. A final scene in particular will shake alliances everywhere, and when it does, things will drastically change for the future. Elizabeth had woken up, she saw that Issei was looking at her, as he spoke. Oh, so you're finally awake. How do you feel? Issei asked. I feel like I am reborn. Thank you for making me see the truth, Lord Issei. Elizabeth spoke with admiration, as Issei spoke with a serious tone. As much as I would like to receive gratitude, get up, we have work to do. Issei commanded as Elizabeth nodded, as she spoke. So how can I help? Elizabeth asked, as Issei responded. Simple, I need you to gather information on the holy relics, as well as the heaven system. I will be checking on Malak, and seeing how the Gregori attack is going on right now. Issei spoke with a serious tone, as he created a ring, and as Elizabeth spoke. I won't disappoint you, Lord Issei. Elizabeth exclaimed in admiration, as Issei nodded, as he then remembered. Oh, I forgot. Here. Issei brought out a glove that looked like a purple glove similar to his Lightning Slayer gloves, as he then created a special gem using Annihilation Maker. He then enchanted the crystal with something called as Darklight, a special metal that incorporates special magic that would enhance the user's strength and abilities, while also making them undetectable and unsusceptible to any detection abilities of the heaven. Those from the heaven were shocked and horrified that something like Darklight exists. Even Gregori's fallen angels and Sentinel were also shocked by this, unaware that something like this even exists. What is this? And why do I find this familiar? Valerie spoke in response, to which RageRevan spoke. I am not going to spoil it, but it is something that your family had developed and is stated to be an alternative to a power source for angels. RageRevan explained to the Lucifer heiress, making her nod in response. She wondered what else secrets did her progenitor hide from her, and what other secrets did her father and grandfather hide from her and the rest of the world as well. What is this, Lord Issei? Elizabeth asked with surprise, as Issei spoke. This is a dark light gem. When you absorb it, it will give you a burst of power, and you can hide yourself in heaven, and nobody will sense that something is wrong with you, unless you want to reveal yourself. Oh, and it also prevents you from falling, no matter what sin you perform. Issei spoke with a sense of pride, proud of his creation, as Elizabeth did not hesitate and take the stone and absorbed it into her being. Elizabeth started to glow with a dark purple light, as Issei watched in awe and happiness that his abilities are working perfectly as planned. Elizabeth's wings changed to a purple for a split second before reverting back to her white self. In addition, she grew 2 additional pairs of wings, which allowed her to become even stronger. "Oh, and one more thing, you can hide your wings," Issei spoke with a neutral tone, as Elizabeth nodded. He then ends by saying, "I will take my leave, and you know what you have to do, right?" Elizabeth nods, as Issei teleports out of there. Elizabeth looked at Gabriel with disgust, thinking why did she serve her so blindly before she showed the truth. The audience were stunned by how effective this power is. He can basically turn anyone against them. Many were even more afraid of this variation of Issei knowing what he is capable of. Now the scene will show Issei's army at full display, against the forces of Gregori. RageRevan explained, as those from Gregori were afraid on what was happening, including Raynor knowing this Issei is out for blood. Sentinel was looking forward to seeing Issei's capabilities, seeing what he is capable of, and what else he can do against them. The scene shifts to Gregori, where the whole faction of the fallen angels were in chaos, as they were being decimated by Malak and his forces. Many were being killed without any mercy. They were primarily B1 battle droids, were 1.93 meters tall, and had yellow body armor, and were humanoid droids. In a singular number they were no better than a low-class fallen, but they made up for with their numbers. And there were thousands, if not tens of thousands of these things. Then those battle droids were accompanied by their commanding officers whom command battle droids. They look the same, however, with a small change. Their plating at certain locations were slightly altered. These were much smarter than the regular battle droids, and one controlled a legion of 500 B1 battle droids, as well as B2 super battle droids. Okay, bringing the separatist armies against us, at the wrong era. He is certainly mixing two eras in one. Azazel mused in response, horrified by the carnage that was about to unfold, seeing that these battle droids are almost akin to dealing with multiple low-class fallen angels. I'll explain the troops Issei developed. First is the B1 battle droids. These are normally weak battle droids, and they can be easily killed, but these bad boys make it up for in their numbers. These droids are built for simplicity, cost efficiency, and sheer numbers, rather than individual combat prowess. They are typically equipped with an E5 blaster rifle, a lightweight weapon with decent range and firepower. While not intelligent, they are stated to only be meant for cannon fodder and for guarding posts. Additionally, they are also known to be vulnerable to proper stun grenades, which was something Issei fixed in, preventing an electrical user from using their abilities. The audience nodded, taking note of this. Sentinel was the one that was looking forward to this as well. He was curious to see what else Issei sends. The second is the command battle droids. These droids designed to serve as field commanders or supervisors for other droids in combat scenarios. They are slightly more advanced than their B1 counterparts, with enhanced programming and communication capabilities. They have certain markings that denote their position. Yellow markings as command units, blue markings as pilots, red markings as security. These droids are not known to take a combat role, instead preferring to stay in the commanding areas, guiding masses of battle droids and strategizing for victory. It is them that are mainly in charge of the armies when the generals are not around. RageRevan explained, as the audience took note of this. They all were looking wearily on what was going to happen next. "Fire in the hole, show no mercy to these crows," the droid officer commanded as the battle droids responded. "Roger. Roger." The battle droids fired their cannons and weapons at them, defeating and killing several of the fallen angels. "Run. They are too strong," one of the fallen angels shouted, as their light spears barely had much effect on them, meaning that they were made up of anti-light or light erasing material. Several others were running away, but they were being mercilessly gunned down. The audience were pale seeing this. Gregori's forces were being completely overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the droids. Especially those from the Gregori. Sentinel was taking notes like a madman. He was enjoying the viewing so far, where Annihilation Maker was used in such a creative and proper manner. The fallen angels standing no chance against them. Raynor was the most afraid. She won't survive the onslaught of the battle droids if Issei were to unleash them on her. Some who tried to survive begged God to come and save them, only to see a huge silvery bulkier droid looking down upon them. The droid fired their hand lasers at the fleeing Frolins. Filled with fear, they ran as fast as possible, with the commanding droids, commanding them to attack them without mercy. The audience were pale by this viewing even further. It was like an endless slaughter for those involved in Gregori. RageRevan then explained. Now we get to the shock troopers of Issei's army. These are B2 super battle droids, is an upgraded and more heavily armed variant of the standard B1 battle droid. Designed to address the weaknesses of the B1, the B2 is more durable, autonomous, and effective in combat. These droids are frequently deployed as shock troops for the army. They are armed with wrist blasters, which were dual arm-mounted blaster cannons, and some even have rocket launchers and flamethrowers to make up versatility. Additionally, they are much stronger than B1 droids, but at the same time they are known to be much less mobile because of their bulky size. Also, they are more intelligent and stronger than the original. Everyone nodded in response, seeing on how the droids were just massacring the fallen angels without any mercy or empathy. Many were afraid of this new droid army, where some were afraid for the safety of their loved ones. However, for the fallen angels, hope came in the form of Penemu, a fallen cadre. She was described to be a purple-haired woman with strong-looking eyes, and big chest showed up. She was not happy, as she shouted. "You droids will pay for what you have done." Penemu angrily glared at the battle droids. Some of the audience were having hope that Penemu would be able to beat the droid army given her strength. Penemu herself was hoping that her counterpart saves her kind from the onslaught. Despite not approving of what her counterpart did to Issei, she was afraid of this Issei and hoped that her counterpart somehow listens to her for a peaceful resolution. However, another voice came out. "I believe I am the one that will be the one you will fight, fallen scum." The voice declared. Penemu turned her attention to see that a robotic figure was approaching her. The being was described to be mechanical just like the other droids, however he had a metal mask that had two side platings, almost in the form of a ship, which was white in color, had 4 arms, 2 legs, that were cybernetic. His eyes were yellow as he glared into Penemu. His hands were metallic just like the rest of his battle droids. He had a metal endoskeleton that covered almost his entire body, leaving no small traces like his original. "General Grievous. You came." The commanding exclaimed spoke with a surprise as Grievous looked at Penemu and responded. "Back off, Commander. I will deal with this fallen slime by myself. Keep pressing on the attack." Saying that, the general removed his cloak and twirled his hands, revealing 2 green blades and 2 red blades in each of his hands. Penemu looked at him and spoke. "He doesn't seem much." "That is where you are wrong, Penemu, cause appearances can be deceiving." Revan spoke as he continued. "His power is on par with Malak, just weaker than him." Penemu grew pale by this, as Serziches asked with slight fear. "Can you explain who he is?" "The being is General Grievous. General Grievous is a fearsome cyborg and commander of the Issei's army, renowned for his tactical genius and terrifying combat prowess. His body is a cybernetic shell, leaving only his organic brain, eyes, and a few internal organs intact. Standing over 2 meters tall, Grievous boasts a skeletal, mechanical appearance with clawed limbs, enhanced strength, and remarkable agility. His most infamous trait is his mastery of light blades combat. He wields multiple light blades, the same weapons that Malak uses, employing his 4 mechanical arms with unparalleled speed and precision. The cunning strategist, Grievous is relentless on the battlefield, capable of leading devastating campaigns which will be seen against the factions, which they all do in the future." Revan explained, as many were horrified by the abomination that Issei of this timeline had developed. They were wondering on what else is going to be next, and who else is going to be part of this terrifying faction. "Well done, you have impressed me." Sentinel responded, as many of Gregori glared at him even further. Barakiel then spoke with venom. "Of course you'd say that, after all you have no care for us, don't you?" Sentinel didn't bother responding to him, as the viewing continued. Akeno wondered what history Barakiel had with this cadre Sentinel. The fallen gritted her teeth in fury, as she shouted. "You will pay for what you have done, Grievous, and then Malak will be next." Grievous only chuckled in response to what the fallen angel said. "Then by all means, cadre, come and try." Grievous taunted as he started twirling his blades at extremely high frequency, destroying the grounds as he came closer. Penemu took to the skies and fired some light spears, which the general easily dodged by turning into his skittering form as he skittered throughout the corridor, other droids to keep firing so as to limit the cadre's movement. "Damn it." Penemu gritted her teeth in fury as several blaster bolts were aimed at her. As she was hit by several of them, Grievous saw this opportunity and dashed in front of her. The cadre kept firing huge barrages of light spears at Grievous, but he dodged every single one of them by skittering. Once Grievous reached the correct distance, he used all 4 of his light blades to unleash devastating strikes aimed at her. Her vital organs were damaged. He also damaged her skin as well, with several light blade scars showing up. She also had internal bleeding as well. "Aya." Penemu shouted in pain as she looked at the general in hateful eyes as she shouted. "You damn cheater." Grievous only laughed in response as he spoke. "I believe that in a war, there is no such thing as rules." Grievous towered over her body as she fell unconscious. The general didn't bother to check whether she was dead or alive. All he was given were orders to bring the fallen faction to his knees. Penemu was horrified seeing her state and on how Grievous and his army managed to take her down. She was shivering given what her counterpart must have done to Issei. The other cadres weren't looking forward to their demises at the hands of this newly formed droid army. The commanding officer then asked, "What should we do now? One of the cadres has been defeated." The droid asked, as Grievous responded. "Keep pushing, I want to see this place decimated." Grievous ordered as Malak told him to do that. The droid accepted the command and spoke. "Roger, Roger." The command droid, as he informed the rest of his command droids, who commanded their legions to begin a full-scale assault on their side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Malak was taking on the cadres Barakiel and Azazel, who were both furious that their faction was attacked. While Issei, Tamiel, Sahariel and Ambrose were dealing with the rest of the battle droids, along with Team Slashdog, their numbers were a massive problem, along with a new droid that was attacking them, being the roller droid known as Droids. Okay, just when things didn't get worse, Droids show up. Azazel exclaimed in frustration, as Mary asked. Just who are these, and what kind of metal beings did Issei make? Mary wondered what else did Issei concept develop, even Ingvald was having the same thoughts, as RageRevan explained. Droids, also known as destroyer droids, are highly advanced and deadly battle droids used by the army. Designed for frontline combat, these droids are equipped with dual rapid-fire blaster cannons and a personal deflector shield generator, making them nearly impervious to magic attacks and highly resistant to even Satan and God-level magic spells. Standing on 3 spindly legs in their attack mode, Droids can roll into a compact wheel-like form for rapid movement across the battlefield. Their shields, combined with their high firepower and mobility, make them formidable opponents, capable of overwhelming even divine beings in direct confrontations. The only drawback is their high energy draining, but despite this, they are considered one of the most feared units in Issei's army. The gods were horrified and fearful of these droids, with the fallen angels, knowing that they have no chance against 1,000 droids. Azazel could see why many GD fell to these droids, knowing that they are basically capable of doing serious damage to the Galactic Republic. The Droids' barriers were almost impenetrable, with neither of the fallen angels trying to pierce through them or even break them. Due to this, Ambrose and Sahariel had fallen due to the droids' barrage. Issei gritted his teeth in fury, unleashing several barrages of light spears, with him trying his best to keep up with the droids, but their numbers were too high. Issei shook his head. This battle was nothing but a lost cause. He knew what was going to happen next and was worried on whether this was his last battle or not. We are done for. Issei spoke with horror, hoping he would survive. Ambrose and Sahariel falling was something even they didn't wish for. They were afraid that they would next on the droids' lists. As this was going on, Barakiel unleashed a stream of holy lightning at Malak, who blocked it like it was nothing. He absorbed it and used lightning barrage, another byproduct of his telekinetic powers. Azazel feared this would happen, believing that magic won't affect him, since he knew from his fight against Lavinia that magic won't do much. He unleashed the combined electric assault on Barakiel, who screamed in pain due to the pain. "Aya!" Barakiel shouted. He fell to the ground groaning in pain due to the electricity wounds he had received. It was too much for the cadre to take. "Barakiel!" Azazel shouted in worry and fear as Malak taunted. "How does it feel to have a taste of your medicine?" Malak laughed as he saw Barakiel twitching in pain due to taking damage from his own electric current. Barakiel was nervous seeing himself in this state. He was shivering by the fact that Malak was relentlessly torturing him. Akeno was tearing up seeing this, and the other cadres were horrified and angered by what Malak was doing to their fellow cadre. The Gremory peerage were consoling Akeno, who was weeping seeing her father get tortured like this. They were afraid of Malak, and worse, Issei was working with them and relishing seeing them suffer. It made them even more terrified. Zeus was annoyed by this, seeing Malak's lightning to be on par with his own. It annoyed him to no bounds. "You bastard." Azazel shouted in response, only for him to be pushed away by his telekinesis as he turned his attention to Barakiel. Azazel feared that he might suck the life from him. "No. Stay away from him." Azazel shouted, begging for Malak to stay away from Barakiel. The fallen's life energy. I wonder how that would taste. Malak's hands charged as he started sucking out the life energy from the fallen angel. Unlike Lavinia, who had a predictable amount of life energy due to her human biology, it is unknown for how long fallen angels or angels would live, but many of them were from the beginning of the Great War. Malak started to suck out Barakiel's life energy as he struggled to escape Malak's grasp. Team Slashdog and the others tried to stop Malak, but they were ambushed by more droids, who stopped them at every step. Tobio and Shuzaku were the most annoyed by this, as they wanted to fight Malak to save Barakiel. Moments later, Barakiel was nothing but a husk of his former self. Malak had sucked out his life energy completely. He was barely alive, with only a few life force remaining in his body. He looked at Malak in fear. His time had come. Barakiel was afraid even more of what was happening with his counterpart. Not only was he defeated in such a manner, he was basically barely alive at this point, clearly fearing for what Malak intends to do with the former angel of Gregori. Akeno was crying even more, seeing her father's state of being tortured over and over again. RageRevan looked at her and made a small scoff, thinking mockingly. "Well, you always wanted to not deal with your father, right? Guess your counterpart got what she wished for." Lavinia was terrified of this, remembering what happened to her counterpart at the hands of Issei. The draining of life force was a terrifying way to die. They were even more afraid of what else Issei is capable of. The fallen angels were looking down, sadly seeing Barakiel's death. He didn't deserve to die, not in such a heinous manner. The others were also afraid, fearing that they might be next for Issei's onslaught, especially those that had betrayed him and taken his actions for granted. Barakiel. Azazel spoke weakly, while severe difficulty in managing to knock and destroy some of the battle droids, who disappeared after being eliminated. You fought well, now if you may, we will be dealing with the others. Malak walked away, as he turned his attention to Azazel, who was ready with multiple light spears. He hated that he did not have the downfall dragon spear right now, since it was with Asia. However, Malak was suddenly ambushed by Tobio, who attacked him from the left side, as he shouted with tears in his eyes. You bastard. How many more will you kill? Tobio summoned a scythe using Jin, which was the avatar version of Canis Lycaon. Tobio didn't say anything and watched the show, hoping that Malak would be beaten, but knew someone that can contend to the likes of gods. Tobio can't fight against beings like this yet. He hated his counterpart for ignoring Issei and letting dye poison his mind. Tobio was proficient in scythe usage as he flung his scythe towards Malak, who blocked his whole body by his telekinesis, with his scythe hitting near his face. I must admit, you are good with the scythe, unfortunately. Malak walked closer to Tobio, who glared at him, as he continued. You are weak if your body is unable to move. However, Jin bit through his arm, making him grunt in pain. Tobio was released from his restraints and started to attack him with his shadow scythe, with his one hand immobilized by Jin and the other one. Despite this, Malak was an excellent duelist. He used his skills to block most of the strikes, but without his second hand, he was vulnerable. Tobio managed to disarm him and bring him to his knees, as Azazel started to approach him. After dealing with the battle droids, they were ready to kill him for what he did. Several were starting to have hope in their eyes, seeing Malak in this state. They were hoping that Malak's madness could end, with some of them hoping to find a peaceful resolution to Issei's situation. While others like Zeus were wanting to eliminate Issei for good. There was no way he's letting that dragon live after what he did. Good riddance, honestly. Zeus spoke with an apathetic tone, as many from his faction agreed that Malak getting killed was the best thing that could happen. Some were glaring at Zeus's comment. While they didn't disagree with his words, they were aware why he said that. Said people were Office, Lilith and Mary. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Malak was feigning the situation of his defeat. Any last words? Azazel spoke in a cold tone. He was going to avenge Barakiel's defeat at his hands. Just a few. Pull it out of the sky. Malak shouted the last part, as several bombs were right above them. Azazel and Tobio were shocked. They tried to eliminate him, but it was too late. Malak was suddenly glowing a bright blue color, and he and the droid army, along with his weapon, had disappeared. The audience were shocked by this, as they knew that several bombs were found to be placed above them. Those from Gregori were even more afraid of what is going to happen. They were fearing for their lives. Azazel didn't even comment on the reference that was made in the battle, due to what was going on. The bombs had resulted in massive explosions throughout Gregori, taking the lives of several others, along with injuring and critically injuring many more. However, the one that died was someone unfortunate for the factions. No. Kaki. Shigyun spoke with sadness, tears falling from her eyes, before passing out due to her injuries. Kaki no longer had a pulse, which Shigyun sensed as one of the bombs fell right above him. He was no longer breathing. It was a miracle that his body was not obliterated by the bombs, unlike the fallen angels that were a victim. Azazel and Tobio were knocked unconscious, with them being critically injured. Most of the Slashdog members were also critically injured. The ones that were still awake were only a select few. The doctors came to take the injured as well as the critically injured. The bombs along with the assault brought the whole faction to their knees. The doctors were horrified by what they saw. Don't just stand there, help us, Issei shouted helplessly, as the doctors snapped out of the state and took the injured, while the critically injured were given the most priority. They checked on Barakiel, who was completely damaged by the bombs. Combined with his life force drain, he couldn't handle it anymore, as he passed away. The doctors sighed in defeat. Barakiel, along with Kaki Samajima, had passed away. Today marked a grey day for the fallen angels. Gregori had fallen, and Malak and his forces seemed to be unstoppable. We have no choice, Issei spoke angrily. It would take at least a decade or a century to recover Gregori like it was. Not to mention, he had no choice but to accept Issei's offer. Since there was no other way out, negotiation was no longer an option. Barakiel and Kaki were pale upon hearing about their deaths. Especially done indirectly by Issei. They were afraid of Malak, who was responsible for bringing them to near death. Many of Team Slashdog were weeping, while others were clenching their fists in anger. Some were despair-ridden from the fall of their second teammate, which was Kaki Samajima. The Keno was crying at the death of her father, while the others of Gregori were despaired at this, knowing they lost a valuable comrade. They did it. Azazel spoke in sadness seeing his death, and spoke in continuation at the same tone. He actually killed Barakiel. And worse, Issei would probably rejoice on his death. Valerie added in sadness, seeing her crush act like this. She clearly loved him, and seeing him supporting those that were performing acts of destruction really haunted her. She wasn't looking forward to what is next. Even the others that cared and supported him were also sad in seeing him behave like this. Additionally, those from Gregori were also afraid of Issei, especially Barakiel, given that he was against Issei, and now if he so wanted to, he could kill him or get those strong enough to kill him on his side. Issei hoped that they at least learn and accept Issei's offer. Now getting Zeus's approval was something he had to go for. He looked at Zeus, who was still seething in anger due to the humiliations he had to endure. He shook his head at this, hoping that something good will come out of it if he does learn his lesson, but he highly doubted that it would be the case. The scene changes to a dark room where Malak, Grievous, and the droid army all teleported themselves to an unknown location, as a voice spoke. "It's a good thing you gave me the signal before it was too late," a voice spoke from the shadow. The two looked at him and spoke. "Those bombs came in handy. I doubt Gregori would recover after what had happened," Malak spoke with a smile. "And it is all thanks to you, General Kalani," Malak continued. A tactical droid had shown up that was dark silver in color, with light silver on several sides. He had several yellow marks also on him. He was humanoid and had light red eyes on his face. "I figured that even without the bombs, our percentage of winning this battle against the fallen angels were a 90%, however I increased that to 99.9% win rate," Kalani spoke, while deducing the odds. After all, he is the tactical general Issei had created to help Malak win this war. While General Grievous was created for ruthlessness and aggression, he is aggressive when it comes to eliminating targets, and he could act as a secondary commander under Malak whenever he needs to attack. "Aside from that, I think our attack is a success," Grievous spoke. Penemu was barely a challenge to the metalloid monstrosity. "Now all we need to do is tell Issei about this," Malak spoke, as both the generals nodded in agreement. The audience were pale by this, as Issei asked. This was a calculated assault." "Yes, Issei planned this assault properly." Revan paused the viewing as he continued. "It was a properly planned assault that was done to eliminate Gregori. Issei saw this as a perfect opportunity to send a message that without his help, there is no hope against the droid army, and it worked. Now Gregori will push forward for Nyx's release." Those from Gregori were surprised by this, as they were shocked by his ingenuity and actions over them. Their chances of fighting against him in this timeline were starting to fall. And given his no-nonsense and aggressive nature, they'll have to give in to his demand. Zeus was the angriest, but before he was about to say anything, Revan spoke. "And all this happened because the king of Olympus, due to his fear of Nyx, arrogance of being mocked by a mere human, and refusing to release her. Keep in mind, everyone." Revan's words made many glare at Zeus, who was starting to get afraid and angry at this. But he was silent, since some of the people can easily beat him without a problem, which were Surziches and Ajuka, who were starting to get tired of his attitude. As much as they hated to say it, Zeus was starting to become worse than Hades. Even those from Olympus were starting to realize what was happening, and they knew that Zeus was to blame for it. Artemis and Athena were the first to realize this, and soon the others would as well. As for General Kalani, he is an advanced super tactical droid who served the army and is known to be the primary strategist. Designed to outthink organic opponents, Kalani's programming allows him to analyze and adapt to complex battle scenarios, making him far more effective than standard tactical droids. With a tall humanoid frame and a distinctive bronze finish, Kalani projects an air of authority and precision. Unlike most droids, he possesses a strong sense of self-preservation and independence, as despite the shutdown which will be explored later on. He asks Issei to let the function happen in case of future problems. His ability to command diverse units and execute intricate strategies makes him a formidable foe, though his rigid adherence to logic can sometimes be exploited by unpredictable or creative opponents. And like many tactical droids, Kalani isn't a combatant since he uses his brains more than his powers. Revan explained to the audience, who took note of this. This was the brains behind the fall of Gregori, and that terrified him. "So they did it, huh?" Issei spoke coldly, as he was looking at what remains of the fallen faction. As he looks apathetically, he knew who his next targets are. "Goddess Artemis and Gondal, the Valkyrie of Asgard, will be my next targets." Issei spoke coldly. He knew those having both of them by his side would be amazing. The reason is Artemis is the best choice when it comes to infiltration, since she can leave without a trace, as well as she is an excellent huntress due to her being the goddess of hunting, as well as the fact that she is a capable fighter. Another reason was that the Greek faction was one of the strongest that was a part of the alliance. Even if Hades does not take part in that, it could still hold its own even against the several of their enemies. As for Gondal, there were also two reasons. She is a master magician, and if that does not work, she is a master in hand-to-hand combat as well. She would definitely help in the future war if he gets her help. Not to mention, she is Rasuis's grandmother, one of the girls that is with Dai. It would be fun to turn her against her own granddaughter. Artemis was horrified to know she was one of the victims that was going to be targeted for enslavement. The Olympians were horrified to hear this. But they weren't the only ones terrified, a certain ex-Valkyrie exclaimed. Why would Issei want my grandmother? Rasuis exclaimed with horror, seeing that his grandmother being a victim of Issei's plans. She was afraid by the fact that she is now going to be a slave of his goals. RageRevan then explained while pausing the viewing. 2 reasons. 1. She is an expert magician, skilled in a variety of magical spells and abilities, and 2. She is related to you. Taking her away from you is what Issei intends. And let me inform you, she is one of Issei's major allies later on. The Norse pantheon were shocked and horrified by this. Rasuis was beyond horrified to hear about this, that Issei will use her against the factions for his goals. Artemis was worried. She wasn't a fan of her death in Supernatural Bounty Hunter, and now she was going to be a slave. It angered that a man was the one that was controlling her. However, there was someone that was the angriest, as he shouted. That brat, I'll kill Zeus, was unable to complete when he suddenly vanished from the theater. As the Olympians looked shocked and horrified, the one who did that was RageRevan. Hera looked at this in shock and demanded an explanation. What did you do to him? I sent him to an Issei that will remind him of what happens when you provoke him. Zeus is the first person I sent away to be dealt with properly. If I see a misuse of powers again from your pantheon, the Greek pantheon, then I'll send you to that very same Issei. And he'll be glad to remind you your places. This is your final warning. Do I make myself clear? The Greek pantheon remained silent, their pride preventing them from listening to the being in front of them. RageRevan soon radiated some more of his aura and responded. I won't repeat it again. Do I make myself clear? The Greek pantheon were terrified and fearful of the threat that he would comply, given that they will act against Issei and his loved ones if left unchecked. Many were afraid of the enigmatic entity that was standing near them, showing the multiverse. Odin and the other gods looked at them with a normal look as the All-Father spoke. I am glad I didn't piss the warrior off. The Norse gods agreed to him, as they all didn't want to provoke someone that can control their powers and strip them away immediately. They all continued watching the viewing as RageRevan spoke finally. I lost my cool. Usually I don't lose my temper, but Zeus from many worlds is one of the few gods that gets my gears grinding in anger. Keep him in check, this is your last warning. RageRevan spoke as he continued the viewing. The Greek pantheon were afraid of him. And messing with him or defying his orders was not an option. When Issei saw her from the shadows, she was surprisingly young, not what he was expecting, from what someone would call her, their grandmother. Even though Rasuis gave him looks of disgust due to the rumors, she was one of the few that did not overdo it, like Rias or Akeno. Either way, the fact that her grandmother turned against her would shatter her completely. Issei watched as the doctors were taking the injured to the hospital to take care of themselves. He then gets a message from Malak as he decides to teleport back to the unknown location. Those that did meet her, excluding Rasuis, were surprised by this revelation since they knew Gondal to be an old woman instead of being relatively young. RageRevan looked at this and spoke. Yes, Gondal hides her real self to misguide and trick enemies to make them losing their guard and eliminate them or knock them out without a problem. Isn't that right, Rasuis? Rasuis nodded and spoke in response. Correct, Valkyries can live for centuries retaining their youth without a problem. Gondal is one of them. Rias was surprised by this along with several others as she asked. But Rasuis, isn't she older? Rasuis looked at her for a moment before speaking. Yes, she is, but to her she will still look like a woman in her 20s in reality. I mean, even your mother is like that, isn't that right? Rias turned to her mother for an answer. Venelana nodded in agreement, giving a sigh to Rias' foolishness. But it was only momentarily. Rias could only nod in response as she noticed the dismissal making her understand another of her failures. She looked down in embarrassment. The scene shifts to 6th heaven, where Elizabeth was doing as Issei instructed her to do so. He had already disabled the alarms when he had entered inside and dealt with most, if not all of the brave saints under Gabriel to infiltrate. She was tasked with finding the holy relics that belonged to the church. She was trying to check more information about the rest of the holy relics as she spoke with a bit of a frustrated tone. This is harder than I thought. Elizabeth spoke while shaking her head sideways. I need to find more information to help Lord Issei. No. Gabriel could barely say anything as she looked at Elizabeth. This isn't you, Elizabeth. Gabriel spoke while looking at one of her brave saints. I know that you lied to me about Dai being the hero. I was a fool to listen to you, and I know that we angels are weak due to the power Lord Issei showed me. Elizabeth spoke with a sweet smile while caressing the seraph's cheek. The seraph could only watch, unable to do anything as tears of frustration fell from her eyes. The alarms in the heaven had been disabled, with no one even figuring out what had happened. The audience remembered on how Elizabeth had joined Issei and betrayed the angels. Gabriel was the most helpless, knowing that she'll now be used as Issei's ally or pawn to ruin them. Even her personality was completely warped. Michael spoke, taking note of how powerful the holy relic was, which was turned into a longinus courtesy of Issei. Uriel then added, "Brother, we need to do something, we need to locate them before it falls into the wrong hands." "Indeed, we shall." Michael spoke in response, as Hades heard this and shook his head. It was too late to do anything. The crown has a mind of its own and the wielder came to them, he didn't do anything to get it. "I hope Malak and the others are able to perform their mission well, Lord Issei won't like it if I stay useless to him." Elizabeth spoke with a smile, as she continued reviewing the information. As she did the review, her eyes turned deep purple, implying that the power has been integrated well into her body. Once she finds the information, she takes one last look at Gabriel, as she speaks. "Lord Issei will lead us to a new world, old friend." She walks away while carrying the information needed, leaving Gabriel alone. She was about to reach the door, leaving the guilt-ridden Gabriel, as her wings constantly flickered, from white to black. She looked at Elizabeth as she went out of her sight, but not out of the sixth heaven. "I am so sorry, Elizabeth, this is all my fault, this wouldn't have happened if I had used my ability on Issei," Gabriel thought while she remembered her encounter with Malak, only to find a shocking truth about him. "That means, did my counterpart knew of this?" Gabriel asked with horror, to which RageRevan responded. "Not exactly, like many others including Ingvald, she was forced to see the truth. That will be shown in the next viewing. You can all take a break for a few minutes." The audience nodded, as they settled down in the theater, tired from the constant viewing. They knew that they'll soon be heading to rest for the next day. "The last viewing will be shown for the day, and then you will return to your rooms." RageRevan spoke, as the audience nodded. He soon headed outside of the theater into the waiting room and waited for a while, as soon someone arrived in the waiting room. Alright, on time. Soon enough, an imposing figure walks into the location. Zeus was being seen held on by an armored hand, he was battered and bruised, tortured by the figure imposing on him. He had a look of terror and dread on it. RageRevan turned to see and spoke with an amused tone. "So you finally arrived with him, Ryder." The figure was none other than Isay Ryder, who was in his Zeoma form. He was an imposing figure and one of the strongest Isseis in the Isseiverse. "Yes, he has been nothing but a nuisance even to me. He made the very big mistake of insulting me, and this is what happened to him. The faction stood no chance against me in my world after betraying me. Zeus was one of the few fuckers, and they were all wiped out in my timeline, I made sure of it." Issei Ryder threw Zeus to the ground, who was crawling away from Issei Ryder in complete terror and fear of him. Issei Ryder soon spoke. "Why did you not let me kill him? He is just going to be a problem to my counterparts. It is because if he does, I believe the best person to kill him would be your counterpart or this cheater god's Issei." Issei Ryder looked at him for a moment as he nodded. He then continued. "Even my Drag abandoned me, but it doesn't matter anymore, none could stand a chance to the might of the Demon King. Except for a very few people, the rest all abandoned me, yet they stood no chance against me." Issei Ryder spoke with anger, as Zeus was hyperventilating and crying out of fear. "Now Zeus, if you don't want to provoke his wrath, will you ever haunt any Issei?" Zeus rapidly nodded in fear, clearly afraid of all Isseis at this point. Issei Ryder made sure to hammer then point inside his head by killing and reviving him over and over again in the most painful ways. "Why yes, please keep me away from this man. I promise to behave myself," Zeus exclaimed with complete terror as he kept on backing away until he headed to a wall. RageRevan and Issei Ryder had an amused look as RageRevan spoke. "I'll take it from here, thanks for the help." "Not a problem, although, I'd like it if you send the Gremory family my way. I'd love to torment them and show Serzich's Gremory on who the real Demon King really is." Issei Ryder spoke with a cold tone, believing him to be nothing but a mockery of the Demon King, especially with the damned Oppi dragon song he created. RageRevan then spoke. "That I shall." RageRevan spoke with a cheerful tone as he picked up Zeus and headed back to the theater, as Issei Ryder also headed back to the room where he can rest for a while. He knew that in the future his viewing may be shown. RageRevan walked alongside a very terrified Zeus as he spoke. "I have Issei Ryder, who will be joining you to keep you gods under line, so you better behave like a grown-up instead of a spoiled child, okay?" Zeus rapidly nodded with fear as RageRevan pondered on who he is supposed to bring next. He soon remembered the Hindu gods and decided to bring 4 of the Hindu gods. He snapped his fingers and decided to bring them here, much to their surprise. The gods that came here were Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma and Indra. Shiva was described to be a blue-skinned human with the height of a middle schooler. He is considered to be on par with Vishnu and Brahma. He has limitless bottomless eyes and has superiority which made many lower beings that made people terrified. Vishnu was described to be a green-skinned human, almost the height of Shiva. He is considered to be on par with Shiva and Brahma. He has limitless bottomless eyes just like Shiva and has superiority which made many lower beings respect him, unlike Shiva that made people terrified. Brahma was described to be an old man that had a beard similar to that of Odin, and unlike Shiva or Vishnu, he did not seem to be a middle school child. He was much taller, however like the other gods, he has limitless bottomless eyes just like Shiva and Vishnu, and has superiority which made many lower beings respect and be terrified of him. And finally Indra has the appearance of a man with a buzz-cut hairstyle with greenish-brown hair color and lavender eyes. He wears circular sunglasses, an aloha shirt, and has a jewel around his neck when in his leisure. In the anime, he has the vermilion mark on his forehead. "Where are we?" Shiva asked, to which Vishnu speaks up. "This seems like a private theater, someone strong would have brought us here." That seems the case, maybe dealing with them would be enough. Indra spoke with confidence, to which Brahma responded. "Be careful Indra, bring us all four here is not an easy feat. Especially when it is against our will. It will be fine, besides who would want to speak with all four of us?" Indra responded with a confident tone, to which the entity presented himself to them with RageRevan speaking. "That would be, Lord Indra. Someone with respect, what is your name and why did you bring us here?" Indra asked with inquisition. He was enjoying a dance performance by the next generation of Apsaras, who will take up the place of the predecessors soon enough, since he plans on letting the older generation take some rest and enjoy their life in the human world. "I am RageRevan, and I am here to show you the whole multiverse. You see your universe is beyond the limitations of the current one. And trust me, it will show you errors that you have made in your judgments and the problems that exist in your factions." RageRevan explained, to which Indra was about to respond, but Shiva stopped him. He knew the man was about to create a war just for the sake of it, and responded. "Problems? What problems am I not aware of?" RageRevan spoke in response. "All in due time, God of destruction, for now, I will catch you up to speed on the things that have happened till now." RageRevan's words made them confused, but the Trimurti nodded and decided to reveal all the information that has happened until now. The four gods were shocked at this betrayal that had happened to their pillar. Indra frowned upon this, pitying the boy, since he knew that he couldn't trust anyone from the three factions, with him speaking. "And here I thought the boy was evil, I was sorely mistaken. These devils are really fiends for doing this to him, and the angels, well you know what they say. The devil was an angel once. At least I am glad Ozza boy is standing up for him. I have to agree, the boy didn't deserve them cheating on him. It is a miracle that he didn't go Juggernaut drive at their betrayal. Honestly, why does good people have to suffer?" Shiva spoke sadly, as the rest of the Trimurti agreed to this, when Vishnu noticed Zeus in a complete panic, with him speaking. "So what of the god of thunder from Greek pantheon looking like he saw Tiffin again?" Vishnu asked, to which RageRevan spoke. "Well, let's just say he was misbehaving, so I had to send one of the Isseis to discipline him." Turning to the Zeus, who was terrified of what would happen to him. "He got the message, very well. So will we be punished if we misbehave?" Brahma asked, to which RageRevan shook his head speaking. "Only if you cross a line, something I know that Hindu gods won't do so." The four gods had a smile, to which RageRevan spoke. The one that did this to him was Isay Ryder, one of the strongest Isseis who has a reputation of having massive trust issues due to his past. Word of advice, don't provoke or annoy him, he can easily destroy the universe if he wants to. The four new gods nodded as RageRevan sent the message to Issei Ryder, who had finally shown up. He was described to be a black-haired individual with brown eyes. He had short hair. He had worn a red Adidas jacket and a black tracksuit. He had worn a black track pants. He had worn Adidas shoes. Zeus was hyperventilating and was backing away as he shouted. "No. Keep him away. I don't want to stay near him." The other gods were surprised since they sensed this Issei to be a human. "Wait, that's him?" Indra asked with a surprised tone as RageRevan spoke. "Yes, that's him. Although he doesn't like violence, don't push him." "Yep, and amongst the gods, only your pantheon was the decent one, the others, well let's get the show on the road. You brought me here for something, right?" RageRevan nodded and spoke. "Indeed, now come, let's go and meet the others. And Zeus, get your ass up and come on." RageRevan commanded, making the god of thunder from the Greek pantheon nod in response, and reluctantly. They all left and headed to the location where they had met up with the rest of the DxD cast, who were having their lunch. Many were surprised to see their current batch of guests. Hera rushed to Zeus, who was too much traumatized by this, as she turned to RageRevan, who spoke. "Let this be a lesson for misbehavior, keep him in check. That human, he is a monster." Zeus pointed to Issei Ryder, who smirked in response. He likes seeing Zeus of any world in constant fear. Hera wanted to speak, but RageRevan spoke up, cutting her off. "Everyone, since you know the gods from the Hindu pantheon, I will let you guys discuss with each other at a later time, but if you gods wish to speak something you can." He looked at the four gods, who nodded in response, with Shiva speaking. I will make our stance very clear, if Issei Hyoudou isn't a part of the factions, then you can count us out as well. Shiva spoke with a very serious tone, to which Indra added up. That boy, you have been taking him for granted, and if he comes with an axe to grind against all those heathens that cheated on him. The girls that had betrayed him were even more terrified of this, with Issei coming after them with an intention of vengeance made them really terrified. The other leaders were shocked at the leaders cutting off all alliance with them. Serziches then spoke. But Lord Shiva. Sorry Lord Lucifer. Vishnu spoke with a respectful yet solemn tone. He then continued. We won't work with those that wish to harm him or ruin his life. Like Zeus over there. Vishnu spoke with a serious tone, which made many of the faction glare at the cheaters, making them more ashamed at what they had done. And if you are wondering who is the other, meet Issei Hyoudou from the Universe 2500, also known as Isay Ryder. He will be joining us for 2 short viewings. RageRevan introduced the second Issei that will be joining them. Isay Ryder didn't say anything, as the Greek gods were furious at the one responsible for what Isay Ryder did to Zeus. Hera was the first to be angered at this, as she responded. You will pay for what you did. Hera was about to lunge at Issei Ryder, which she did by using her lotus scepter, who only dodged, and decided to put the second goddess in her place. The Hindu gods wanted to stop Hera, but RageRevan spoke up. Don't, another will learn. Issei Ryder brought out the 02 driver and placed it on his waist as an announcement took place. 02 driver. Azazel widened his eyes, realizing what this meant. He was not expecting an Issei to be a Kamen Rider of all things. He wondered if it is a toy or the real thing, but if Ryder was any giveaway, it is a real thing. Hera is crude. Azazel spoke, to which Valerie asked. What is that, Azazel? Just watch on how this Issei kicks some ass, no wonder Zeus is scared shitless of this variant. Azazel mused, as the others curiously watched on what Issei Ryder is going to do. They saw him bring out a Progrisiki. He dodges another magic blast from her, and opens the slot by sliding it, showcasing a 02 number in front of her, as he opens the key. 2 announcements follow, the latter being the looping one. 02 jump. Let's give you power. Looping with electronic beat. Stay still you damned mortal. Hera exclaimed, as soon a holographic projection of a satellite known as there is formed below Issei, and soon flips itself 90 degrees and moves in front of Hera, confusing her. Seeing this, he decides to exclaim. Henshin. He inserts the Progrisiki into the slot, with an announcement soon taking place. 02 rise. Hera makes one final attempt at lunging at him, but it was too late, as 2 grasshoppers, one red and one green, both mechanical, as an announcement happened. Road to Glory has to lead to grow wind path to change 1 to 2. Kamen Rider 02. A satellite forming the quantum tector, the yellow-colored rider model converting to armor similar to Rising Hopper of 01, and the red-colored rider model, adding accents to the remaining portions, completing the transformation. Issei had become Kamen Rider 02. A final announcement soon follows. It's never over. Hera only got angry at this, as she blindly dashed forward only for Issei Ryder to sidestep and unleash a gut punch, making her cough up saliva, as he soon unleashed 2 more punches aimed at her face. She tried to lunge at him, only for Issei to blitz behind her and strike her many more times. Hera screamed in anger, as she unleashed a magic blast, but Issei Ryder was behind her and kicked her in the back, as he continued to lunge at her from different angles, punching and kicking her at every step, eventually sending her to the ground. To any untrained eye, it felt like he was teleporting around, which even made Odin and anyone below him see it as such, showing that even gods see him as nothing but him teleporting around, while those that were barely able to see his speed like Office could see how fast Issei Ryder really is. How sad, just like your husband Zeus, you two share a certain level of arrogance, don't you? Hera only got angry, as she decided to unleash her strongest attack, which took the size of a peahen, and consume him and destroy him. Die. Hera screamed in fury, intending to kill him, only for Issei to press the Progrisiki, and an announcement followed. 02 Big Bang. He ran forward a trail of electricity, deflecting her peahen with an upward kick, destroying it completely. He then delivers a horizontal flying kick and lands behind the enemy before performing another upward kick, launching the opponent into the air. Issei Ryder follows Hera and performs a series of aerial high-speed punches and kicks, making her scream all the while. Issei Ryder lands on the ground and waits for Hera to start falling to the ground, all the while she was groaning in pain. Once he sees her in position, he soon performs a final flying kick that produces red and green energy upon impact. The energy is then channeled into Issei Ryder's foot before he breaks through the enemy, causing the number 02 to appear before the enemy is consumed by a large red and green explosion. An announcement plays while this happens again. 02 Big Bang. Issei Ryder lands on the ground as Hera was seen unconscious on the ground as she fell down from the location. The other gods rushed to her, with Poseidon checking for her pulse, with Athena checking for the damage. She's barely alive. Poseidon spoke with a feared tone as he could see her pulse fading away. There are several bones broken, including the bones near the ribs and chest. Her abdomen is the one that had the most damage. Her organs were punctured and she has internal bleeding. Athena spoke with fear, just one armor was able to do this to her. Soon a landing was heard as they turned to see Issei Ryder landing next to them, with him speaking. Be grateful I held back, keep an eye on her. Next time, I will see to it that she is dead. Artemis looked at him in anger, she was about to shout angrily, but Athena responded. No. Don't. But, this man beast, Artemis shouted as Issei Ryder's eyes was about to glow, but Athena responded with a serious tone. No, don't. He was able to take down Zeus and Hera, don't be next on his list. Focus on healing mother, please. Athena spoke the last part with a pleading tone. Artemis could only scowl and turn her gaze away. She sighed and relented as she spoke. Fine. Athena got up and spoke with an apologetic tone. I am sorry for their behavior, please Takiwa-sama. Forgive us. Issei Ryder shook his head and spoke. Don't be, and keep an eye on them. Cause I won't be merciful next time. Athena nodded in understanding, seeing Issei Ryder walk away, with no one saying anything. Some like Rainer and the orc looked at Issei Ryder in complete fear, given he had effortlessly destroyed Hera. They watched him head towards RageRevan and new guests, as RageRevan spoke up. Now then, once Hera is patched up, all of you come to the theater room, let's begin with the viewing. The others nodded in understanding, as RageRevan immediately snapped his fingers and healed her up, waking her up. She looked at Issei Ryder in fear and was downright afraid, as the Greek gods were the last to leave, with them taking Zeus with them. They soon settled down, with Issei Ryder removing the Progrisiki, returning to his normal form and sitting near a edge away from everyone else. The Hindu gods added a distance as well, but near those that sided with Issei. RageRevan started the viewing. Issei Ryder knew these people aren't as shitty as the ones in his world. He was more curious to see what kind of people are there in the concept timeline, since he had told him to look forward to the viewing. The viewing showed a defenseless Gabriel watching on how Elizabeth was taking all the documents that was under high security in heaven. Documents about important artifacts and other materials. Had I read Issei's heart, none of this would have happened. Gabriel murmured with tears falling from her eyes. She never read Issei's heart and believed Dai and Rias completely. She remembered on how her first encounter with Malak went. Issei Ryder saw this and had a frown as he spoke. So in this timeline, she was taken by lies, right? And never bothered to read his heart, right RageRevan? Yes. RageRevan mused, to which Issei Ryder shook his head. He then spoke. Shouldn't be surprised, this one is no better than the girls that chose to believe in lies. Gabriel looked at Issei Ryder, wondering what connection they had in their world. She however did not ask due to having fear on what Issei Ryder would do if she opened her mouth, especially after he had completely crushed Hera without any mercy or care. Now the scene will shift to flashback, everyone. So be ready. RageRevan announced in response, with everyone nodding in response. Flashback. The whole sixth heaven was burning, as many of the angels had been killed, most of them were low-class angels. Gabriel was already at her knees, as an intimidating figure was looming on her. His red blade and yellow eyes made her immensely fear him. Her powers were of no match, as any holy light attack she aimed at him were easily deflected and blocked by him. She realized that she might die here tonight by his hands, as he had mercilessly killed anyone that stood in his way. However, his intentions were not to kill her, so he used his telekinesis to give her traumatic memories relating to what a certain chestnut had to go through. She held her head in pain, shouting, "Please, make it stop. I beg you." Gabriel shouted in despair, but she felt no sympathy from the man in front of her as he looked at her in an apathetic manner. Gabriel eventually passed out due to the trauma as the man looked at her and spoke. "I believe he would love to see you in this state," the man spoke in a cold tone as he lifted her up and took her to his hideout. Gabriel was feeling afraid seeing this state of hers, given on how Malak was doing his own thing to her. The other angels were looking in terror seeing what is happening here. Michael and the other seraphs were calming the fearful angel down. Issei Ryder looked at her for a moment before turning away. He wondered why didn't this Gabriel read Dai's heart, unlike in his timeline where she read Issei's former brother's heart and chose to be with him and ignored Michael and the will of the other angels. Once they reach there, Gabriel wakes up to see the same man in front of her. She tries to read his heart, but she could only find nothing but emptiness inside of it. He seemed to be completely devoid of emotion. She has a look of concern that was seen on the man's face. "Welcome to my humble abode, my name is Malak. "It is not a pleasure to meet you," Malak spoke with a mocking tone. Gabriel tried to get up, but she was unable to. She looked around to see several chains sealing away her magic. She was helpless in front of the man. She feared what he would do to her, and a number of scenarios were running through her mind. As she was thinking, Malak decided to speak. "I have heard from an old friend that you are considered the most beautiful lady on heaven, if not one of the most beautiful lady in the entirety of the supernatural." Malak spoke with a mocking tone, as he then became serious. "But then again, your actions tell me a whole different story. They show me a different side, an ugly one." "What actions is he talking about?" Gabriel asked, confused, with Michael responding. "Even we want to know about it." Revan sighed as he decided to snap his fingers, but not before pausing the viewing. Soon the angels fell to their knees, much to everyone's shock, to which Revan spoke up. "Given you a list of details on what some of the exorcists do. From unjust killing of devils in secret to outright committing some of the most heinous crimes imaginable, like child trafficking for instance. They do it under the cover of night, or in some cases, they do it in complete secret. Many of the exorcists under you are blind to it, so I would advise you to clear your issues before someone else does." The angels and the exorcists all looked down in shame, with the other biblical factions being shocked by this, with Serziches speaking. "I hope you got a good explanation for this. I have no clue this happened. If I did, I would have put a stop to this. I thought those were just rumors." Michael spoke with dread. Many could see several of the seraph's wings graying in response, due to immense regret. They knew that this was an outcome that was meant to happen in an event like this. The regret of not knowing what had happened in the darkness of the church. Revan then spoke. "You can all discuss it at a later date, but for now, just watch on what crimes the church has done in the darkness. There are many to date. Who exactly are you? And I don't understand, what are you talking about?" Gabriel's voice was filled with innocence, to which Malak shook his head and spoke coldly. "Oh Gabriel. Sweet Gabriel. You are so naive." Malak then continued in the same tone. "Yet, you fail to see the horrors of this world that I and my old friend have witnessed, and how people like you play God. I don't understand, all we did is help people." Gabriel retorted as her face showed pure anger. However, Malak wagged his finger and responded. "Yet, you fail to see the injustice happening in your own organization." Malak spoke with a cold voice, which soon changed to disgust. "My old friend told me about several crimes that your popes in Vatican commit, the Holy Sword Project, the rapes of women by your own people, to name a few. All in the name of your beloved God." Malak ended with a mocking tone. Gabriel was quiet. He was not wrong. Even after the perpetrators were excommunicated, the damage was done, and the worst part is that their own people did this for a very long time. There was nothing but silence, as many glared at the angels and the exorcists, many of whom were ashamed at this, with Revan chipping in while pausing the viewing. "And don't even get me on child molestation. The crimes of the church is really messed up, especially by some of the exorcists and elders." Michael knew what he had to do. He had to clear the skeletons in the church closet, otherwise more people will continue to suffer under this system. "Everyone, I understand in our absence and mistakes that we were blind to what has happened. But rest assured, we will see to it that we will clear the church of the darkness." The other factions were looking at them with doubt, to which Revan spoke. "And even the rest of you have skeletons in your closet, some that even you aren't even aware of. Including the Hindu faction." The Hindu faction side were surprised by this, with Shiva asking calmly. "What are you implying, Revan?" "All in due time, Lord Shiva, all in due time." Revan unpaused the viewing, leaving the Hindu faction relatively confused at this, with them watching the viewing again. "And that's not even the worst crime that you commit. There was one that you failed to see right in front of your eyes." Malak spoke in a cold tone, with Gabriel retorting. "That has never happened. We have never ignored any crime. We have never hurt anyone innocent." Gabriel retorted as Malak raised his tone in response. "You lie." Malak shouted, making Gabriel flinch. "Stop lying about the suffering you have caused to other people and pretending to be the good guys. History has shown that even God had made mistakes and has flaws. Nobody is perfect, and yet you act as such. It is time to end this." Malak shouted as he raised his hand. "Wait, we can talk about this, please. Like civilized people." Gabriel spoke with fear in her voice, sensing that this was the same technique he used earlier, to which Malak angrily retorted. "No. People like you have fooled us for long. And it is time I make you see your mistakes, by force." Gabriel screamed in pain. However, soon after the screams dulled away, as she started to remain in disbelief, as tears started to stem from her eyes. The factions frowned, seeing on how Gabriel was acting, with the latter being disgusted at what her counterpart was doing. She felt ashamed and fearful seeing what was happening to her at this state. "Honestly, seeing what this variant is, I wonder if there are good people in Concept's world, seeing that even an angel as pure as Gabriel is the same as those bastards." Issei Ryder commented, seeing the situation with some wondering what exactly happened in the Ryder's world. But many were afraid given how ruthless and merciless they were. Mary spoke up, slightly afraid, turning to Issei Ryder, with him speaking. What? Seeing on how you are focused on Gabriel, do you have some important relationship with her? Issei Ryder looked at her for a moment and was about to respond, but RageRevan spoke. Save the questions for Ryder at a later date, for now focus on the viewing. Issei Ryder and Mary noted as they continued to watch. The angels were fearing on what Malak would do to Gabriel's concept counterpart. However, an additional emotion started to brew in her eyes, and that was hatred belonging to a certain person that she once loved. This is not true, tell me this is a lie. Gabriel spoke with tears in her eyes, she was in disbelief that he would do all this. You think this is a joke? Why would we lie to you? After all, this is his memories. Malak spoke with fury in his voice, he then calms down as he speaks. You know what, I will let him talk to you. Malak turned to his side, as she watches someone approach him, he shows his face from the shadows, as Gabriel's look changes into horror. No. It can't be. You are the one that initiated the assault. Gabriel spoke with disbelief as the one standing in front of her was none other than Issei Hyoudou. Long time no see, Seraph Gabriel. I pity that you are in this condition. Issei spoke with a sad tone, before changing it into mocking smile, and he started walking close to her and crouched. So how does it feel to know of my brother's true identity? Issei exclaimed while pulling her chin and face close to his, while exclaiming. It hurts, doesn't it, that the one you loved is a piece of shit. Some of the audience were paling at how spiteful Issei was in this timeline, with many of the angels fearing for what Issei is going to do with Gabriel. Michael then asked. Was Issei the one to make Gabriel the way she is, when we saw the first chapter? RageRevan only turned to him and spoke. Was it not obvious? The angels were afraid of him, with the other factions being more worried by this. Many were fearing on what Issei would do to her. Issei Ryder hated that this was happening to a version of his wife, but he should be aware that every universe Gabriel won't be his. Some would end up with versions of his so-called brother, something he hated that for. Rias was looking down in shame, he didn't know that his counterpart lied so much that Issei became the very same person that would have killed them without hesitation. Even the Hyoudou couple was terrified of seeing the situation that was taking place. Everything is a lie, it has to be a lie, please tell me it is. Gabriel spoke with desperation, as Issei only smiled innocently, and spoke in a mocking tone. Oh sweet Gabriel, naive Gabriel. Issei spoke before changing into a serious tone. Nothing was a lie, you know it well, if anything these memories that Malak gave you were mine, your ability was created so that you would not be deceived by such lies. Issei ended with a mocking tone, it was ironic to see her being deceived by such lies done by her own brother and Rias herself. No, that's not true. Gabriel shouted, Dai was her first love and she did not want to be deceived by him, however she broke down into tears when she realized that the memories were not lies. Now I will show you your biggest mistake, and that is I will make sure that the factions fall. Issei declared, as Gabriel tried her best to get up. Then I will do what I must. Gabriel spoke sadly with tears in her eyes. I will stop you from destroying the lives of the innocents. Calling them innocents is a far cry. Mary commented with anger, as she continued. After what they did to my little brother. I couldn't agree anymore, and Gabriel is a hypocrite by defending them for too long. Ingvild added in response, which made many that sided with Issei agree, with Azazel reluctantly agree with the same as well. He was not on board with this iteration of Gabriel. You will be seeing the lack of accountability a lot in this timeline, that is something which is going to be common in this story. RageRevan responded, to which the audience noted with many feeling anger seeing their counterparts behaving like this. Issei Ryder then commented. Doesn't surprise me, once they realize the truth, they'll start appeasing him, and yet that is not going to work. He isn't going to forgive and forget. Rias and the girls that cheated on him with Ryu were about to answer to this with Rias speaking. You're wrong, Issei will forgive us and give us a chance. RageRevan paused the viewing in response, knowing once again shit was about to hit the fan. Yes, he will give us a second chance, he has always given us a second chance many times. Akeno responded, to which Asia responded. Not everyone is as cruel as you, our Issei will accept us one day. I agree, he has to keep on his promise to us. Zenovia retorted with anger, with the other girls excluding Ravel and Irina agreeing to this. The ones that supported Issei were getting really furious, especially Ingvild, Valerie, Mary and Yasaka. However, Issei Ryder finally got up. He decided to give these girls a massive reality check, given that the previous viewings haven't opened their eyes. Before I begin, Serziches and Barakiel, would you support these girls in their thoughts and actions? The two men shook their heads, and Serziches responded. No, Ryder, we have no intention of doing so. Issei Ryder narrowed his gaze and spoke. If you cheating heathens believe that Issei is going to give you a second chance and tolerate your spoiled behavior, then you are dead wrong. Take it from my point of view, if I was Issei, I would have moved on. Not intending to make any contact with you, and if you think otherwise, why did Ingvild and Mary make the warning to all of you early on when they visited the Issei of your world? Isay Ryder spoke the statement, making them really afraid. When he saw this, Isay Ryder spoke up. Believe me, he only needs a reason to kill you, and if you try to force him to join you, all I can say is that if he is anything like me, then you only have one destination, and that is purgatory. Issei Ryder spoke bluntly, making them all afraid and silencing them right then and there as they sat down, but with terror in their eyes. They were clearly afraid of their Issei becoming like his Ryder counterpart as RageRevan replayed the viewing. The loved ones were also afraid but understood Issei Ryder's reasoning and didn't blame him as such. That's a shame, you have turned your back on me, and I will destroy everything you have created. Issei spoke with a cold tone that was ice cold. It was probably the coldest tone she has ever heard him speak to her, or that was whenever he could. I have to stop you, I must, otherwise you will destroy this piece, and I can't let you do that, I am sorry. Gabriel spoke while struggling from the chains. And why should I not do that? You have already destroyed my life. Issei spoke, and then he released her and started to use his telekinesis to choke her. It's a shame that you need to be silenced. Issei used a telekinesis spell called Insanity, which he developed by using his own memories of mistreatment of the past. Issei, please, we can talk about this, let me help you, there is still good left in you. Gabriel spoke sadly while struggling to breathe, tears were falling from her eyes. You can still be a hero. I am sorry, but the hero you once knew is dead. Killed by the very people he once protected slowly and painfully. Issei spoke as he then continued. But don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. Issei spoke while charging his telekinetic spell. I intend to make you suffer, since killing you would be mercy. I want to see you suffer the consequences of your mistakes, your mistake of trusting and loving the wrong person. Issei spoke while sending the spell Insanity inside of her mind, which would trigger whenever she would speak about the incident with Issei. You won't say a thing, I give you my word. And if you die, oh well. Issei spoke while shrugging. I pray for your survival. Issei spoke feigning pity. Nah, just kidding, I pray for your suffering, Lady Gabriel. Issei ended with a mocking tone as the two men left from there, leaving Gabriel crying endlessly due to the betrayal she had received from Issei Hyoudou. Flashback ends. There was nothing but silence and fear upon seeing on how Issei was effortlessly able to effectively take down Gabriel and leave her the state that she was in. Isay Ryder shook his head and looked down sadly seeing this. He hated that this Gabriel had to go through so much trouble due to the lies she was not even closely involved with. I am so sorry, this wouldn't have happened if I used my ability on Issei a long time ago, Gabriel muttered while a tear fell from her eye. However, unbeknownst to her, Elizabeth was almost done taking all the information needed for Issei's sacred gear recreation, since it would not only help him in creating Longinus gears based on the other holy relics, but he will be finally able to recreate the true Longinus. Elizabeth turned her attention to Gabriel and gave her a cold look as she spoke. Don't forget that all of this is due to the actions of naive people like you. Elizabeth spoke with a smile, hiding her disgust as her eyes returned to normal baby blue from the former purple it was, implying that her transformation as a dark angel was completed. After this, the world will be a much better place. Elizabeth had the same smile before leaving heaven to inform this to Issei. Many of the audience shuddered when they saw that smile, making several of them nervous. The fact that a dark angel was able to bring them to their knees was really something really terrified them to no ends. Her smile, it gives me the creeps. Azazel muttered, fearing what would happen to the angels when they find out that one of their own has become a prominent sleeper agent for them. Just one of their own has become a monster and an ally for Issei. I fear that those two which the Issei mentioned would be next on his list. Goddess Artemis and Lady Gondel. YASAKA spoke with concern as she took a glance towards the two factions, the Greek and the Norse faction. Odin and his faction were nervous and concerned on what Issei has planned for them. They were afraid that Issei was going to use Roswis's grandmother against them, with many worrying on how the situation is going to go. The Greek pantheon, especially Zeus and Hera, were fearful and angry seeing this, while Artemis was afraid knowing she was going to be a target and going to be a sole reason why their pantheon is going to fall apart. Now the scene will shift to a few days later, so keep in mind, everyone. RageRevan spoke as the audience nodded in understanding. They continued to watch on what may happen next to them. Valerie Lucifer can be seen with tears in her eyes. She remembered what had happened. She had already lost Lavinia, and now Kaki is gone as well. She did not know of this, as the doctors or her friends decided to not tell her, as she was recovering from her wounds. The wounds became severe due to the fact she woke up and spied on Ingvild. The doctors had warned her before that if she were to move, she would not recover and put her in an anesthesia-induced coma to make her recover faster, as the Dragon Slayer magic that Issei had infused in his punches had still remained. The anesthesia was so that she wouldn't feel the pain. The magic was eventually removed and she was able to recover. She headed back once the surgery was done and she was able to walk. "Tell me, this is not true, Kuroka." Valerie spoke with sadness as tears fell from her eyes, first Lavinia and Kauki. "Please tell me that Kauki is alright." Valerie's voice was higher, she refused to believe that Kauki is dead. "I am sorry, Vali." Kuroka spoke with sadness, she did not have the verbal tick. Naya with her, Vali's hair covered her face, she then ran away as Kuroka exclaimed in worry. "Vali, wait." Kuroka shouted with her running behind him. Many were worried about Vali as they were helpless in the situation. However, Valerie was too fast leaving Kuroka in the house, she could only watch her leave. It did not help that Barakiel also died shortly after Malak drained his life energy, and unlike Lavinia, who was alive but in a comatose situation, similarly due to the attack, others like Sahariel and Ambrose had to be induced into a coma to recover their wounds. Team/Dog remembered and were pale by what had happened, remembering the demise that had happened with Kauki Samijima. They all were afraid that anyone could be next with what would have happened. Valerie was looking down in sadness, remembering the death that had happened, and that was when Gregori fell by the attack of Issei's droid faction. Her team minus Kuroka calmed her down, the latter of whom was also looking down in regret and sadness. The Kendo also was looking down in sadness, remembering her father's death, while Barakiel was nervously shaking when this had happened. All in all, things were pretty bleak for Gregori, that is if they somehow managed to recover. The attack wiped out more than 50% of the fallen angels, there was no trace of them, and amongst the injured, 40% succumbed to their wounds, and out of the remaining 60%, 50% of them have a low recovery chance, and among them is the cadre Penemu. The wounds inflicted by Grievous were too much. And that's not even mentioning that fallen angels' numbers were constantly being among the least in the Great War, not to mention, many of the top-level fallen angels left for the Chaos Brigade when they were found leaking secrets to them, and then the Evil Dragon War happened, which took casualties from all factions. Fallen angels were no exception. Thus this resulted them in having the lowest population among the three factions. And unlike devils, who have the evil P system, and the angels have the brave saints, fallen angels don't have that. The reason was that their former leader Azazel did not intend to continue the race. According to him, he did want the race to end with him, despite accepting any that intend to join their race. Ironically, his wish did take place, in one of the worst ways he could have possibly imagined. Azazel had a scowl on his face remembering what had happened, to which Raynor asked, "Is this true? Did you want to end our race too?" "Not end, Raynor, given that many of our race did side with the Chaos Brigade. I wished for our race to live, but at the same time, I don't wish to create more of our kind. I am not against others doing it, but for me I would like it if I am the last of my race." Azazel spoke as he looked at the theater, speaking. "But it you wish to create more, as long as you don't harm others, I am not against that, although I can't say the same for you, right Raynor?" Azazel gave a glance towards Raynor, who flinched from his tone as she turned her gaze away in shame for her past actions and her still spiteful thoughts towards Issei for being solely responsible for his death and turning his attention to his loved ones. She was worried on what would happen if Issei comes to know about her current intentions. The other leaders knew Azazel's intentions and weren't against it, which was why he, along with Penemu, were one of the few fallen angels that didn't choose to have a family. As this was going on, Ingvild, who had left her room, had approached downstairs. She had heard of the news of what happened to Gregori and was saddened. However, that was 3 days ago. Now she wondered why everyone was gathered here. Did something happen? Ingvild asked with concern, wondering what had happened. A part of her was happy that Dai was not present. She often wondered where Issei was though. Not that he would tell her where she is. No. It's just Valerie came back. She did not take the news too well. Rias spoke as she looked at situation. It was grim. Rias was the first to come to know of the situation, and she had reported it to the rest. Many had kept their hands on their mouths in horror. They were horrified that Gregori had fallen, and many were killed. The one who did not react was Akeno, which surprised many. Her father had died, the only parent in her life is gone, and now she was alone, except for her friends, that is, she was robotic and always remained in a catatonic state, not moving much, only just being in her own world. Malak's hallucinations plus Barakiel's death left her in a terrible state. Aside from that, several others had to be also put in a comatose state, and for Vali, they hoped she will be alright. Even Ingvild was not expecting this to happen. She was saddened that this had to happen. The worst part was Malak was not alone, a whole army was with him. As a result, the other factions deduced Malak to be a part of this faction and assumed him to be their leader. They called it the Droid faction. The droid faction is not a bad name, since many are based on separatist droids from Star Wars. Ajuka mused, to which the others agreed with it. They knew that the droid faction will only cause many problems in this timeline, just like they did in the original one. Bekeno was looking down in sadness, remembering her father's death, with the rest of the orc consoling her. Barakiel watched his daughter with sadness. He felt conflicted about the fact that his daughter betrayed Issei like this and cheated on him with another man. The fact that she abandoned him due to his perversion really annoyed him, but as a father, he wanted to be there for his daughter. You still are worried for her, aren't you? Enemu muttered to Barakiel, who nodded in response, speaking. Regardless of what she has done, she is still my daughter. I can't just leave her like this. Enemu nodded. Relationships have been ruined because of this one mistake. It just shows that how actions can have severe and serious consequences. Damn it. We were confident that Malak wouldn't attack in the next few months, but it turns out that he had planned the attack and destroy one of the biblical faction. Arthur exclaimed angrily, as LaFay consoled him. He felt powerless that not only was his leader in such a vulnerable state, but also, he can't do anything for her, or try to stop Malak. What do we do now? Asia asked in a sad tone, as Rias then spoke. We should go and help the others, your sacred gear will be useful and needed. Asia agreed in response, as Kuroka had other plans. I should stay with Vali. Kuroka spoke in concern. I doubt she wants to see anyone else. In that case, even LaFay should stay with her as well. Arthur spoke in agreement to Kuroka, as LaFay was confused by their action. The audience nodded, pondering on how things will go from here on out. They knew that without Issei helping them, and being on the side of the very people that wished to completely destroy them completely. However, as this was going on, Malak was watching the scene, but not in amusement, but in thought. It was not because he was not happy seeing them in despair. He was happy to see them suffer. However, his thoughts were something else, as he muttered. If my hunch is correct, there has to be other hybrids between humans and demons, Malak muttered with deep thought. There will be descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub as well, he presumed with an analytical look. He wondered whether those two might have Longinus or not. I am sorry, but I have some appointments, so I cannot join you. Ingvild spoke with sadness, remembering that today is the day she will be heading to meet Office and Great Red. Many had looks of sadness, but they nevertheless agreed. Malak seemed to be amused by what is going on. He then teleports away to meet up with the rest. What is he talking about? Serziches asked, to which Revan responded. All will be revealed soon enough. Let's just say in both worlds, Valerie and Ingvild aren't the only Satan-human hybrids. Valerie and Ingvild were surprised by this, with knowing that there are more like them. Valerie wondered what lives would the two have. Isay Ryder was also curious along with the other devils, since he only met Valerie, and wondered if Ingvild existed in his world or not. Issei was reviewing the information that Elizabeth had brought out from the heaven, and was amazed. Most of the relics were pretty good, however 3 caught his eye, that being the Shroud of Turin, Sudarium of Oviedo, and the Crown of Thorns. He barely had any information on them before, but now with the information he had received, things are getting good. This is marvelous. Issei spoke in amazement. Good job, Elizabeth, Issei exclaimed with a happy tone, as he rubs her head, with her smiling in response. I am glad the information you received helped you, Lord Issei, Elizabeth responded, as Issei shook his head. No, this helped me more than enough, Issei responded in happiness, as Issei spoke with the same tone. Not to mention, I can recreate the true Longinus with this information. I struggled to recreate it, but now I can, along with Longinus sacred gears that may not have been discovered by the factions, and I can only thank you for that, Elizabeth. Issei spoke with a genuine smile, as Elizabeth smiled in happiness and responded with a nod. Honestly, it is surprising on how loyal one can become by having their mind altered by Alpheka Tyrant. Makes me wonder if there is a way to resist this. Ingvild commented, seeing on how loyal Elizabeth has become towards Issei. Tell me about it. I doubt any devil would be able to resist because of the holy nature of the gear. Valerie mused, glancing towards Hades, with Revan speaking. Actually, even someone like Issei had his personality changed in one of the original universes. Because of this, it turns out that they took away his perversion. The timeline is also called the canon universe. The audience were surprised by what it is. They wondered what this canon universe is, but Revan spoke up. I won't be addressing any questions relating to the canon universe, since it is not important for the time being. Now let's continue with the viewing, alright. The audience were not happy with this, excluding Issei Ryder, who decided to leave it be. They were curious on what else they are going to see. So what will you do now? And want us to do? Grievous asked, to which Issei stored the information in the crystal orb, which is a similar recording orb. I will be focusing on the gears. For now, stand by until I give the order. Issei commands seriously, as both Grievous and Kalani nod, as Elizabeth asks. What do you want me to do? Elizabeth asked, as Issei responded. Elizabeth, I want you to stay with the angels. This may disgust you, but you need to make sure that when I deal with heaven, there has to be no interruptions or problems when heaven falls, alright? Issei spoke in a serious tone, as Elizabeth shook her head. No, any mission for your sake will not disgust me by any means, I shall fulfill it for your sake. Elizabeth spoke with a smile, as she teleports to the angels to pretend to be one of them. Issei turned his attention to two figures in the shadows, as he speaks in a neutral tone. You two will also do, as I have ordered Elizabeth, stay with your factions and act normal, like you would do, Issei commanded the two in a serious tone as they responded. Yes, Lord Issei. The voices seemed to be feminine as they both teleported away to their factions as well. Issei then went to recreate the true Longinus, and then create the Longinus based on the information he had received from the Heaven faction. Artemis and those from the Greek faction recognized her voice, and responded with slight fear. Don't tell me, he got me too. Yes, and how he got to you will be revealed in the next viewing. RageRevan responded with a smile, to which the goddess of hunting was shivering, as he continued. He even managed to get Gondel as well, if you are wondering, Roswis. Roswis was on the verge of tears upon hearing this. She was starting to be clearly afraid of what is going to happen to her and the rest of her loved ones. He already has gotten 3 sleeper agents, and many more would come in the future. Zeus and Hera wanted to say something and were ready for something, but a glare from Isay Ryder made them fearful and turned back to their seats. The other Greek gods were terrified of them in a way and didn't want to confront the Kamen Rider head on. Issei Ryder sighed as he spoke with annoyance. Man-children pantheon. He muttered to himself, he had to babysit the pantheon that was known as one of the worst divine pantheons across the world. He had to deal with them in his world, and they annoyed him and his family too. Damn, he works fast. Hades commented, seeing on how efficient Issei was in doing his job. While some of the people glared at him, especially the some of Greek gods. Nyx then added. Couldn't agree any more on the matter. Some more of the audience glared at them, which were primarily those that cared for Roswis like the orc. However, a return and annoyed glare from the primordial goddess of darkness made them back away with fear. They already know that without Issei, they can never combat someone like Nyx, who can easily defeat them if she wanted to, and she lost to Issei thanks to Ingvild supporting and assisting him. The scene shifts to the Kuo park where Ingvild came to the park as she looked around to see where Office was. However, unbeknownst to her or anyone, Valerie was tracking her down. She was not having a happy look on her face, but an impatient one, because she wanted to know where Office was and who Malak was really. She wanted to avenge Kaki and Lavinia. Vali, I am telling you, what you will see, it will change you completely. Albion tried to show reason to Valerie, but Vali was adamant as she spoke. No, I want to see the real identity of Malak, he will pay for what he did to Lavinia and Kaki. Vali mentally exclaimed to Albion, who cut off the connection. He gave up on reasoning with Vali, as he believed something horrible would happen. Vali was going to take her revenge, even if it means that she would take revenge. Let's see how the truth breaks my counterpart. Valerie mused with a smile. She wanted to see her counterpart's breakdown, realizing what she could have had she not believed into mere lies that were spread about by him. Or get a beatdown, Valerie, either way is fine. Biku muttered to her, earning a nod from the Lucifer member. She was aware that she had to get her butt kicked multiple times for her to learn her lesson. Meanwhile, Ingvild was looking for Office when all of a sudden the dimensions of the park changed into that of the dimension gap as they both entered into the dimensional gap, with Valerie following them trying to find the reality of Malak. We are here. Office spoke in an emotionless tone. She points straight to the Great Red. A massive red western dragon with a horn on his snout and has 2 sets of wings. His overall length measures around 100 meters. This was Great Red, the once former rival of Office and a good friend of Issei. So she is the one, right Office? Great Red's voice boomed as Office gives a nod. Hello. Ingvild spoke with awe and had slight nervousness as Great Red looked at her for a moment before giving a neutral look to Office. I would appreciate if you don't look at him, he doesn't like when anyone stares at him, Office spoke as Ingvild apologized to Great Red. I am so sorry. As Office looked at Great Red, however, his expression did not seem pleasant to her as Great Red's voice boomed. Ingvild was looking at slight fear and concern towards Office, however the dragon goddess turned to her and spoke. Worry not, a friend of Issei is a friend of mine as well, so rest easy. Ingvild nodded in understanding as she sighed in relief. She was glad that she had the support of the dragon goddess by her side. They knew that they could rely on her without any problems since she supports Issei without hesitation. It seems like you broke our word, Office. Great Red's voice boomed, which made Office and Ingvild confused. She took a look at her snake which had not been activated, giving an assuring smile to Ingvild as Great Red then spoke. I sense your confusion, but it seems like someone followed you too. Well, you failed to detect it. Great Red's voice boomed, but anger emanated from his voice. Understanding this, Office looked around, sensing the person, as she doesn't have a pleasant expression from her voice. "Come out, Valerie. I know you are there." Office spoke with anger in her voice, which was unusual since her voice was considered to be emotionless. Office's voice echoed throughout dimension, leaving no choice. Valerie flew towards her, in her balance breaker state. "Great Red is not happy with your presence, and because of you, my word is broken. I never asked you to follow me." Office spoke emotionlessly, however she was angry by her presence. Valerie was starting to get afraid at this, wondering what was going to happen to her counterpart. She turned to Office, who spoke with a sigh. "Look, I am not going to get angry at what your counterparts did. You stood with your Issei, and that is reason enough for me to not be against you. So relax and watch the viewing. Rest assured, no harm will be brought on you or your counterpart." Valerie nodded in understanding, as Albion spoke up. "Thank you, Office. I just hope the Valerie in the viewing also learns the truth." Valerie nodded in agreement, with Office speaking. "We can only hope, although there is a high chance she is going to retaliate in anger and try to stop Issei like the hypocritical pigeon. So we cannot be for sure." Office's cryptic words made the two nod, making them wonder what is going to happen to Valerie's counterpart, as they could only see what was going to happen next. "I want to know who Malak is, and I will find out about him, even if I have to see the past of that useless." Valerie spoke, however she was not able to complete, as two auras were being radiated, one belonged to Ingvald and the other being Great Red himself, who boomed in what seemed to be an angry yet mocking tone. "Useless. This is the same guy that clapped your ass twice back to back and could kill you if we wanted to. You are an idiot if you think he is useless." Valerie seethed in fury, with Office speaking. "And if anyone is useless, it is you, not him." Office's words made Valerie even more angrier. "He does not want to help because no matter what happens, you refuse to learn from your mistakes." Office ended the line, making Valerie respond. "Everyone knows that he is useless. I am only telling the truth, even the factions consider him as such." Valerie responded coldly. Does she really delude herself in that much lies? Mary asked, looking at Valerie's counterpart. It was the same thing as Ingvald's counterpart, to which Revan spoke. "Yes, this is going to be very common in some realities, where lies can determine where you really stand, even if it is without any proof. It is why accusations in some cases can be as damaging as being accused of the real crime." Revan spoke, as many of the audience agreed to it. They wondered what more lies have been told about Issei just to ruin his reputation, and what more crimes has died done underneath the surface. "In that case, feast your eyes on this." Great Red boomed in response, as several images showed up, however they all had one thing in common. It seemed to be that Issei was saving her from having her sacred gear being extracted courtesy of RageRevan almost a year ago. "Drake, how much time we have for this to work?" Issei asked from the images, as Drake responded. "Only 20 minutes, and if we are unable to figure out the sequence, then Valerie is done for." Drake spoke with a neutral tone, while hiding his annoyance. He did not understand why is he helping her, despite her attitude, and that was when he wouldn't hesitate to help them. "No, those are all lies." Valerie responded in disbelief. Anger also was present in her voice, to which Albion responded. "None of them are lies, all of them are real. Every memory is real, every single one of them is real, every memory is real. He saved you from Euclid and RageRevan when they intended to steal your gear. I was unable to move or tell you because they managed to even seal me." Albion spoke with a neutral tone, to which Valerie widens her eyes in shock. "That is not even the closest part here." Great Red's voice boomed as a pillar of light suddenly appeared from below and engulfed the two girls before they could react. "Why didn't you wait for them to recover?" Office asked in a neutral tone, to which Great Red responded. "It's best they see the real truth of Crom Crouch's bearer's personality by themselves. This will shatter the White Dragon completely, and I will also show them how outclassed they along with the factions really are." Great Red's voice boomed as they watched the pillar of light, since it was a dimension that he had personally created to show visions on what I thinks of them. There was nothing but silence when they saw what Great Red had truly done. They saw the vision seeing on how much initial lies have affected the White Dragon Empress of this timeline. Also, I forgot to mention this. First impression on a person by another can last a long time, even when the person has shown the truth of the other person. So be very careful on who you speak, since first impressions can last forever. This is a prime example of that. Revan explained, making the audience nod in agreement and understanding, as Isay Ryder speaks. "Oh, and don't go by a good-looking face, let this be a lesson too." The audience nodded again to the two's words as the viewing continued in response, with Revan speaking. "Now we all will be watching what has happened in the flashback, and something shocking will be shown." The audience wondered what was going to happen in the current viewing, but they were also afraid, given that Issei doesn't take lightly to what has happened in the past. Valerie and Ingvild both were taken into what seemed to be a pocket dimension as the descendant of Lucifer and the descendant of Leviathan looked around trying to look around to see what happened as they noticed Issei walking across the street. Issei. Ingvild muttered with surprise as they then noticed that two people were following him. Ingvild tried to stop him, but to her surprise he walked right past her, almost as if he was not even there. All things that have happened, nothing new did happen, Issei spoke with a bored tone. The two people that followed, Ingvild recognized them very well, they were Mitsuda and Motohama, the infamous former perverted duo. You know them? Valerie asked her, as Ingvild speaks. Yeah, they are Dai's friends, and from what I have seen they often talk with him, Ingvild spoke to Valerie, who nodded in response. And all that remains is continue with life. The girls turned their attention to Issei, who spoke as he walked ahead, only for the boys to tap Issei's shoulder. Wait, those two. Ika muttered in surprise as she turned to Revan and spoke. Yes, you will realize that it is not just the supernatural world that hates Issei, but the academy as well. Ika had a scowl, she knew these two were loyal to Issei, despite it being them using him as scapegoat. They students from Kuo Academy knew those two to be the infamous perverts from the perverted trio. In a lot of universes, they remain friends and abandon being perverts, or they simply end up becoming the perverted duo. However, there are some universes where they would ruin Issei into oblivion, causing him to be treated as some sort of a pariah. This is one of those timeline. Revan explained, to which Ika and Kium looked at them with disgust. The two were the most loyal to Issei in their timeline, and they wondered if they would become the same in this one. Ika, should we speak to them on how the perverted duo reacted when Issei wanted to change himself for the girls? Ika shook her head and spoke. Not yet, Abe-senpai, we need to bring them here, since I doubt those girls are going to believe in Issei just yet. They still are under the delusion that Issei would forgive them and resume a relationship with them. Kium looked at them, who were shocked by the information and nodded in response. She wondered on how they are going to react when they find out that not only did Issei intend to work on his perversion, but also the fact that the perverted duo supported him in this. So, Issei, you like the rumors we have spread about you, you little pervert, Mitsuda spoke in a mocking tone, with Motohama joining in. Ingvild was shocked at this, assuming them to be good people. Mitsuda, it seems like the cat ate his tongue, it seems like he is in disbelief. Motohama spoke, however Issei remained in his position, he seemed to have sensed someone, and waited for the right time to strike. So in this universe, they ruined his life, right? Mary asked with slight anger, to which Revan nodded and spoke. Yes, they did. They were working with Dai all alone, if anything they were never his friends to begin with. Mary scowled, she didn't even bother to look at Ryu for what he had done, she was getting more annoyed by how many versions of her family had been broken apart due to infighting and jealousy, which tore their family apart and ruined them. Now it makes sense. Ingvild spoke, with Valerie asking. I don't understand. What are you talking about? Valerie asked, to which Ingvild looked at her. And spoke. I think you are familiar with Issei's reputation in school, right? Valerie nods in response, remembering of her terrible reputation. I believe that these two spread the reputation, causing most of the students, if not all of them, to hate and look down upon him. Ingvild spoke with disgust, she was not a fool, she put two and two together, understanding that this was Dai's doing, after all, they were his friends after all. I see. Valerie nodded. But who would ask them to do this? Valerie asked, however Ingvild was silent, as if she were to tell the truth, Valerie may not believe her. I told you to leave the house, but you don't want to listen to me, a man's voice came from the shadows, as Valerie widened her eyes, Ingvild was wondering what Dai was doing here. Dai approached Issei with a mocking smile on his face, as he came close to Issei. Issei stayed in his position, gritting his teeth, he flipped Issei around and punched him in the stomach, making him cough up saliva. He seemed to be on the ground, holding his stomach in pain. The audience, primarily those that sided with Issei, were furious at this behavior of Dai towards his own brother, some wanted to rip him apart right now, but they couldn't do anything. The hiatus in particular felt disgust towards their son of theirs, seeing on how this wasn't the way they raised any of their children. Isay Ryder looked at them and scowled with anger and disgust, they should be ashamed of calling themselves parents. He had to deal with their abuse in his world, and he is neither going to forget nor forgive him for that. Issei glared at his brother, he gritted his teeth, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Dai then spoke with a mocking grin. Fight back, brother. Mary thought with frustration, seeing on how he was getting overpowered by this fraud. Many of the others had similar thoughts as well, with the Hindu gods also wanting Issei to fight back. Nobody thinks to even hear you out or believe you, good guys, winning is just a fantasy thought, and you are just naive. Dai spoke mockingly, as Valerie was shocked at Dai's rotten nature. That damn Valerie spoke in horror, thinking that he was a good person. Issei, however, got up, surprising Dai even further, who gritted his teeth in fury. Don't act so brave, it doesn't fit you. Dai shouted as he aimed his punch at Issei. Once he got closer, Issei blocked the punch with his left hand. What? Dai was surprised as he struggled to release himself from his clutches. Let go of me. Dai shouted. Nope, I am just tired of pretending to be weak. Issei spoke with an evil grin. It's about time I show you why I am the older brother. Issei spoke with a mocking tone. Issei proceeded to twist Dai's hand, making him yelp in pain. Both Mitsuda and Motohama were shocked by this. Someone whom they assumed to be weak was overwhelming their boss. Now they were afraid. Nice one. Mary exclaimed with the others also watching. They all were watching Issei finally land the smackdown on Dai. They were all looking forward to him. Rai was afraid on what Issei plans to do with his counterpart. He did not know if he is going to survive the whole onslaught if the situation comes down to it. Let go of me, or you will regret it, Dai threatened Issei, as Issei had an evil grin. Both the girls were shocked at this, while Valerie was heartbroken while seeing what kind of a man Dai really was. Very poor choice of words. Valerie commented seeing the state. She was glad that her counterpart was opening her eyes. She didn't care if she suffered through this. She had to pay for what she had done to Issei. Lies or not. Rias was getting even more fearful at this. He felt fear of confronting a pissed off Issei, especially after hearing on what he is capable of. Sure, why not? Issei decided to twist it enough and then. Snap. Ai. Dai shouted in pain as he looked at his broken arm, tears in his eyes. Issei had broken his arm. He then glared at Dai, Mitsuda and Motohama and spoke. You have been living a life that was never yours, Dai. I should have put you in your place a long time ago. Issei spoke with spite in his voice. He hated what his brother has become, and it was all thanks to his parents spoiling him rotten, and he lying to them, and they believing him from day one, since he was the youngest child. He looked at Dai, who was holding his arm in pain, gritting his teeth. The audience understood Issei's anger, and they could relate on how Issei was treated as a pariah when Dai was treated as the golden child. This was unfortunately more common than people realize in households. One child being neglected while the other gaining all the attention and love, causing the first one to become spiteful and aggressive. As for you two. Issei turned his attention to the two boys as he held them by their necks. If you two idiots ever mess with me, you will meet a far worse fate than him, is that clear? The boys struggled to release themselves. They nodded in fear before Issei throws them, with them passing out. At this moment, she did not expect Dai to be this weak. She knew he was weaker than Issei, but it then made sense since Issei pretty much did all of the fighting and Dai only took the credit. After which flashes of memories were shown, and all this showed how Dai took the credit for everything his brother did, how his lies were corrupting the people that he talked to, no matter which world he belonged to, and how Crom mocked Dai that he will never surpass his brother. One scene in particular made her want to vomit, and this scene made her heartache. This is something you will never enjoy. Dai spoke with a perverted smile as he grins at his brother, who only watches helplessly as the medics help him cure him. The audience hated what they were seeing. The perverted smile was far worse than Issei's very own perverted smile. The girls that loved Issei hated this even more, with how the fall of this man caused him to become evil and go off the deep end. Rias didn't say anything and looked down in anger. He hated Dai even more and wanted to rip him apart, but he also felt helpless. He never went this far and was glad he never did. Valerie watched the scenes in tears as she shouted. Tell me, Albion, you knew this, didn't you? However, Albion gave her no response, while Ingvald saw the scene in sadness, remembering the critical condition Issei was in. He nearly died for her, making her cry on remembering that. Valerie scowled seeing this as she spoke looking at her counterpart. Now you realize, I hope you don't become a hypocrite. This viewing will probably show us. Ingvald mused as they saw on how their actions have affected and ruined any chance of relationship they had with Issei. The scene then changed once again, and this time, it revealed a white-haired man with Issei, along with a brown-haired woman. Valerie wiped her tears and saw the scene. She wondered who those two were for a while, but then she recognized one of them as she spoke. It can't be. Valerie spoke with a surprised tone. Persephone. Ingvald looked at her in surprise as she asked. Persephone? But wasn't she dead? By a Longinus user, Valerie nods as she looks at scene. If I am correct, her soul was apparently destroyed by the Longinus user. This caused Hades to despise us and see us as threats. Valerie explained as Ingvald nodded while asking, but how is she alive? I don't know, but we are about to know very soon. Valerie spoke seriously as she then speaks. And I think that white-haired man is Hades. I have never seen him in human form, though. Valerie spoke while thinking. Persephone shivered and scowled, remembering her death that was caused by the Longinus, hence why it was stated that Longinus can reach the level of gods. Her death was stated to be a documented case of this happening. She knew her death caused her whole family to be shattered, and she despised that it happened and hoped the one responsible rots in hell for what had happened. Truth be told, looking back, I never chose to enter in my human form. Hades mused, looking at Nyx, to which she responded. So why not try now? I doubt now would be the right time, and besides, shifting into human form is kind of a chore for me. Hades responded to her with a low tone, earning a shrug from the primordial goddess of darkness, as she continued to watch on what was happening in the end. They then look at the vision, as Hades opens the seal, as he smiles. We are here, Hades spoke with happiness, as Issei goes inside, he sees Nyx, who exclaims in happiness. Issei. You came to see me. Nyx jumped towards Issei, as she hugs him. I have missed you. I missed you too, Nyx. Issei exclaims while returning the hug, as both Persephone and Hades smile at him. After splitting up, Nyx speaks. Why don't you visit me often? Nyx asked with a bit of a pout. I seem very friendly towards this Issei, don't I? Nyx asked, to which RageRevan spoke. Well, it is more than just mere friendship, Nyx, you will see on how close the two of you are. Nyx nodded, still a bit skeptical about their relationship as she continued to watch. Well, I do have commitments, here and there, so. I can't, Issei spoke while rubbing his head. But I promise you, I will free you from your prison, no matter what happens, I will slice down anyone that stands in my way. Issei declared, making Nyx blush. She was happy by his declaration. Even Persephone and Hades knew of his nature, to do anything for the people he cares about. See, nothing went wrong. It seems like he is in love, Persephone muttered to Hades, who chuckled in response. Indeed he is. Hades agreed to his wife's words. Nyx was dumbfounded by this, as she asked. Don't tell me, I have an attraction for him as well. RageRevan paused the viewing and responded. Isn't it obvious? Nyx remained silent and turned her gaze away at this revelation. Hades looked confused at this, as he speaks. Nyx, don't tell me. I don't. And don't push it, got it? Hades had a small gulp seeing this, with Persephone making an inaudible chuckle at this, as she turns away. She was once again starting to have faith in the return of the old Hades. The ones from those that supported Issei were dumbfounded by the fact that this Nyx likes Issei, especially Ingvild, who did not take it too well. She then spoke. How can this be? Maybe the fact that your variant abandoned him could be the case, but still just talking can attract someone is really something. Even then, there's still got to be a reason on why Nyx fell for him. Mary responded, to which Azazel responded. Well, regardless, he's still got someone to look after him, a baddie if you might. True. Mary mused in response, ignoring the last part, to which the others nodded. Some were happy by this, especially those from Issei's world. Others were content, hoping this would deter Issei from his path of tyranny, but they knew that this was just a flashback. The Orc along with Zenobia were shocked and horrified by the fact that Issei had found love with Nyx, and the fact that she was once his enemy. They had hated the fact that he had found love in a primordial goddess of all people. This hatred was attributed to the jealousy they have for the once primordial goddess. This is impossible. There was one person who refused to believe the words and viewings, as they all turned to see Raynor was the one to speak, to which she spoke. I refuse to believe that the pervert is capable of charming someone like Nyx. This shouldn't happen. He should have been alone and incapable of being loved. Raynor was in disbelief. She didn't speak up before due to fear, but now she decided to finally speak up. She was annoyed by this and how much everyone was on Issei's side. Many were furious by this, even Nyx was angered since she respected Issei regardless of the situation, as Mary was about to put her in her place, but Ingvild spoke up, deciding to defend her lover. I will deal with this crow. Ingvild stood up and spoke, glancing at the fallen angel. You know, Raynor, from what I remember Issei telling me about you. You were his first love and could have been probably, if you had more brain cells. Alas, that is not the case. Cause if you did, you'd have taken the opportunity to go with him. Then again, you refused to listen to Azazel Sensei's orders and look what happened. Now it is you that is alone, not him. Raynor wanted to retort, speaking. How dare you? But Ingvild cuts her off, speaking. I am not done, Crow, let me finish. Raynor kept her mouth shut, as Ingvild decided to lay it down on her, having a look of mockery and contempt. That is what you are, Raynor, just a stepping stone and a background character, not even meant to be in the limelight, cause you had your shot and you threw it away like a moron. You know how Issei sees you now, a pariah and a disappointment, and honestly, if you ask me, you should spare yourself the trouble and go into hiding, cause that is what you are, just a lowly waste of space, a background character and a nobody, never becoming a noble being. If you had been with Issei, you would at least be remembered for something like Rias and her stooges, but instead you will be either hated or forgotten by the future generations. Raynor was silent, as her eyes started to tear up. She bit her lip in frustration and despair, seeing on how Ingvild looks at her. Rias and those that cheated on him also felt insulted at Ingvild's words. They all felt even more lower by the Leviathan princess. Ingvild decided to turn her back and move back to her seat as Raynor got up and unleashed a light spear as she was ready to throw at her, as Ingvild was ready to unleash a barrier, but before she could, an announcement was heard. Drive type. Next. A barrage of bullets were seen firing at her in just a moment, making her screech in pain much to everyone's surprise. She fell to the ground groaning in pain. Ingvild wondered who did this as she turned to a figure who was Issei Ryder, who had transformed into Kamen Rider Drive type. Next. He was holding the blade gunner in his hands. It is a good thing, I am here to inflict a more harsher discipline on you. Issei Ryder had spoken, to which he turned to Ingvild and spoke. I am glad you defended your Issei, he has chosen the right woman to be with. Ingvild had a small blush with her turning away in slight embarrassment, she then saw him turning to Raynor, aiming the blade gunner to her throat, causing her to be even more afraid, as he spoke. You know, even in my world, you fallen angels are a pain to deal with. So Raynor, will you behave, or should I end your miserable existence? He placed his finger on the trigger as he spoke. Either way, I am fine with it. And I doubt anyone is going to miss you in this room. Raynor was looking at him with fear and tears in her eyes, she knew this variant of Issei was a bad news, and it felt like she was confronting death itself. PP please spare me, I would be good girl. Issei Ryder removed the blade gunner and turned away as he deshined to his regular form, with his waist having the driver on it. Revan healed her wounds and spoke. Behave yourself next time, since Issei Ryder is not someone you want to mess with, especially given he trashed 3 people at this point. Raynor nodded and sat down, albeit with fear. No one messed with Issei Ryder after this, knowing that this man can easily kill them without hesitation. He sat down and continued to watch. Revan continued the viewing, as none said anything. The only exception was Issei's supporters, who congratulated Ingvild for laying the smoke on her. Nyx then spoke. But they will try to find you, if you try to release me, I can't risk losing you, if I stay here, you will be safe, Nyx spoke in worry. And I don't mind staying here. I am strong enough to hold my own, you know I am not weak, I will destroy anyone for even laying a finger on you, Issei spoke coldly, while hugging Nyx, however none were fearful of Issei, especially those in the room, while both Ingvild and Valerie shivered when they heard Issei speak with this tone. You shouldn't worry, I will be here, Nyx spoke with a smile. Besides, promise me this, I want you to stay happy, even without me. With both Persephone and Hades being concerned about this. Issei shook his head in response. I refuse, I will find a way to rescue you, without those factions getting in my way, Issei spoke coldly. Anyone that stands in my way will be eliminated. Issei ended coldly. Nyx didn't know why, but she felt relieved upon hearing this. She couldn't understand what this feeling was when she saw it. The others, especially those that were neutral or were supportive of the infidelity, were afraid of Issei, given that Issei can easily kill them without hesitation. The scene caused great shivers and pain to Valerie and Ingvild when they realized that the one that they considered the true hero will not hesitate to become their enemy. The scene once again changed, with Issei, Hades and Persephone being in this. But how will you fight? You can't take them all at once, Hades spoke seriously, with worry being in his voice, as Issei looked at him and summoned a magic circle. Hades recognized them as the result of Annihilation Maker, one of the sacred gears he had copied. They saw the body of someone who will be the face of their new enemy. No. Valerie spoke with disbelief. This can't be. Ingvild exclaimed in surprise, she remembered him, the one who was unconscious on the ground was none other than Malak. Issei removed a knife and stabbed his hand, releasing blood drops onto Malak, whose body sucked the blood into his body, absorbing it. Ice-chan. Persephone shouted in worry as she looked at his hand, and help it, Issei assured her. I am fine, Persephone, just a small wound, and besides, I am going to need someone to be the face of this new enemy, Issei spoke with a smile, as his wounds healed himself, with a copy of Twilight Healing, his foster sister's sacred gear. Don't tell me that. Mickey responded with fear and horror, with the hiatus being terrified of it, with Revan speaking. Just keep watching. Issei working with them is one thing, but this is something else. Serziches spoke with terror, hoping that what he thinks is not true. He was already dreading a prospect of Issei that is actively taking them out from this world, but a variant that is actually willing to mastermind everything was terrifying enough. Why so afraid, Serziches? Serziches turned to Issei Ryder, who had spoken, as he continued. Are you afraid cause of Issei overpowering you? Or is it the fact that a former human was able to reach the level of gods? Serziches was silent, as he spoke after a while. No, I feared losing my little brother. Issei Ryder scoffs and speaks. Well, you already lost thanks to the heathen you call a sister. Serziches remained silent from this rebuttal, as he turned his gaze away. Rias was looking down in shame, realizing this. She was seeing her own family start to turn against her, and she was not liking this one bit. Issei looked at Malak, he was a clone of the original. As the clone woke up, he looked at his original and stood beside Issei. This cannot be true. Ingvild screamed, unable to believe what she just saw. Even Valerie refused to believe what she just saw. The enemy was the same person that had helped them in the past, once upon a time, all with the goal of freeing Nyx. But little do they know that it was not even close to what Issei's current goals are. Issei is the mastermind and creator of Malak. Goro asked with fear and terror, as Revan continued. Yes, your son created him, he needed a face to be the faction's biggest enemy, and both sides will engage in conflict, with Issei not only masterminding the whole operation, but also forcing the enemy to rely on the mastermind to stop the whole enemy faction. It makes sense now. Issei seemingly playing along with Malak from the very start of the whole operation, this was all part of his plan. Ajuka deduced, amazed by how well he used trickery to his advantage. But even then, he wanted them to think he was incompetent and useless for a long time due to the lies, when in reality he was still the same, he just changed sides. And the fact that he would force the factions to heed to his demands would be inevitable as Malak starts to attack with even more aggression. Ilmenhold deduced, which made those that support Issei even more afraid of encountering this Issei. However, their fear was different, such that they didn't want to lose the Issei they cherished. Must admit, he was playing 4D chess against us. Brahm amused seeing this, even he was not expecting a plot twist that was in front of them. They all expected him to be working with the terrorists, not be the very mastermind. I presume you must be my progenitor, right? What do you ask me to do? Malak asked, to which Issei nodded. Now we will show the factions the wrath of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei declared, with Malak agreeing to his progenitor's declaration. Indeed, we are going to correct the errors caused by their own decisions. Malak responded in agreement. But the most detestable beings, they will suffer the most. Issei spoke coldly. And they take what they want by force and use humanity as a means to fight their wars and send them to the slaughterhouse. Malak spoke coldly, but with venom laced in his voice. I must say that the supernatural world is a depressing sight right now, but with those beings gone, the world will be a much better place. Issei said with a smile, not hesitating to wipe out anyone that is in his way. The supernatural is afraid of only losing their way of life. Malak also said with a smile. He is not wrong. Gabriel spoke with complete fear, she was afraid of losing her status of being a seraph that would guide people. Her very purpose would be stripped away from her. And she didn't want that. I can't believe I am saying this, but I agree with you. Seraphil spoke with complete paleness, losing her cheerful side of seeing them act like this. She was completely terrorized by this, with many being in surprise, since the two didn't get along most of the time. The fact that Malak's words showed the dreaded truth made them even more afraid. I am you, Issei spoke with a smile. And you are me, Malak spoke with a smile. And together we shall use our power to bring despair onto those that have made us into who we are. Both spoke in unison, as everyone watched them. And I shall use this power to impart the rage I carry inside for all I have suffered, and make them suffer one by one, Issei declared coldly, while hugging his duplicate, before splitting up. Ingvild and Valerie watched this in horror. Issei was the leader of the faction that are trying to destroy them, they did not know what to do next. Little do they know that it was not close to what Issei has done up till now. There was nothing but silence when they saw this, the fact that Issei is the mastermind of everything. They were even more afraid of him at this point. Those that cared for him were almost dreading a version of Issei that wanted to actively kill them. The only exceptions to this were Mary and Ingvild, who had an idea on why Issei concept did this, but they were also nervous and slightly afraid of Issei. After all, there is a saying. A child that doesn't feel the warmth of the village will burn down the whole village to experience it. Now then, everyone take a break for 20 minutes, we will begin the next viewing shortly. The audience nodded and left the room one by one, as they decided to deal with the current situation at hand. Once they were gone, only Isay Ryder stayed with Revan, as he asked. So what now? Well, what are your thoughts on this timeline? Issei Ryder gives a sigh as he responds. Well, I'd say this universe was something to deal with. Never thought Gabriel concept would act like all those girls in my world, makes me wonder if mine was the lucky one. Yours was, and she was there for you, wasn't she? Issei Ryder nodded in agreement as Revan asked. So will you stay for another viewing? Well, if you insist, I don't mind. However, I can't stay for longer since I got to get back, my wife will lay out on me if I don't make it on time for dinner. Revan nodded in understanding as he prepared for another viewing. He knew that this one should finish off the time he has left here before he heads back to his universe to spend some time with his true family. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.